Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Shinigami. Challenge Sui-Feng, start with Ultra Instinct. Chapter 51. Boom. The terrifying Reiatsu crazily squeezed the surrounding barriers. Ripples appeared on the boundary wall. The eyes of the people in the audience were terrified, and they didn't dare to breathe. However, the changes are not over yet. Zaraki Kenpachi raised his head slowly, and this time, he finally fixed his eyes on Su Li. The excitement and madness in the eyes finally reached its peak at this moment. Boom! A ghostly aura shot out from Zaraki Kenpachi's body. The vibration of the enchantment became more intense. A huge skull loomed behind Kenpachi, and then wrapped his body. Making Reiatsu defense, everyone in the audience exclaimed. The younger generation, on the other hand, looked blank, not knowing what it meant, and only felt the terrifying murderous aura, which made him feel numb all over. It's a very crude way of using Reiatsu. Cover the powerful Reiatsu on the surface of the body to form a defense similar to armor. With a strong defense, it can almost isolate all external attacks. Besides, its appearance is extremely hot, and if the external attack comes into contact with it, its spiritual seeds will be burned up. This is Captain Kenpachi's unique skill. Komamura Sajin explained with deep fear in his eyes. The juniors who knew the details looked at the figure of Zaraki Kenpachi on the field with fear in their eyes. Not to mention the pair of golden armor, just the ghostly aura that fills the sky makes people frightened. Zaraki Kenpachi has obviously used all his strength, and the scale of the ghost aura is not at the same level as before. The ghost energy continuously impacted the enchantment, causing violent vibrations. Zaraki Kenpachi picked up his zanpakuto from the ground and flicked it casually. Swish! A sword that was several times more terrifying than before hit the barrier fiercely. The enchantment suddenly shook violently, crumbling. And the ground that was scratched by the sword left a bottomless crack. People covered their mouths and exclaimed, their eyes horrified. With a random blow, even the barrier that was strong enough to resist the attack of the captain-level Bankai couldn't hold up, almost shattered. How terrifying is this power? Yamamoto sighed helplessly, and then greeted Sasaki. Sasaki immediately understood, and immediately arranged manpower to strengthen the barrier. In less than a moment, the golden enchantment stabilized again, emitting a more dazzling light than before. Yamamoto felt relieved. Now the level of defense of this enchantment is enough to resist a sword cremation of his own. These two children shouldn't be able to make such a big fight, right? This little guy, why do you feel that he is not affected by ghost energy at all? Even I, at such a long distance, feel terrified. This guy is fine, just ignore it. Is this really the courage that a 16-year-old boy can possess? Komamura Sajin looked at Su Li's calm expression on the field, frowning into a Sichuan character, and was puzzled. In fact, what he didn't know was that Su Li's mind was more mature than the average person's as a human being in 2 lifetimes. Moreover, during the battle against Zubai, Su Li had sharpened his state of mind to the state of Shisui. Even in the face of any situation, his mentality will not have any waves. Zaraki Kenpachi's ghostly aura doesn't affect him at all. That's right, this is how you look like a big devil, Captain Kenpachi, come on. Matsumoto Rangaku shouted excitedly. Hey, let me say, which side are you on? You just cheered for Vice Captain Su Li, and now you're cheering for Captain Kenpachi. Are you sure you know where you stand? Shiba Ise was speechless. Matsumoto Rangaku turned around with a playful look on his face. It has nothing to do with position, Captain. I only cheer on real men. Captain Ise, if you also have the courage to come on stage, like Captain Kenpachi, who has been defeated and fought repeatedly, tenacious and unyielding, and even died in battle, I will also shout for you. Matsumoto Rangaku winked playfully, provocatively. TCH, who wants to be like that beast, only has pure fighting in his eyes, no human emotions. A real man should fight to protect something important, die to protect the one he loves. This is a real man. Shiba Ise said with a serious face. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Captain Ise to have such a high awareness, it's really impressive. However, the words from the captain's mouth are not convincing anyway, haha. Matsumoto Rangaku covered his mouth and laughed. Shiba Ise's face darkened, and he was speechless. On the field, the surging fighting spirit was rushing between the two. Come on, Su Li, this time, let's let go of our hands and feet and have a good fight. Take each other's lives as a bet to see who is the real strongest being in the end. Zaraki Kenpachi roared in a deep voice. His deep voice sounded like a beast chirping. Su Li just nodded lightly. Immediately, the figure flashed and disappeared. The crowd immediately exclaimed. This time, it was Su Li who attacked first. Before everyone could react, Su Li appeared in front of Kenpachi. Even before Kenpachi could react, Su Li had already punched. Boom! The fist was like the wind, hitting Kenpachi's chest. The huge force made Kenpachi's body slam back 10 meters. Everyone's eyes widened. People still vaguely remember that Kenpachi was smashed into the air just now. Now, only 10 meters back. Unexpectedly, Kenpachi, who took off the blindfold, has improved so much. Haha, boy, I've lifted the seal. If you still want to knock me down, you have to work harder. Zaraki Kenpachi grinned, then looked at the spot where he had just been hit. Then he suddenly froze slightly. On the defensive layer formed by Reiatsu, there was an incomparably clear fist mark. There are fissures all around. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were a little dazed. My own Reiatsu materialized defense, when facing the old man before, started to block his sword and cremation. This kid, he actually cracked me with a punch. Zaraki Kenpachi felt a little weird. On the other side, Su Li looked at his fist. It's okay, it doesn't belong to the spiritual child, it won't be isolated or burned. However, the hot hand is still a little hot, and the hair on the hand has been burned off several times. Exhaled blow looked distressed. Suddenly, Senran's ghostly energy exploded. Zaraki Kenpachi's face was grim. You kid, I really like it. The figure flashed suddenly, and the sword came as promised. A terrifying sword press bloomed in front of Su Li. I don't know how many times stronger than before. Everyone in the audience was moved. With such a close distance and such a terrifying sword pressure, Su Li shouldn't be able to escape this time, right? Does he dare to block with only one finger? Looking at the power of the sword pressure just thrown by Kenpachi, I am afraid that the captain of Yamamoto will come out in person. I am afraid that he must deal with it seriously. This is a Bankai level attack, not the previous flat cut. If Su Li dared to use his fingers to block, it is estimated that his entire hand would be cut off. The expressions on people's faces were extremely nervous, and they all wanted to know how Su Li would respond next. Su Li's reaction was simpler than everyone expected. He didn't move at all. Not to mention dodging, not even the eyelids. He didn't slowly raise his hand until the sword that was wrapped in the terrifying sword was about to come to his body. Are you coming? Do you really want to use that one finger? Everyone suddenly held their breath and opened their eyes to the maximum. Su Li reached out to the edge that was close at hand. Then, pinched out a seductive orchid finger. White hits, finger tricks, casual hits. The young man's voice sounded faintly. Flick with your fingertips. Ding, sound. Fingers flicked on the sword. The sword edge deviated from the original line and slanted past Su Li. The distance is still exactly 1 foot. Boom. It was only at this moment that the sword pressure exploded behind Su Li. At the same time, Kyoraku Shunsui, Jashiro, Komamura Sajin, jumped straight from their seats. Revisiting the classics, the expressions on the faces of Kyoraku Shunsui and others were extremely wonderful. Isn't this the same brain crash that Su Li used to defeat Sui-Feng before? People who were fortunate enough to have seen this trick before stood up from their seats one after another. Su Li used this trick at the time to force Sui-Feng out of the instant open state. That scene is still fresh in my memory. Unexpectedly, Su Li now uses this trick again. With one finger, it deflected Zaraki Kenpachi's zanpakuto. Moreover, looking at this guy's demeanor, it seemed like he was just bouncing off a falling snowflake, relaxed and casual. This guy, shouldn't he really plan to break his head and incorporate it into his regular moves? Although Kyoraku Shunsui's tone was teasing, his eyes were bright and his face was excited. Unlike Kyoraku Shunsui, others, who care more, are the snaps themselves. You know, blocking the sword with one finger and flicking the sword with one finger are two completely different concepts. If you want to block the sword, just one finger on the horizontal bar will do. But if you want to bounce the sword body, you need extremely precise accuracy. And the shot is faster than the sword. In such a swift attack, it must be precise to the millimeter, and approaching the ultimate, in order to capture the sword surface and flick it off with one finger. This is undoubtedly more complicated and difficult to accomplish than blocking the sword with one finger. The more people in the audience thought about it, the more shocked they became. If it was before, it would be fine. After all, Kenpachi had not broken the seal at that time, and only used a flat cut. But now, Kenpachi is a complete body. The swung zanpakuto even carries a sword pressure. Its power, 13, is not a level at all. Under such circumstances, Suli actually completed a more advanced operation than before. Yamamoto, who was in the main seat, was also rarely shocked. The originally squinted and cloudy eyes are now wide open, and the crutches in his hand have been pinched into a deep handprint. This feeling is like giving your students an exam paper. Students got full marks. You are satisfied. Then he was given a harder exam paper. He got full marks again. And he acted relaxed and casual, as if he had not yet begun to exert his strength. Yamamoto was shocked. At the same time, he also noticed that the boy's appearance had not changed at all until now. This also proves that he has not used his own set of exercises. You can easily deal with Kenpachi, who is in full swing before he really starts to exert his strength. This kid, how strong is his real strength? And Aizen, who was sitting below, had almost the same idea at this time. The strength that Suli has shown so far has far exceeded his expectations. Such a terrifying young man has only ever been seen in his life. Although at present, Suli has not had any direct influence on his plan. However, it is a great danger after all. Aizen pushed the glasses on his face. The mirror reflected the cold light, and the expression could not be seen clearly. And on the field, Zaraki Kenpachi didn't think as much as others thought. For him, his sword was blocked by the opponent or bounced off. All can only prove the strength of the opponent. And this is exactly what he wanted. Fight and fight with the strongest. That's the fun of fighting. Other than that, don't ask for anything else. Seeing Suli's calm expression, Zaraki Kenpachi's expression became extremely excited. Immediately, swing the sword and chop again. Sword pressure is more terrifying than before. Suli remained unmoved. He raised his hand slightly and flicked his middle finger. Ding! The swordsman deviates from the original line. At the same time, Suli clenched his fist and threw it at will. Boom! With a loud bang, the sword exploded behind Suli, bursting out with terrifying arrogance. Suli's fist, at the same time, hit Zaraki Kenpachi's chest. The two voices are perfectly blended together, and it is impossible to distinguish between them. Kenpachi was knocked back 10 steps, and then he stabilized. On the chest, there is a clear fist mark. There are also a few more tiny cracks in the defensive layer that Reiatsu has condensed. Haha, not enough, come and come again. Zaraki Kenpachi was extremely happy and raised his sword again. Ding, ding, ding. The sword body, which was wrapped in the pressure of the terrifying sword, kept being bounced away. Boom, boom, boom. Zaraki Kenpachi was also repulsed again and returned without success. However, in the constant confrontation between the two, Kenpachi's retreat is getting shorter and shorter. The distance to attack Suli is also getting closer. Soon, there were only 2 or 3 steps left between the two. Captain Kenpachi, what a monster! Shiba Ise said with a complicated expression. As expected of Kenpachi, this kind of guy will only get stronger and stronger with more battles. There was deep fear in Komamura Sajin's voice. Finally, after a confrontation, Zaraki Kenpachi only took a small step back. At this time, the defense layer on his body was already covered with tiny cracks. However, his expression was unprecedentedly excited. From flying out again and again, getting up, to be repelled again and again, to advance. Up to now, he finally got to this point. Finally, he stood firmly in front of the young man. The attack of the young man can no longer repel himself. A powerful force filled Kenpachi's whole body. Come on, let's stand on the same level. Let's fight. Zaraki Kenpachi was so excited that he slashed with his sword. The speed is extremely fast, and the sword pressure is extremely strong. In the next second, Jianfeng was close to the boy's eyebrows. It was almost over a foot away. Feeling Kenpachi's incomparably fierce fighting spirit, the people in the audience opened their eyes to the maximum. This time, can Kenpachi's edge cross that line? That invisible, intangible, but always there, 1 foot line. The sword striker is about to cross the line. Su Li didn't move. White hits, kicks, he lifted his trousers slightly. Everyone was holding their breath, nervous to the extreme, and their eyes were looking forward to the extreme. Is it finally time to see Su Li use real white hits moves? Su Li raised his knees, raised his feet, and kicked out without any fancy. Roll the calf. Boom. Zaraki Kenpachi flew out in an instant, so fast that he couldn't even see a figure. Boom. In the next second, the barrier was knocked out with ripples and a buzzing sound. People's eyes are dull and their minds are blank. In the end, I still couldn't get past that foot. Puff. Zaraki Kenpachi spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up from the ground. The defensive layer of the chest was kicked out a big gap. He looked at Su Li with a complicated look in his eyes for the first time. I thought that this time, he could finally cross that foot and cut Su Li. Unexpectedly, everything started all over again. There is such a big gap between yourself and this guy. Kenpachi's eyes finally showed a trace of confusion. But soon, fighting intent regained his eyes. A being stronger than yourself, isn't that what you have always wanted? What are you thinking about? Cut it right. The big deal is to take the road that was taken before and walk it again. Kenpachi slowly got up from the ground. The burly figure is like a mountain that will never fall. The terrifying Reiatsu overflowed, and the golden defense layer instantly returned to its original state. Ha, ha. Zaraki Kenpachi gasped heavily, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. Looking at Su Li, who is hundreds of meters away from him. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes became very serious. The expression on his face is no longer a hippie smile. The battle this time was different from all the battles he had experienced before. This was the hardest battle he had ever experienced in his life. But at the same time, it was the funniest fight he'd ever had. It's fun because it's tough. This is the life creed of Zaraki Kenpachi. Boy, as long as my spiritual power is not exhausted, this layer of defense will be constantly repaired. Come on, let me see how you're going to beat me. Zaraki Kenpachi wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, suppressing Ultimate's madness in his eyes. Oh, Su Li was expressionless. Next second, Zaraki Kenpachi suddenly felt dark in front of him. A hand was placed on his face. White hits, palm skills. Press the head to kill. Then, Zaraki Kenpachi was pushed directly into the ground by the hand. Bang! A loud bang. A terrifying shock wave was instantly transmitted to the barrier, causing violent tremors. The people in the audience stood up in an instant, their eyes terrified to the extreme. The smoke dissipated. The boy's figure stood quietly. The blood stained on his hands is slowly dripping. And that mountain that seems to never fall down. In the giant pit, the young man stood silently. The blood on the palm of the hand slowly dripped. In front of him, the mountain-like man had collapsed to the ground, dying. A mountain that never falls. Overwhelmed by the boy. Zaraki Kenpachi was lying on the ground, breathless. The Reiatsu defense layer of the upper body has been completely shattered. The blood stained the soil. Looking at the scene on the field, people were all speechless and their minds went blank. Zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpachi fell to the side. Countless tiny cracks can be vaguely seen. Some were there before. Most of them were ejected by Su Li's fingers. Looking at Zanpakuto lying quietly on the ground, Su Li looked slightly confused. Reminds me of my own Zanpakuto. My heart was slightly touched. Kenpachi, from the beginning to now, I played a song for you, do you hear it? Su Li spoke suddenly. Zaraki Kenpachi opened his eyelids with difficulty, his eyes confused. The people off the field also slowly regained their senses, with some doubts on their faces. A song, have it. Unlike the doubts of others, Kyoraku Shunsui looked sad. Yamamoto is the same, in the cloudy eyes, revealing the deep vicissitudes of life. They all heard the song. A ding-ding sound, like a song played with silver bells. That's what Su Li played with Zaraki Kenpachi's Zanpakuto. The people at the scene also reacted slowly. From the beginning to now, every time Su Li touches Kenpachi's Zanpakuto, he always hears a ding. The pitch is sometimes high, sometimes low. All the tones are concatenated together to make a song. People were deeply shocked. They finally understood the true meaning of Suli's so-called one finger. To pluck the strings, of course, only use one finger. This guy is not fighting at all. This guy is just playing. Every time a punch is thrown, it is a big drum. Every time the sword is touched, it is a pluck. This battle, from start to finish, it's all a grand performance by Suli alone. That's what song? Byakuya Kuchiki asked blankly, deeply touched. A man's song. Suli's voice sounded faintly. Hearing this, the girls at the scene were all at a loss. The men, however, were collectively silent. Even Shiba Ise-shin, the most cheerful on weekdays, became quiet at this time. Hey, Captain, what does the man's song mean? Matsumoto Rangaku looked at Shiba Ise-shin in confusion. Shiba Ise-shin heard the words, his expression was slightly bitter, and his eyes showed a trace of sadness. Quote. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangaku widened his eyes, his expression still puzzled. Shiba Ise-shin smiled bitterly and said no more. Some men live for responsibility. Some men live to protect. Some men live for ambition. These men do not live for themselves. Only Kenpachi lives because of the fun in his heart. His life has nothing to do with others. So he couldn't understand the sad song. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were blurred, and his face was confused. If you don't know how to be close to your partner, then one day, you will lose her. Suli's voice sounded faintly in the room. People looked at Kenpachi's zanpakuto, saw the dense gaps and cracks on the sword body, and felt lost. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were also slightly touched. However, people don't know that she, in Suli's mouth is not, it. 0. The partner Suli was talking about was not zanpakuto of Zaraki Kenpachi. It was Kusajishi Yakiru. Bachinryu, who was in the spectator seat, looked at Suli's back, and his eyes were dazed. Immediately, Suli no longer looked at Zaraki Kenpachi, but turned and walked towards the ground. Victory and defeat. It's pointless to fight again. However, when he was about to leave the school martial arts field, he suddenly stopped. In the deep pit, there was movement. Ha, ha. In people's shocked eyes, Zaraki Kenpachi, who was already dying, actually stood up slowly. At this time, he looked extremely miserable. The blood stained his body, and the Captain Yori was shattered inch by inch, revealing scars all over his body, as if he had crawled out of a heap of dead people. He was breathing heavily, his body shaky, as if he would fall down in the next second. But despite this, he still stood with difficulty. What, mate, that's ridiculous. Zaraki Kenpachi coughed violently, bringing out blood. The messy hair blocked his face, making it difficult to see his expression. One could only see his eyes. Men should fight for themselves. Zaraki Kenpachi picked up his zanpakuto tremblingly from the ground. At this time, he was like a trapped beast on the verge of death, exuding an endless dangerous aura. He slowly grasped the sword handle. Then, the other hand also held up. People's faces changed instantly. Zaraki Kenpachi has always held the sword with one hand, no matter what the situation. And now, he actually chose to hold the sword with both hands. This also means that he has regarded this battle as a death battle. Kenpachi has completely lost his mind. Kenpachi, no. Yamamoto stood up abruptly. Unohana Retsu's pupils also shrank, and her face changed greatly. The other captains rushed to the field with the fastest speed, trying to stop them. However, it was too late. Kendo, 2 stages. With Kenpachi's extremely weak voice, the sword edge slowly fell. A sword light that was countless times more terrifying than all the previous sword pressures swung out from the sword. Destroy everything that stands in your way. The enchantment trembled. The earth trembled for it. Almost the entire jingling court felt this terrifying sword pressure. People were horrified and didn't understand what was going on. Get out of the way, Suli. Matsumoto Rangaku looked horrified and exclaimed sharply. Little junior brother, hurry up and escape. Hieraku Shunsui and Jashiro exclaimed at the same time. However, such a terrifying sword pressure could not be avoided. Even the realm was squeezed by the sword and shivered. Wherever the sword pressure passed, there was not a trace of space to settle down. There is absolutely no way to hide. A look of despair appeared on the faces of many people. The next second, Su-Li slowly turned around in the eyes of everyone's despair. He raised his right hand lightly. Quote. Away's 18th form, the 6th form. The terrifying sword pressure had already struck at least Nyen, and was about to touch the palm of the young man. One shot into the soul. Boom! A light blue beam of light instantly emanated from Su-Li's palm. Just as the beam of light emerged, it collided with the sword. Bang! Horrible explosion. The roar of the sky almost tore people's eardrums. The aftermath of the explosion squeezed the enchantment to its full deformation. People stared blankly at the distorted enchantment, and their eyes were shocked to the extreme. This is the enchantment after reinforcement. Not even a captain-level Bankai attack can cause a ripple. Now it's twisted and exaggerated like this. How powerful is the explosion? With such a terrifying explosion, can the two people in here still be alive? Sudden, the Not King's Jiao world trembled wildly. In the next second, the barrier shattered. A light blue beam of light shot into the distance. There is no end in sight. The smoke on the field gradually dissipated. Su-Li was still standing in the field, spotless. The terrifying sword pressure has disappeared without a trace. The destruction caused by the sword pressure came to an abrupt end in front of Su-Li. In front of Su-Li, there is a clear line. On the other side of the line, is the ground destroyed by the sword pressure. This side of the line is a clean and tidy floor tile. The line between them is like heaven and hell. Zaraki Kenpachi was shaking and shaking. The eyes are almost closed. But he still insisted not to fall. He saw the situation just now clearly. That light blue beam of light crushed 2 sections of his kendo in an instant. Then, from his side, a foot away past number. At this moment, he finally felt what an absolute distance was. Even if Su-Li is not in front of him, his threat is always on him. This is absolute distance. This is the absolute gap between Kenpachi and Su-Li's strength. An insurmountable gap. Boom! Zaraki Kenpachi's zanpakuto suddenly shattered and scattered all over the place. It was already full of scars, and after all, it was unable to withstand the terrifying power. Became the end of the song. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the bare hilt with a complicated expression. You kid. You are a terrifying existence. Zaraki Kenpachi's voice, like rust, was extremely difficult. For thousands of years, only one person has ever made Zaraki Kenpachi feel fear. Yamamoto Yuanujai Shigekuni. Now, there is one more person on this list. Su-Li. Zaraki Kenpachi raised his eyes with difficulty and gave Su-Li a deep look again. As if to engrave his image in his heart. Immediately, he fell slowly. Finally lost consciousness. This man known as, the strongest active captain. The man who made all opponents fear. This invincible man. Lost. It was defeated by a 16-year-old boy. And it was a fiasco. Unohana Retsu was deeply moved. Countless memories flashed through my mind. In the end, only a sigh remained. Zaraki Kenpachi, defeated. Sasaki shouted loudly, with a distinct trembling in his voice. People looked at the only teenager who was still standing on the field, and the complicated emotions in their hearts could no longer be added. The battle between monsters and monsters finally came to an end. The final winner was Su-Li. People simply don't know how to express their mood at the moment. Everything is like a dream. It seems extremely unreal. For a time, the entire school martial arts field was quiet and seemed particularly deserted. A petite figure slowly walked up to the competition venue and came to Kenpachi's side. Yakiryu gently lifted Kenpachi's body. Compared with the tall and burly Kenpachi, the figure of Yakiryu is pitifully weak. She slowly turned around and looked at Su-Li with an innocent smile on her face. Thank you, little Susu. Also didn't know she was Shie Su-Li, making Zaraki Kenpachi feel such an ultimate fight. Thanks for something else. Su-Li smiled slightly and nodded. Yachinliu returned with a brighter smile, then turned around and left with Kenpachi on his back. Under the sun, the figures of the two have an absurd sense of contrast. But it looks very harmonious and natural. People are finally coming back to their senses. Hey, did you just see clearly? That attack? No, he shot too fast and didn't have time to see clearly. How can that attack give me the feeling that it is a bit like Sero? Huh, BDFB, what are you talking about wisecracking? Su-Li is Shinigami, not a virtual, how could it be Sero? Definitely not Sero, but, Hado. Not quite, because I don't feel a bit of reiatsu. You're stupid, you really don't believe it. I wonder if a guy like Suli can hide his reiatsu. The various captains were discussing one after another, and their faces were extremely excited. Gradually, people came to a unified conclusion. Suli hides his reiatsu. That's why the terrifying attack just now made people unable to feel reiatsu's existence. For this, Suli was very satisfied. This saves me the trouble of explaining it myself. In fact, this has nothing to do with reiatsu at all. This is chi, a gem brought back by the frog cub and passed into his body. It's just that, in this month's time, with Suli's hard training, chi has become much stronger. So it is so powerful. Yamamoto looked at the young man on the court, the love in his eyes could not be added. For the attack just now, even he couldn't feel reiatsu. But he doesn't mind. In his opinion, Suli obviously used some method, concealing himself as reiatsu. But he won't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. Thinking of a child with terrifying strength like Suli, there will be many secrets in him. But these, Yamamoto don't care too much. He just needs to know that this child is loyal to the Soul Society and Gote 13, that's enough. Instead, what he is more concerned about now is another issue. Ali, before the official announcement, I still have some doubts. Yamamoto's voice sounded, and everyone fell silent. Suli nodded slightly with a calm expression. Who is away? Yamamoto looked puzzled, and everyone else was also curious. Suli was speechless for a moment. These guys obviously regarded Away's 18th style as a trick taught by an expert. Ahem, Away is not anyone. Away is the name of a pet frog I raised. Suli said without blushing. Then, Away's 18 styles are another moves created by you? Yamamoto asked, looking vaguely expectant. Yes, I couldn't think of a name at the time, so I just picked one at random. Suli said calmly. Wow, there was a total uproar. There was an unbelievably shocked expression on people's faces. Unexpectedly, Suli created a new move after Ultra Instinct. This monstrous talent is too terrifying, right? Away's 18 forms. One shot into the soul. Hyuraku Shunsui rested his chin, and gradually showed a wretched smile on his face. I suddenly want to know, what are the names of the other 17 styles, hehe. Listening to the commotion below, Yamamoto smiled wryly and shook his head. This little guy brought me too much shock. Learn double bones in one day. Now, a new white hits move has been developed. Yamamoto really wants to know where the limit of Suli's talent lies. Okay, let's announce the result. Yamamoto said with a smile. Sasaki next to him immediately took a step forward. Captain qualification test, pass. Suli, the former deputy captain of the second team, is now promoted to the captain of the second team, effective immediately. A smile appeared on Suli's face. After working for so long, I finally got it. The seat of the captain of the second squad. Commander-in-chief of the secret mobile squad. There was thunderous applause in the spectator seats, and people sent out their most sincere congratulations one after another. Matsumoto Rangaku was the most emotional. While clapping desperately, he grimaced at Shiba Isshin next to him. Shiba Isshin's face was depressed, with the words, "Close your heart and lock your love," written all over your face. Hyuraku Shunsui and Jashiro were also beaming. Seeing their junior brother become the captain, they are happier than others. People were not stingy with their applause and screams. After this battle, people finally have a clear understanding of Suli's strength. Even monsters like Zaraki Kenpachi were easily defeated by Suli. Suli is the real scariest monster. Fortunately, this monster is on his side. This makes people feel a sense of happiness and security slowly. People have gradually acquiesced to a fact in their hearts. Suli, the youngest and most terrifying captain in history. General Care Clinic. Sui-Feng was walking around the door, looking in the direction of the door from time to time. She frowned, with obvious worry on her face, and she muttered something. Why haven't you come yet? How long has it been? Why haven't you come yet? Isn't it over yet? Omaeda is sitting in the aisle, eating plantains. Watching Sui-Feng going around, Omaeda looked numb. He has been watching Sui-Feng walking around here for almost half an hour. Sui-Feng turned around again, looked up and saw Omaeda's insensitive look, and suddenly became angry. Eat, 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 do you still have the heart to eat? Omaeda looked innocent. Our sister provokes you too. A half-eaten banana is thrown in the trash minus. No, I'm going to check it out. Sui-Feng paused slightly, thought for a moment, then walked towards the gate. Omaeda let out a long sigh. Captain, please wait patiently for a while. Captain Kenpachi's Reiatsu has calmed down and their fight should have ended. Just now, they felt the extremely terrifying sword pressure of Zaraki Kenpachi. Sui-Feng almost rushed out of the clinic. Omaeda talked about it, repeatedly emphasizing the existence of Captain Yamamoto, so she didn't really go to the school martial arts field. It's just a pity for Omaeda, I've been here listening to her babbling for almost half an hour. It was probably something like, Kenpachi is a wild dog, Kenpachi didn't know what to do, I killed him, or something like that. Facing the restless Sui-Feng, Omaeda has persuaded for many rounds. I don't know how many times I repeated the words of comfort. At this time, Omaeda's face was already numb, tired and unloved. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared at the door of the clinic. Instantly attracted the attention of the two. It was a cute little loli, carrying a big man who was nearly 2 meters tall. Kusajishi Yakiru and Zaraki Kenpachi. The two greeted them immediately. Seeing the horrific injuries on Zaraki Kenpachi, Omaeda was inexplicably horrified. Captain Kenpachi is injured like this. Is it a competition or a death match between him and Su-Li? This fate is too ruthless. Seeing Kenpachi covered in blood, Omaeda broke out in a cold sweat. He could already feel the overwhelming anger of the adult next to him. In the hearts of Omaeda and Sui-Feng, although Su-Li is very strong, they don't believe that Su-Li can defeat Kenpachi. As I said before, a guy like Kenpachi won't keep his hand at all. It must be to fight with all your strength until you win. So, seeing that Kenpachi is injured like this, Su-Li may be injured like this. Sure enough, Sui-Feng's eyes faintly glowed with monstrous anger. She tried her best to suppress her emotions, and asked with a gloomy face. What about the other one? There was an innocent smile on Yachinliu's face. Are you waiting for little Susu? He won't come. Omaeda and Sui-Feng were stunned when they heard this. Won't come, what means? Doesn't he use it for therapy? Or, boom, Sui-Feng immediately entered the state of instant coaxing. His face was terribly gloomy, and the anger in his eyes seemed to burn Yakiru and Zaraki Kenpachi to ashes. Omaeda was so frightened that her legs became weak, and she fell to the ground, trembling. He never thought of it. In the presence of the chief captain, how could people be killed? Kenpachi is injured like this, Su-Li doesn't even use it for treatment. 80% of them are dead. Omaeda's little heart was about to stop beating. He could already imagine how Yakiru and Zaraki Kenpachi would die later. After Captain Sui-Feng killed the two, it should be his turn. Thinking of this, Omaeda couldn't help but burst into tears. Mom, I'm sorry, my son is going on a long voyage and will never come back. However, at the next moment, Yachinliu's words instantly calmed down Sui-Feng's anger. He won, he was unhurt. Yachinliu laughed, then tapped Kenpachi and walked into the clinic without looking back. Sui-Feng and Omaeda were stunned for a moment. Nani? The two stared at each other, as if they had heard the most absurd story in the world. Su-Li versus Zaraki Kenpachi, not only won, but unscathed. The terrifying sword pressure just now made even Sui-Feng tremble with fear. Su-Li, unscathed. The two were completely messed up in the wind. After a long time, the two of them calmed down. Sui-Feng's eyes were extremely complicated. Although she is not there. But she understood what it meant. Omaeda's face was abnormally excited, and her face was flushed. A good fart look. Sui-Feng took off the captain's haori silently, and then casually threw it to Omaeda. Notify me when the inauguration ceremony takes place. Leaving those words behind, Sui-Feng left without looking back. Omaeda was left standing alone at the door of the clinic, in a daze. In this world, Karakura town. Urahara store. Yohoho, Soul Society seems to have a great character. After reading the message he just received, Urahara Kazuki had a smile on his face, but there was still shock in his eyes. What's the matter? What's the big news? A black cat was lazily lying on the sofa, sweeping its tail. It was Shihuin Yoruichi. From the information just collected, Soul Society now has a very talented boy. Urahara Kazuki laughed. Immediately, his smile gradually cooled down, and his eyes became serious. A 16-year-old boy challenged Captain Zaraki Kenpachi. Victorious, unscathed. Swish. Several people in the room looked over in unison. Shihoin Yoruichi also raised his head instantly, his eyes widened. The room suddenly became extremely quiet. Is your news reliable? Shihoin Yoruichi had a questioning look on his face. After all, the news was too shocking. People couldn't believe it for a while. Urahara Kazuki stood up suddenly and took out a fan from nowhere. Chenjun. Papa. Urahara Kazuki tapped the fan twice, posing in a strange dancing pose, with a mysterious look on his face. Point 0. Very sure. Watching Urahara Kazuki's hilarious performance, Shihoin Yoruichi didn't laugh. Instead, his face became serious. She stood up slowly. Speak carefully. Beside, Tessai Tsukubishi, who was holding a tea set, also sat down and poured tea into Urahara Kazuki's cup. Then put on a posture of listening attentively. Immediately, Urahara Kazuki told everyone all the collected information. 16. White hits and shunpo full marks. Defeat Vasto Lord. Zaraki Kenpachi lifts the seal. Win. Unscathed. Listening to Urahara Kazuki's narration, several people's eyes widened. When did Soul Society produce such a scary guy? Shihoin Yoruichi couldn't believe it. Yes, when I just received the news, I was also taken aback. Urahara Kazuki smiled, but there was a deep shock in his eyes. It seems that the Soul Society still has a lot of talents without us. After Shihoin Yoruichi finished speaking, he lay down lazily again. But what does this have to do with us? It's all a group of exiled guys. Shihoin Yoruichi slowly closed his eyes, ready to continue enjoying the afternoon sun. Aha, it has nothing to do with us, but it has something to do with you, Miss Yoruichi. Urahara Kazuki gloated. What can it have to do with me? Shihoin Yoruichi lazily raised his eyelids. Then, a hint of mystery appeared on Urahara Kazuki's face. He covered half of his face with a fan, only revealing a pair of deep eyes. He is now the captain of the second team. What? Shihoin Yoruichi immediately jumped up from the sofa. Late at night, in the small courtyard, the airflow generated by the free extreme intentions and mega slowly subsided. The courtyard gradually quieted down. Su Li wiped the sweat from his body and sat down on the steps, gasping for breath. Although he has just experienced a big battle, Su Li is not satisfied with it. But still maintain the usual habits, practice hard. Victory over Zaraki Kenpachi, his heart did not have a single wave. This was something he had long expected. With his current strength, he can easily defeat most of the captains. Even Yamamoto, Aizen, he is sure to fight the other side. However, these two people do not represent the highest combat power in the Shinigami world. After that, there will be more and stronger opponents. Those guys are not something the current Su Li can deal with. So, slack is impossible. At least not now. If people knew that this young man who had just become the youngest and most powerful captain in history, after the end of the battle, he was still training so hard, he would not know how he would feel. I'm afraid people will say one thing neatly. Kenpachi was not wrong. Don't be afraid of geniuses, but be afraid of geniuses who work hard. Monsters are scary, but monsters that roll in are even scarier. Su Li is such a crazy involution monster. No way. The root of the disease left by the previous life, use this life to heal. The evening breeze is cool. After the sweat on his body was dried, Su Li slowly took zanpakuto from the side. Today's battle with Zaraki Kenpachi touched his heart very much. At this moment, he gently stroked the cracks on zanpakuto with mixed emotions. Being a Shinigami, but not being able to use your own zanpakuto, is a troubling thing. Feeling the cracks on Sword's body, Su Li's mind slowly sank. Again, try to talk to zanpakuto. Moonlight flickers. The young man was calm, his eyes closed. After a while, a slight sweat oozes from the boy's forehead. His face also began to gradually swell red. Time passed by minute by minute. The boy's face became redder and redder, and his body was dripping with sweat. Hoo-ha! Su Li suddenly let out a heavy breath, opened his eyes, and then gasped for breath. He looked helpless and looked at his zanpakuto. As a result of the conversation, there were no surprises. Still no response. Even, he was not able to enter the consciousness space at all. He was almost out of breath, but there was no response at all. If someone was there, they would probably die of laughter. Who the hell told this guy to hold his breath when talking to Zanpakuto? Su Li was actually helpless. He had tried various methods at first to stimulate Zanpakuto to talk to himself. He tried throwing the sword into water, tried burning it, tried roasting it on a rack, tried. He even slept with Zanpakuto at one point. The reason why I held my breath just now was just to make my spirit more focused. However, there was still no response. This sword is like dead. Lifeless. For this, Su Li was both angry and helpless. He even suspected at one point that the Zanpakuto was a counterfeit product. It's just that he knew that the academy would not issue fake swords. So, it can only be your own problem. Now Su Li feels like she has a peerless beauty beside her. This beauty will accompany you to eat, sleep with you, and spend every moment of your life with you. But when you want to applaud her for love, she ignores you. Because you can't. Not to mention how uncomfortable Su Li was. The boy looked depressed and silently put the Zanpakuto into the sheath. Looking at the bright and clear moon, the young man's eyes were blurred, and he was silently in a daze. However, this mood did not last long. After all, this situation is not the first time Su Li is used to it. Therefore, he quickly came out of his emotions and readjusted his mentality. Although Zanpakuto is not available now, it is unlikely that it will not be available forever. Where there is a will, there is a way. Sooner or later, I will be able to overcome all the problems and have a good and in-depth communication with the beautiful woman. Zanpakuto. Su Li believes she can do it. Facing any difficulties and obstacles, he never complains or gives up easily. This is why he can become so powerful in a short period of time. He never wastes time on meaningless emotions. Difficult. Just do it, no matter how difficult it is. Immediately, Su Li calmed down and started training again. In the courtyard, the crackling sound of punches and legs sounded again. Time passed slowly. Before I knew it, it was already midnight. Under the moonlight, the boy's movements appeared exceptionally smooth and fluid. Su Li gradually entered a state of ecstasy. Between the gestures, there is a faint demeanor of a master. At this time, some subtle changes have taken place in the previous moves. Su Li realized something. Immediately, his mind sank more and more, and his moves changed even more. What Su Li didn't know was that at this moment, he was in a state of epiphany. After comprehending Ultra Instinct, 8 inner gates, and Away's 18 styles, Su Li's martial arts comprehension has reached a level that ordinary people cannot understand. And these comprehensions are subtly affecting Su Li. On weekdays, those almost flawless movements, in the eyes of Su Li at this time, are full of flaws. He is modifying these actions based on his own comprehension. Gradually, all the moves of white hits were revised by Su Li. These modified movements, performed by Su Li, have a completely different feeling from before. Whether it is ingenuity, momentum, or lethality, it has been completely upgraded by more than one level. Compared with the previous actions, compared with the current actions, there is nothing like cloud and mud. Before I knew it, Su Li actually created a whole new set of white hits. As the last movement came to an end, Su Li slowly withdrew her posture, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Unexpectedly, there was such a great harvest tonight. Through these brand new moves, the combat power that I can display will definitely be raised to a higher level. Su Li's face was full of relief and his eyes were joyful. It seems that what that sentence said still makes sense. God closes a door, but will leave a window for you. I get frustrated with Zanpakuto, but improve with white hits. This can be regarded as an alternative compensation. Su Li was very pleased. Immediately, he thought of something, went back to the room and took out the paper and pen. I recorded my comprehension just now, as well as the changes of each move. Until many years later, every time people think of this ordinary and peaceful night, they will always sigh. It is the brand new white hits technique that was born tonight, which will completely change the Soul Society's ecosystem in the near future, elevating white hits to a whole new level, and even surpassing Zanpakuto for a time, becoming the dominant player in the fourth gate of Zanquanzugi. The presence. However, Su Li at this time did not know this. He just carefully recorded what he thought and gained. Under the moonlight, the young man sat on the step and buried himself in writing. The shadow gradually lengthens. The next day, early morning. The jurisdiction of the second team. The huge assembly square was crowded with people. All the members of the second team have assembled. Most people's faces revealed a trace of restraint. Because today, they will usher in a new captain. For those who are not familiar with the new captain, it is inevitable that they feel a little uneasy. As for the senior staff who had participated in the Manos Grande mission before, they talked and laughed in a relaxed and casual manner. Omaeda, who stood at the front of the team, was full of pride and joy in body and mind. For a long time, as a secret mobile team, the second division usually dealt with dark matters such as assassinations and executions. The fighting power shown on the surface is not very eye-catching. After all, under the brilliance of the general team and the 11th squad, few squads can compare with them in terms of combat effectiveness. As for the second squad, although it is also used as a combat squad, it is often ignored by people due to the special nature of its work. Even, some members of other fan teams will ridicule the second fan team as ninja fan team. It means that the second team can only do some stealthy work, but once they face each other head-on, they will show their true colors. This is undoubtedly an insult to the members of the second team. However, although the team members 13 were angry, there was nothing they could do. Miss Sui-Feng is aloof and deaf to these gossips. And it's impossible for people like myself to really fight with people from other teams. Therefore, people can only suffer in silence. However, just yesterday, the situation changed drastically. Su Li, the deputy captain of the second team, defeated Zaraki Kenpachi, the captain of the 11th team, with a comprehensive crushing trend. A dignified captain of the battle team was crushed by the vice captain of the ninja team. What kind of irony is this? All the members of the second team were elated, so happy. Omaeda even asked everyone, "Hey, have you eaten? Have you heard? Our vice captain Su Li." "Nani, you don't know yet. Come on, let me tell you." Along the way, everyone who met Omaeda was dragged by him, bragging about Su Li's deeds. It's a perfect example of bullshit. Among the crowd, there were some young faces, and their expressions were particularly excited at this time. They are all graduates from the same class as Su Li. Watching Su Li beat Sui-Feng, be the vice captain. Listening to Su Li beat Zaraki Kenpachi, be captain. Their mood is more excited than anyone else. That was their classmate. Among the graduates of the same class, there was such a terrifying genius, and they all felt proud and honored. The self-introduction to other people also changed from, "I am XXX, to, "I am Su Li's classmate, XXX. Regardless of whether they were in class 1 or not, they all want to lean towards Su Li now. It can also be regarded as a role model of following the trend. After a while, a beautiful figure appeared in people's line of sight and walked slowly towards this side. Seeing this figure, all the team members immediately looked cautious and stood at attention. It was Sui-Feng who came. I saw her today, wearing a black domineering outfit, with a vice-captain armband on her right arm. All stand at attention. Take it easy. Omaeda looked ahead with a serious face and shouted loudly. Wow, wow, people's movements are uniform and neat. Sui-Feng nodded lazily, and then habitually stood on the stage. She looked bleary-eyed, and she looked energetic like usual, exactly like two people. Looking at the time, there are still a few minutes before the inauguration ceremony. Sui-Feng simply closed his eyes and dozed off under the watchful eyes of everyone. All the team members in the audience stared blankly, but no one dared to speak out. In terms of combat effectiveness, the second team may not be as good as the main team and the 11th team. But when it comes to military discipline, the second team dares to be the second, and no one dares to be the first. Sui-Feng has always been extremely strict with his subordinates. At the same time, she, who is in charge of the secret mobile team, has always used the army's standards to ask the members of the second team. If there is a slight mistake, it will be punished. Therefore, even though Sui-Feng is no longer the captain of the second team, people still maintain the old habits, with solemn expressions and straight backs. Not long after, the hour hand struck the hour. The figure of the young man slowly appeared in people's sight. Under the golden sunlight, the boy had a peaceful smile on his face, and walked slowly towards people with a light gait. Looking at this young man like a spring breeze, people's faces were excited. Many girls in the team stared straight at him, their faces blushing. I have to say that Su Li's appearance is really very high. It's just that he didn't care much about his appearance all the time. For him, strength is the most important thing. Therefore, he didn't understand at all how much damage his warm smile would cause. What's more, he has a great reputation now, and many people call him the youngest and strongest captain in history. Many girls who are waiting for a date have already regarded Su Li as the white moonlight in their hearts. It's just that Su Li doesn't know it. Can't you come earlier for such an important day? Sui-Feng felt the fiery eyes of the girls below, and his tone was a little uncomfortable. I prefer to be on time. Su Li smiled. Hypocritical. Sui-Feng complained secretly, and then called Omaeda to start the ceremony. The captain's appointment ceremony is very solemn, but not grand. The process is also very simple. Under the gaze of all the second division team members, Omaeda held the Captain Haori in front of Su Li with a solemn face. Su Li laughed inwardly. Omaeda, who has always been funny, can actually put on such a solemn expression, which is really against his appearance. Immediately, under everyone's attention, Su Li put on Captain Haori. Team 2, Captain, Su Li, officially took office. People's faces were full of excitement. How far will this once-in-a-thousand-year gifted boy lead the second division team in the future? What kind of glory will it create? People dare not imagine. But it will definitely exceed everyone's expectations. After that, it was the part where the newly promoted captain gave a speech. The content is generally just official words like, I'm going to. I will give you a lot of advice in the future. Su Li is obviously not so official. All of them turn back. Wow, the people walked in unison, and their expressions were extremely solemn. This is the new captain's first order, and it must be perfect. People nervously waited for the next order. Scatter. All the team members were dumbfounded. Quote? The captain told you to leave. Didn't you hear? Get lost. Omaeda shouted angrily, interpreting the power of the dog to the extreme. Immediately, people stopped hesitating and dispersed immediately. Looking at the assembly square that was evacuated in less than a minute, Su Li was very satisfied. I came here today to attend the inauguration ceremony, just going through the motions. Meeting the members of the second division team was just incidental. And today, the person I really want to meet is not them. Sui-Feng, take me to the covert mobile team. Su Li said with a smile, looking at Sui-Feng at the side. What do you call me? You're supposed to call me Captain. Man. It took Sui-Feng a while to react. I am no longer the captain of the second team. Now, I am Su Li's adjutant. Feeling the smile in Su Li's eyes, the broken expression suddenly turned into embarrassment. You come with me. Su Li turned a deaf ear and made an exaggerated expression instead. What did you call me? I didn't hear you, please speak up. Sui-Feng was instantly annoyed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Follow me, team, long, big, people. Sui-Feng gritted his teeth, wishing he could strangle Su Li to death on the spot. Okay, please lead the way. The smile on Su Li's face was peaceful. Sui-Feng looked sullen, and took the lead to leave. Su Li followed closely behind. Seeing the figures of the two drifting away, Omaeda's eyes were filled with emotion. It's such a good pair of enemies who don't know each other. Omaeda had I understand, smile on his face. Omaeda, what are you rubbing against? Hurry up and die to me. Sui-Feng's roar came from a distance, directly knocking Omaeda back to his original shape. Omaeda looked awkward, and immediately chased after her. A remote dojo crash sounded. The wooden door was pulled open. Looking at the dozens of black-clothed and masked ninjas standing neatly in the dojo, Su Li looked satisfied. These are the high-level leaders of the first and second teams of the secret mobile team. The one with the largest number of people was the first team, Xingjun. It was originally under the direct command of Sui-Feng, and its main duties were execution, assassination, and combat. This is the main force of the secret mobile team, and it is also the largest force. Next is the second unit, the police squad. It was originally managed by Omaeda, and its main responsibilities were to patrol the Jingling Garden and monitor the movements of Shinigami. It is also the largest force in the secret mobile team. These two units are the main components of the stealth mobile unit. The remaining 3rd, 4th, and 5th teams did not attend because they belonged to different leadership agencies. This also shows that the aristocratic ruling class of Seoul society has a very clear concept of separation of powers and does not put all eggs in one basket. Separation of powers is necessary to avoid dictatorship, or to breed warlords who threaten to rule. However, Su Li doesn't care about these, all he wants is these two teams. Seeing their new boss, people immediately took a break and stood upright, with their backs straight and their expression solemn. The atmosphere was extremely chilling for a while. Through the instructions of the superiors, people now know that they have a new army commander. Looking at the young man with a clean and refreshing smile in the Captain Howry's suit, it seemed a little out of tune with the atmosphere of the scene, and many people's eyes showed a little curiosity. Xingjun. Sui-Feng looked at the ninja on the left lightly. The senior members of Xingjun immediately stood up straight. Police squad. The same goes for the police officers on the right. It's all here, Sui-Feng said lightly, with a lazy expression. Please instruct the army commander. Omaeda shouted loudly and powerfully, causing Sui-Feng to look resentful. Su Li smiled lightly, looking at Omaeda with admiring eyes. I have to say that this guy's ability to understand current affairs is indeed outstanding. It is estimated that if he is placed in the workplace of his previous life, this guy will be able to get along well. Su Li then looked at the group of ninjas at the scene. These are the elite of the stealth mobile team. Many of them were originally vassals loyal to the Shihuan family. If ordinary people want to completely conquer it, it is basically impossible. So over the years, Xingjun has always been in charge of the Shihuan family. It was not until Shihuan Yoruichi, Urahara Kazuki and the others escaped to the present world that Xingjun was handed over to Sui-Feng. The B family where Sui-Feng lives was originally a subordinate noble family of the Shihuan family. The Omaeda family is also a subsidiary of the B family, it can be said to be a subsidiary. Therefore, Omaeda often calls Sui-Feng the eldest lady. To put it bluntly, Xingjun and the police team are basically Shihuan's private soldiers. The influence of ordinary people on them is definitely not comparable to that of the Shihuan family. Wanting to be completely subdued is a fool's errand. But Su Li has her own way. He pondered slightly, then spoke slowly. I know that most of you were originally loyal to the Shihuan family, or the dead men of the B family. Su Li said lightly, with deep eyes. And I'm not from the Shihuan family or the B family, so it's inevitable that you have some grudges against me, the new army commander. The ninjas listened quietly, expressionless. Omaeda, who was on the side, laughed secretly in her heart when she heard it. Look at what you said, more prosperous, not now, can it be in the future? A meaningful look appeared on Omaeda's face. Su Li's voice continued to sound. To be honest, I don't care about your little thoughts, and I don't care if you really serve me. I have only one request for you. The people at the scene pricked up their ears one after another. Invincible in attack, invincible in battle, that's all. Su Li said lightly. Many people's faces showed a bit of thought. If the new Legion commander does not have any excessive demands, then this is also the responsibility. Then, Su Li took out a scroll from his arms. It was the brand new white hits technique he had recorded the night before. To achieve this, you must have sufficient combat power. Next, I will show you some moves, which will help you to improve your strength faster. After saying that, Su Li slowly took off the Captain Howry from his body. Everyone present was stunned when they heard the words. Even Sui-Feng and Omaeda were surprised. They originally thought that Su Li would teach some words, say some things and not some things, and get closer to each other first. However, he did not expect that he would be so direct and straightforward. Come up and start training right away. Everyone's faces were complicated. It seemed that the new Legion commander did not care much about their allegiance. Only care about their combat effectiveness. Immediately, the crowd slowly separated, leaving a large open space in the middle. Although many people have some thoughts about Su Li in their hearts, they have no doubts about Su Li's own strength. This recently famous talent has beaten Sui-Feng and Zaraki Kenpachi successively. The level of his white hits and shunpo is obvious to all. The secret mobile team is best at white hits and shunpo, and they are the two most used. Therefore, many people are looking forward to it. They all wanted to know what Suli was going to teach them. Sui-Feng and Omeda also stood aside in confusion. They couldn't figure out what Suli was going to do. The current situation is very different from what they imagined. The dojo was quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the young man. Suli walked slowly to the center of the field and put the scroll aside. He glanced around lightly, and then said, "The white hits moves you are using now have too many flaws. If you want to become stronger, just follow the instructions I will teach you to practice." When everyone heard the words, their faces showed disbelief, and looked at Suli, full of doubts. The white hits technique has been around for thousands of years. Almost all Shinigami have been trained and used according to traditional methods and movements. I have never heard of any flaws or deficiencies in the white hits technique. If there are so many flaws, how could white hits technique be a compulsory subject for Shinigami? People looked at Suli with doubts. Sui-Feng's expression was also somewhat annoyed. As the successor of the B family who has been studying the white hits technique for generations, she knows better than anyone how powerful Yamamoto is in white hits. Both himself and Yoruichi-sama gained strong fighting power through white hits. So, with the white hits technique, there won't be any problems at all. This kid is getting more and more arrogant. Sui-Feng's face was indignant, a look of anger. I admit, Wang Deshao, he's really talented at white hits, but that's not what I can say. Don't be grateful, it's too much to slander white hits in public. HMPH, sure enough, scumbags are like this, white-eyed wolf. Omeda next to him listened, his face was gloomy, and he didn't dare to send a fart. It seems that there will be many twists and turns in the relationship between Miss and Captain Suli. He sighed in his heart. Suli didn't care about the eyes of the people around her. He just quietly started his drill. White hits, boxing skills, first style. Boom. A sound of breaking wind that was suppressed to ultimate sounded. The eyes of everyone suddenly changed. They are all people who are well versed in white hits technique, and it is natural to see that this punch is different from the original action. In their eyes, the way and angle of Suli's punches are slightly different from the traditional white hits. However, it is this subtle difference that makes this originally ordinary first style feel very aggressive and domineering. Sui-Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. Sui-Feng let out a small hum, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Among the people on the scene, except for Suli, her white hits is the highest. Of course she could see that the slight difference represented a different meaning. It's just that she has some doubts in her heart. Small changes really make such a big difference. Sui-Feng was puzzled and slightly uneasy, and continued to look at Suli. The people at the scene were also very surprised, and they all moved closer to Suli, and the eyes of Suli were straight. Suli's expression was light, and she continued her practice. White hits, boxing skills, second style. Fist, the third form. Huge dojo, quiet, only Suli's voice kept ringing. A series of white hits moves, under the display of Suli, appear extremely fierce. Every time there is a sound of breaking wind, people's hearts will tremble once, and the surprise in their eyes will increase. In people's eyes, although it can still be seen that the white hits displayed by Suli are based on the original white hits, they are already quite different from the traditional white hits. Every move is well known. However, every move is unfamiliar. This strange feeling made people's hearts vibrate more and more. And among all of them, the most shocking one is Sui-Feng. She has learned all these moves. Even, not only learned, but also exceptionally grandmaster. However, watching Suli perform at this time, it is obviously different from the action in his impression. Originally, white hits was the most subtle of the fourth gate. If you don't have enough talent, it is basically extremely difficult to practice self-playing to grandmaster. Even if you are talented, you need to put in a lot of hard work and sweat to get to a high level. Sui-Feng studied with Yoruichi since he was a child, and his own talent is also very high. However, even so, many of the subtle moves in white hits took her a long time to learn. However, at this time, looking at Suli's actions, Sui-Feng had an illusion in his heart. The delicate movements he had learned before were simply clumsy compared to what Suli was performing now. It seems to be the difference between a child's play and a master's technique. The more Sui-Feng watched, the more fascinated he became, his body and mind completely immersed. The expressions on other people's faces at this time also completely changed. With Su Li's drill, everyone's eyes changed from questioning, to surprise, and then to surprise. Until now, people's eyes were completely shocked. They are not ordinary people. They have practiced white hits and various killing techniques since childhood. Of course, they can see what kind of martial arts meaning behind Su Li's moves, under the simple changes on the surface. As the saying goes, it is easy to simplify, and difficult to simplify. On the surface, Su Li just changed his movements slightly. However, in fact, Su Li has reduced every action to the ultimate. There is no trace of procrastination, no trace of excess. The revised movements are not only simpler than the original movements, but also more aggressive. The lethality is greatly increased. As the saying goes, get rid of the dross, take the essence, and carry it forward. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't dare to move their eyes, for fear of missing a detail. Soon after, Su Li slowly closed the trick and finished the part of the boxing demonstration. It was only at this moment that everyone let out a long breath, as if they were watching a wonderful performance, and they were extremely happy both physically and mentally. Okay, let's teach you how to do it today. Su Li's voice sounded faintly. This is the end. Sui-Feng was obviously still in a state of comprehension, and when he heard this, he immediately shouted in a hurry. Eat the rice slowly and walk slowly. If you eat too much at once, you will easily die. Su Li slowly put on the Captain Yori and said leisurely. ... Sui-Feng has a bitter face, obviously not addicted to it. Immediately, Su Li looked at the people of the secret mobile team. What are your thoughts? As soon as this statement came out, a black-clothed ninja stood up immediately, with extremely excited eyes. Lord Legionnaire, are you really going to teach us these moves? Others also gathered around one after another, with excited expressions on their faces. This new set of white hits technique was obviously studied by Su Li meticulously. This is a rare gem. If it is placed in an ordinary noble family, it must be regarded as a family heirloom, and it will never be passed on easily. Even if they are retainers of the Shihuan family or the B family, they are only eligible to learn part of the white hits technique. For the truly complete white hits technique, only Shihuan Yoruichi, or family heirs like Sui-Feng, are eligible to learn. And now, what Su Li means is not only preparing to teach them the complete white hits technique, but also an advanced version of the brand new white hits technique. This can make the hearts of people in the scene pounding. They couldn't believe it was real. Otherwise, how about I put this white hits? Su Li said angrily. The white hits he said are naturally not the white hits of white hits, but the meaning of wasting effort in vain. The people at the scene were overjoyed, BDFB, immediately. If I can really learn this new set of white hits, I don't know how many times the battles of people like myself will be multiplied. At this moment, people looked at Su Li without any doubts or precautions. It's all admiration and fanaticism. Willing to pass on the secrets that will not be passed on to these humble sergeants, such a regiment leader, how can it be worth following a little? What's more, Miss Sui-Feng obviously has a close relationship with the new army leader, and it seems that she really wants to hand over the secret mobile team to him. If you don't show loyalty now, when will you wait? Boom, boom, all the team members present suddenly knelt down on one knee, with humility and respect on their faces. The subordinates are willing. The subordinates are willing to listen to the orders of the adults. Seeing everyone's uniform surrender posture, Su Li smiled slightly with a satisfied expression. Sui-Feng, this is for your safekeeping. Su Li said lightly, and handed over a pair of scrolls. Sui-Feng looked a little puzzled, and slowly opened it after taking it. In a second, Sui-Feng's eyes straightened. This is... Sui-Feng was shocked. Looking at the content on the scroll, Sui-Feng was shocked to the extreme. She knew every word on the paper. But when they are combined together, it becomes an unpredictable picture scroll. Every sentence, every comment can make Sui-Feng's heart beat wildly. She seemed to vaguely see a master standing on the top of the mountain, moving slowly between the morning light and white clouds. One move after another is extremely exquisite white hits move, following the master's martial arts, and displayed it. Occasionally, it caused thunder all over the sky. Occasionally, causing downpours. Sometimes, it brings a slight spring breeze. Unlike before, Su Li only showed boxing skills. On this scroll, all the changes of white hits moves are recorded in extremely detailed. Every change makes the original moves become extremely fierce and exquisite. If it was said that the boxing skills shown by Su Li before had only shocked her, then now she was completely panicked. Crack! Sui-Feng closed the scroll violently. Immediately after that, he gasped heavily, his eyes frightened to the extreme. What's the matter? Su Li scratched his head inexplicably. Are you really going to teach them these things? Sui-Feng's voice trembled violently. Quote, Su Li nodded. Do you know what's in it, what it means? This could completely change the perception of white hits. You really want to teach me to keep such an important thing? Sui-Feng's tone was rapid and his whole body was trembling. Su Li scratched his head inexplicably. Isn't it just a variation of some moves? As for, if you don't give it to you, who else will you give it to? Su Li was a little puzzled. Although I want to teach the members of the secret mobile team, it is impossible to accompany them to practice all the time. As Xingjun's original speaker, Sui-Feng is undoubtedly the best candidate to supervise their training for him. If not to her, to whom? Hearing this, Sui-Feng was suffocated for breathing. After a long time, her body softened and she slowly relaxed. Yeah, such an important thing, if you don't give it to me, who else can you give it to? Sui-Feng's face turned red, and he didn't dare to meet Su Li's gaze, and his eyes even averted a little. She was obviously wrong. Sui-Feng hugged the scroll tightly, and quietly and obediently stood aside. Omaeda, who has always been good at observing words and expressions, saw Sui-Feng's strangeness, and sighed slightly inwardly. Hey, the throne of this family is probably settled. Okay, let's start practicing, Su Li said lightly. Immediately, the members of the secret mobile team at the scene immediately dispersed and stood in their own positions. Su Li began to demonstrate again, but this time, he also added an explanation of the action. People follow the same way, and they follow the learning study with a serious face. With Su Li's teaching, people gradually sink into this brand new white hits technique. Sui-Feng stared at him beside him, his eyes lighted slightly, and a smile hung on the corner of his lips. Although before, Sui-Feng and Su Li did not meet many times. But in her impression, Su Li always showed a very friendly image. There was always a small smile on the boy's face. However, today, after meeting the secret mobile team, Su Li has changed his friendly image. Instead, it showed a rare bit of domineering. This made Sui-Feng's heart a little touched. Treat people kindly, but not lose the spirit of killing. There is firmness in softness, and squareness in circles. That's fine. Seeing the sweet smile on Sui-Feng's face, Omaeda sighed inwardly. I didn't think that Mr. Gao Lengba would be caught one day. But also, strong women, compared to other women, are more strong. Captain Su Li is so strong, if he were a woman, he would definitely like him. Of course, although he is a man now, it doesn't prevent him from liking him. It's just that my liking is not the same liking as Miss Sui-Feng's heart. Miss, if you hold it so tightly, the scroll will break. Omaeda said helplessly, staring at the scroll. Sui-Feng almost rubbed it into his heart. Go away. I want you to take care of it. Sui-Feng snorted coldly without catching his eyelids. Having said that, Sui-Feng relaxed a little and stretched out his hand to smooth out the folds. Omaeda was aggrieved and wanted to cry. Obviously he is well-intentioned, how can he still be scolded? Fool, be yourself. Don't provoke a woman in love. Over there, Su Li's teaching continues. His understanding of martial arts has indeed reached the master level. In-depth explanations in simple language, but always arouse people's reflection. Many of the details that people didn't notice originally, and being told by Su Li, often make people's hearts tremble. Small sees small, big sees big. Su Li's realm is higher than everyone else, and what he sees, of course, is not seen by others. He is like a concise master, teaching his skills to a group of children. The more people listen and the more they practice, the more fascinated they become. Even Sui-Feng, who was beside him, was fascinated, and unconsciously followed suit. In the dojo, along with Su Li's explanation, there was a sound of breaking wind from time to time. After a while, Su Li ended his teaching and let the team members digest the content just now. Many team members were excited and eager to try, and began to practice. Seeing the excited senior members of the secret mobile team, Su Li's expression was somewhat satisfied. It seems that his initial plan to transform the secret mobile team has been completed. Su Li's idea is actually very simple. He wants to build an army stronger than the Knights of the Star Cross. A real, invincible and invincible supreme army. That's why Su Li is so generous in teaching everyone. As for the future, will these people truly be loyal to themselves? Su Li was not worried. As long as these people begin to learn, their admiration and worship of themselves will only increase. One day they will worship themselves as gods. For the Shinigami world that advocates strength, strength is faith. The people in front of them are only the top executives of the secret mobile team. And below them, there are middle and lower level personnel. Wait for these people to go back, and then teach them what they have taught them to the middle and lower level personnel. So sooner or later, the secret mobile team will completely become its own believers. A Zeon army exclusively for itself. Sui-Feng came over, his face a little crimson. Su Li looked at the crimson on her face, a little inexplicable. Does this white hits technique you teach have a name? Sui-Feng asked shyly. Su Li was slightly taken aback. I just made some corrections to the original moves of white hits, so in theory, this set of moves is still considered white hits. So, I didn't think about the name at all. Su Li shook her head slightly. It's just some changes. There's no need for a new name. 5. Sui-Feng heard the words, but his face was somewhat disapproving. Su Li, your new white hits technique is completely different from traditional white hits. If you don't choose a new name, it will be difficult for everyone to distinguish them, and it will definitely be easy to confuse them when you practice. So, I recommend, let's take a new name. Sui-Feng said seriously. Su Li pondered slightly. This seems to make some sense. Otherwise, call it, small punch punching your chest. Su Li said with a slightly excited expression. Sui-Feng rolled his eyes slightly. Can you be serious? The name is very important. Also, your white hits technique will probably be famous in Soul Society in the future. If you don't take it seriously, aren't you afraid of being laughed at in the future? Sui-Feng said with some resentment. Su Li scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and he really had no talent for naming things. Omeda burst in. This is Captain Su Li, who invented the white hits technique, or how about calling it, soda? He asked excitedly. Sui-Feng rolled his eyes greatly. Why don't you call soda water? She said angrily. Omeda's face was bitter and her expression was embarrassed. Sui-Feng looked at these two unreliable guys, sighed in his heart, and then lifted his chin and pondered. After a while, her eyes suddenly brightened slightly and she looked at Su Li. Su Li, this new set of white hits technique you invented is based on the original white hits. More aggressive and more aggressive than traditional white hits. Otherwise, how about calling it, white killing? Hearing this, Su Li and Omeda both gave thumbs up. Hi, really hi. This name is very handsome. Sui-Feng blushed and was a little happy when he received Su Li's compliment. Okay, then I'm sure, this new set of white hits technique is called, white hits technique. Sui-Feng held his head high and his expression was very proud. Okay, Su Li also smiled and nodded. Then from today, the white killing technique will be promoted in the Xing army and the police team. Sui-Feng, you are in charge of supervising everyone's practice. In order not to affect the effect, I recommend that you practice it yourself. Su Li smiled lightly. In fact, needless to say, Sui-Feng had already made up his mind, and after returning home, he started to practice according to the content on the scroll. It is good. Sui-Feng nodded heavily, with a smile on his face. Immediately, Omeda conveyed Su Li's instructions to all the top-secret mobile team members on the scene. Everyone was shocked when they learned that the white killing technique was promoted by the whole team. This is the real educated and undistinguished, incest born from high and low. Although I have only just met Su Li for a while, many people have already been conquered by Su Li's charisma. People looked at Su Li, full of admiration and admiration from the heart. 0. Feeling people's gazes, Suli snickered inwardly. These guys are actually easier to conquer than I imagined. Okay, then for the rest of the time, you can practice freely. Sui-Feng, if you encounter any problems during practice, you can come to me at any time. Suli said lightly. It is good. Hearing this, Sui-Feng felt a little excited in his heart. There are not many opportunities to practice solo with Suli, so I have to grasp it hard. Seeing the excited look on Sui-Feng's face, Omeda sighed deeply again. Miss, are you really going to study? Okay, that's it, I still have something to do, so I'll go first. Immediately, in the eyes of the two of them, Suli turned and left. Soon after, Chief's office, Yamamoto slowly put down the report in his hand with a look of relief on his face. This kid is really amazing. Above the report, it was exactly what Suli taught everyone about the white killing technique. Obviously, among the members of the secret mobile team who were present just now, there was also Yamamoto's eyeliner. However, it is quite easy to understand. After all, with such a powerful army, Yamamoto couldn't completely trust it to others. There will be some people trained by Yamamoto in the stealth mobile team more or less. Lord Captain, Captain Suli is teaching this way, is there something wrong? After all, the white hits technique, which has been around for thousands of years, may have a huge impact if it is altered without authorization. There was a hint of worry on Sasaki's face. Oh, you don't believe in my disciple's ability? Yamamoto smiled lightly, his expression a little teasing. My subordinates don't dare, it's just that my subordinates can't tell whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Sasaki looked respectful, but the worry in his eyes did not diminish. Ha ha ha, Sasaki, you've been around me for a long time, and your character has become suspicious. Yamamoto laughed. Immediately, he looked at Sasaki, his face was full of joy, and there was a slight twinkle in his eyes. It's not just a good thing. Furthermore, it is a great deed to benefit Jingling Court. Chapter 61. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Enter, Yamamoto said lightly. The door was opened, revealing the figure of the young man. Seeing that it was Suli, Yamamoto couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. Then a smile appeared on his face. It's over so soon. Yamamoto smiled lightly, and in his eyes, he did not hesitate to love the boy. Suli shook his head with a wry smile. Teacher's ears are really smart, it seems that I can't hide anything from you. Yamamoto laughed, a rare smug look on his face. It is very rare to be able to see this apprentice of himself slumped. After a moment, Yamamoto stopped smiling. Immediately, he looked at Suli with a relieved expression on his face. Ali, don't blame the old man, after all, what you did will spread out sooner or later. The old man just knew it earlier than others. Yamamoto smiled faintly. White killing technique, a brand new white fighting technique, the whole team promotion of the secret mobile team. Ali, you are such a great writer. Do you know how much shock this matter will cause in the Jingling Court? Yamamoto raised his eyes slightly, and his eyes shot at Suli like a sword. Suli smiled lightly. Teacher, you are obviously very happy, but you want to scare the disciples. It seems that senior brother Jingle is right. Teacher, you are indeed becoming more and more like an old urchin. Suli laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yamamoto burst into laughter. The level of eccentricity is really not inferior to that kid Chun Shui. Immediately, Yamamoto looked at Suli with a serious look in his eyes. Ali, did your white killing technique also create it yourself? Suli shook her head slightly. No, I got it when I practiced white hits last night and revised it. The basis is still white hits, but my white killing technique is more concise and simpler than the original white hits. When Yamamoto and Sasaki heard the words, shock flashed in their eyes. Overnight, a brand new white hits technique was modified. Yamamoto's eyes were extremely complicated. Ali, sometimes, I really want to take apart your brain and take a look. How much talent is there in it? Yamamoto sighed, his face full of emotion. Suli accepted the other's admiration without blushing. No way, that's how it hangs. Moments later, Yamamoto turned his attention to Suli again. This time, there are no other emotions, just pure love. A little gain, it will contribute to the world. The character of this child is too rare. The more Yamamoto looked at Suli, the more he liked it. What's wrong? This time, you have done a great deed for Jingling Court after all. Tell me, what reward do you want? Su Li was slightly taken aback. Teacher, are you so sure about the power of the white killing technique? Are you sure it will benefit Jingling Court? Yamamoto smiled slightly. I believe, you won't do that kind of boring thing. So, the white killing technique must be excellent. I don't even need to see it, I can know it. Yamamoto is obviously full of confidence in this beloved apprentice. Su Li was speechless. He really didn't expect Yamamoto to be so indulgent to himself. Did not even ask. However, he also wanted to understand immediately. There is a reason why Yamamoto is so laissez-faire to Su Li. First, the white killing technique is indeed of excellent quality. If it can be widely circulated, then as Su Li's teacher, Yamamoto can also be exposed. Second, it is also a good thing for Yamamoto to let Su Li subdue Xingjun. It is better for Xingjun to be in the hands of his apprentices than to be in the hands of Shihuan's family. This is certainly a good thing for Yamamoto. That's why he let Su Li go like that. What an old fox, tisk tisk. However, this has no effect on me, but it helps. Then use each other, old fox. He's smile appeared on Su Li's face again. There was also a faint smile on Yamamoto's face. The two foxes, one old and one young, smiled at each other, each harboring a ghost. Okay, tell me, what are you doing to me? Yamamoto restrained his smile and asked. Su Li smiled even more. Teacher, didn't you ask me what reward I want? What reward do you want? Yamamoto leaned forward slightly, a hint of curiosity on his face. Su Li smiled lightly. I want Yuanzi school. Hearing this, both Yamamoto and Sasaki's expressions changed. Are you crazy? Sasaki jumped up even more, his face extremely angry. Yamamoto waved his hand, motioned for him to be calm, and let Su Li finish. I want to use Yuanzi school for retreat. Su Li said lightly. Shut up. Yamamoto and Sasaki were both slightly taken aback. But then the two also reacted. Su Li's hard work, others don't know, but the two who have investigated Su Li's background know it well. For such a young man who is constantly striving for improvement, it is normal for him to retreat and practice. Then how long will you be in retreat? Yamamoto asked curiously. When it's time to go out. Su Li smiled lightly. Yamamoto was speechless for a while. This is really listening to your words, like listening to a word. To be frank, Yamamoto said lightly, his expression dignified. Su Li stretched out 4 fingers. 4 months, that's fine, anyway, Yuanzi school is idle. Yamamoto pondered. However, before he could finish speaking, Su Li spoke lightly. 40 years. When Yamamoto and Sasaki heard the words, they were instantly stunned. What kind of retreat, to be closed for so long? Both Yamamoto and Sasaki's eyes widened into circles. Of course Su Li wouldn't tell them. 40 years later, it was the time of the Eisen Rebellion. During the period in between, Seoul society was basically calm. Therefore, it is better for you to directly retreat and cultivate to improve your strength. Sorry, teacher, I can't tell. Su Li said lightly. Yamamoto heard the words, his face puzzled. However, nothing was said in the end. After all, everyone has their own little secret. There are undoubtedly many secrets about Su Li. However, since he retreated to improve his strength, then, as his teacher, he had no reason to stop him. Okay then. Yamamoto nodded, his face slightly darkened. I'll let Sasaki arrange this matter, so who are you going to hand over to the second division's affairs? Yamamoto asked. Let Sui-Feng handle it, she is more familiar than me. Yamamoto heard the words and nodded. It works. Then when are you going to start the retreat? Yamamoto asked. The sooner the better, Su Li said lightly. Well, okay, that's it. Yamamoto nodded, and the surprise in his eyes gradually calmed down. For Shinigami, life is measured in millennia. A mere 40 years of retreat is just a drop in the ocean of life, and it is nothing at all. Therefore, Yamamoto and Sasaki's mood quickly calmed down. But before you retreat, the teacher still needs you, it's a small task. Immediately, Yamamoto said lightly. Su Li was slightly taken aback. What mission? Yamamoto smiled slightly. Go to the world. To this world. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Well, I didn't intend to ask you to go. Yamamoto looked at Su-Li and said indifferently. However, because you suddenly said that you are going to retreat, I feel that it is better for you to go there before retreat. The previous internship for new team members was cancelled, although some team members participated in the Manos Grande mission and became regular team members without having to go for an internship. However, there are still most of the new team members who have not participated in the Manos Grande mission. These team members will go to the present world 3 days later for an internship. Su-Li was a little puzzled. What does this have to do with me? Didn't you participate in the Manos Grande mission? Are you still captain? Faced with Su-Li's doubts, Yamamoto just smiled slightly. It stands to reason that this has nothing to do with you. But the problem is that those graduates who have become official team members will have the opportunity to perform tasks in this world in the future. But you will immediately start a 40-year retreat. So, I hope you can go to the present world before retreating, at least 13 to get acquainted with the work of purifying the void and soul burial. Otherwise, when it comes to it, a dignified captain who has never even experienced soul burial will make people laugh to death. A faint smile appeared on Yamamoto's face. Su-Li finally understood. The other team members, more or less, have the opportunity to perform tasks in this world. As for myself, 40 years have passed in a flash, and I may have forgotten how to do the soul burial after I left the customs. It is indeed necessary, but a year is too long. Su-Li's mouth was flattened, with an aggrieved expression. Tisk, I didn't let you go for so long, just go for a walk, and come back after the walk. Yamamoto had a rare look of disgust on his face. How long does it take? 1 month. Okay, that's a week. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Quote exclamation mark. With a snap, the two hands were clasped together. After Su-Li let go, Yamamoto was still in a daze. This kid is definitely a veteran at defrauding the elderly. Yamamoto let out a long sigh, his eyes dark with resentment. He continued to speak. This time the new team members practice, you will be responsible for leading the team. At the same time, the team will also assign a deputy captain to assist you. After you come back, the vice captain will take over your position and be responsible for continuing to lead the newcomers to practice. That's okay with you? Su-Li nodded happily. No comments, very good. This is obviously to let yourself travel at public expense. With that vice captain around, I'll just be a hands-off shopkeeper, eat and sleep, wake up, keep going high. Very happy. Hey, don't think this mission is a public trip. Yamamoto saw through Su-Li's small thoughts, and said angrily. Then his face became a little more serious. In addition to leading newcomers to practice, I have another task for you. Su-Li straightened his face and listened attentively. Yamamoto pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly. Have you ever heard of Captain Hollow? Su-Li's expression became a little more serious when he heard this. Captain Hollow incident. It was more than 70 years ago. Aizen used incomplete Hogyoku to frame Hiriko Shinji and others, making them fall into a major incident in Hollow. It was for this incident that Central 46 sentenced Hiriko Shinji and others, as well as Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi, to death. But then, Shihu and Yoruichi broke into the courtroom and rescued Urahara Kazuki and Tessai Tsukubishi. And Hiriko Shinji and others also stayed in this world and hid with the help of Urahara Kazuki and others. Since then, there has been no news of Urahara Kazuki and others from Soul Society. Just know that they are alive. Su-Li nodded, indicating that she knew about it. Yamamoto looked approvingly. It seems that as a student, I am still more concerned about the history of the Soul Society. Those Hollow captains are traitors to the Soul Society. You go to this world this time, you can pay attention to their tracks. If you find something, report it to me immediately, and in an emergency, you can kill it first and play later. The guys on the other side don't have to have half-hearted thoughts. Yamamoto finally showed his tyrannical side in front of Su-Li. Su-Li looked at Yamamoto with a gloomy face, slightly dazed. I almost forgot that this seemingly benevolent old man has always been the most loyal believer in the FA. He has always been decisive and merciless against those who dare to challenge the authority of Jingling Court. In the past, the love he showed for himself was only because he had not touched the legal principles of Jingling Court. At this time, Su-Li also understood that Yamamoto let him go out of the world for the real purpose. Leading newcomers to practice is only a superficial task. Finding the Masked Legion and Urahara Kazuki and others is the real mission. Okay, teacher, I will try my best. Su Li nodded slightly. That's what he said, but Su Li had a completely different idea in his heart. Masked Legion, Urahara Kazuki and others were important figures in the subsequent Karakura town battle. Even if I really found it, it is absolutely impossible to really kill them. If it affects the main storyline later, isn't that barbecue? So, just cheat this little old man. Yamamoto nodded with a satisfied expression, and the kindness returned to his eyes. Okay, then you go back and prepare, and leave in 3 days to go to the present world. Yamamoto smiled slightly. Okay, teacher. Su Li nodded slightly, then turned around to leave. Suddenly Yamamoto stopped him again. Ali, if you go to the world this time, if you run into Shu, it's best to use Zanpaku sword as the final finish. Yamamoto looked serious, not joking. Su Li understood what he meant. If I always use white hits to kill Shu, I will become the same existence as Quincy. Zanpakuto is the key to the soul society. The reality of this world is made of the obsession, hollow, of the human soul. The task of Shinigami is to use Zanpakuto to purify these ghosts and send their souls to the soul society. The use of white hits, or other means, is a kill. This will affect the balance between the world and the soul society. It is precisely because of this that the Quincy had an ideological conflict with the Shinigami, and was eliminated by the Shinigami. Although only Su Li knew that the Quincy did not perish, but instead made a comeback in the form of an invisible empire not long after. But that's not what Su Li should care about right now. What he was more concerned about at this time was how to use his Zanpakuto for the final blow. Thinking of this, Su Li felt bitter. My sword, when will you be able to reason with me? But on the surface, Su Li remained calm. Okay, sir, I'll pay attention. Hearing this, Yamamoto finally showed a kind smile on his face. Have a good trip, then. 3 days passed quickly. During these 3 days, Su Li rarely practiced. Instead, he goes to the dojo every day to guide the people in the secret mobile team. Under his patient guidance, the senior personnel of a kind of secret mobile team made rapid progress. Everyone's admiration for Su Li became stronger and stronger. And in these 3 days, Sui-Feng was almost always the first to arrive. She was almost from dawn to dusk, studying the content on the scroll without sleep or sleep. Eating and watching, taking a shower and watching. Even when I sleep, I hug and sleep. The scroll almost became a part of her body. Among all the people, Sui-Feng's learning progress is the fastest and the progress is the most. In this regard, Su Li is very pleased. He also specially praised Sui-Feng. Unexpectedly, this guy blushed and ran away. It made Su Li confused. 3 days passed in a hurry. Today is the day to go to this world. Su Li is full of energy and happy physically and mentally. We can finally enter the city. Bars, KTV, fashionable and modern babes, kabukicho. Su Li is excited just thinking about it. He couldn't stay in this quaint soul society for a second. On the way to the meeting point, Su Li feels like a spring breeze. I couldn't hold back the smile on my face. Passers-by saw Su Li wearing the captain's haori, and they all saluted with the utmost respect. Su Li responded with the brightest smile to every passer-by. People are flattered. All of them were thinking about the captain. What good thing happened today, so happy. It didn't take long. Su Li then arrived at the designated meeting place. Looking at the crowded assembly square, he felt a little emotional. The last time I came to this assembly square, it was the last time. Last time, I came here as an intern Shinigami, preparing to go to the present world for an intern. Unexpectedly, this time, he became the leader of the team. It's only been a month. Youth is so fleeting. Last time, I was still the intern vice captain. Now, he is already the captain. What a trick. However, before Su Li could feel the truth of life, he was interrupted by a voice. Aha, Captain Su Li, we meet again. When Su Li heard this, she turned her head and saw Matsumoto Rangaku, who was smiling like a flower. Miss Rangaku, what a coincidence, long time no see. Su Li responded with a smile. Hee, this is not a coincidence, it's fate, ha ha ha. Matsumoto Rangaku smiled prettily. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Immediately understood. It seems that the vice captain who accompanied me to the present world is Matsumoto Rangaku. Su-Li couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. This is really fate. Unexpectedly, it was her who led the team for internship before, but this time it was her. Then, please take care of me. Su-Li smiled. Captain Su-Li, please take care of me too. Matsumoto Rangaku smiled sweetly and blinked playfully. Immediately, the two went to the assembly area. Seeing the dozen or so gates erected high in the huge square, Su-Li was slightly shocked. In front of the crossing gate, people come and go, which is very lively. Many are Shinigami who go on missions in the world. According to Su-Li's conjecture, most of them should be members of the 13th Division. After all, the 13th Division, as the Purification Division, went to the world to carry out the purification task, which was their main job. Facts have also proved that most of the Shinigami in the square are wearing the armbands of the 13th Division. And a small number of young Shinigami with immature faces are waiting in front of the crossing gate. These are all newcomers who are about to go to the real world for internships. The location of the internship is divided into several different locations. Almost without hesitation, Su-Li chose Karakura Town. It's nothing to think about at all. For internships at other locations, Shinigami, who is above the vice captain level, will lead the team. That's why Su-Li felt that the fate that Matsumoto Rangaku said was not unreasonable. He chose Karakura Town both times. And Matsumoto Rangaku, who happened to be assigned to Karakura Town twice. Su-Li and Matsumoto Rangaku walked slowly to the front of their team. Looking at the dozen or so newcomers Shinigami, with excitement written all over his tender face, Su-Li also felt inexplicable. He should have been one of them. Now he has become their team leader. This is really unpredictable, and the newcomers Shinigami at the scene were excited when they saw that it was Su-Li who led the team this time. Wow, was it Captain Su-Li who led us to the real world for an internship this time? Good thing. Unexpectedly, it was Captain Su-Li who took us. Wow, I feel super safe now. The youngest and strongest captain in history, take us to practice. I'm not nervous at all now. Tisk, can that fierce woman not be so close to Captain Su-Li? Don't you know how to keep a distance between men and women? The newcomers were chatting excitedly, and looked at Su-Li with admiration. In the past 3 days, Su-Li defeated Zaraki Kenpachi and was promoted to the captain of the 2nd Division. It is already well known. Everyone now knows that the Soul Society has the youngest and most terrifying captain ever. Su-Li's fame has once again risen to a whole new level. After dinner, people talk about Su-Li. As long as they talk about Su-Li, people are very excited, and there is admiration and admiration between the words. There are even many private newspapers and magazines, and they also published fan novels about Su-Li, which became popular in the streets and alleys of Rukongai for a while, and made a lot of money. And those graduates in the same class as Su-Li have long forgotten that Su-Li used to be at the bottom of the grade. Now they almost unanimously believe that Su-Li's former scumbag status was just a disguise because of his low-key personality. Many people proudly claimed that they had seen through Su-Li's disguise wangs long ago and knew that he was an unparalleled genius. And for this, Su-Li is also a bit dumbfounded. But he understands what people do. People are always used to finding faults in the weak and finding reasons in the strong. This is human nature. Before long, it was time to leave. Conventionally, the trainee instructors who lead the team always have to say something before leaving, do mobilization or something. However, at this time, Su-Li was already impatient. He misses the taste of the modern city so much. There is almost no fuss. Su-Li shouted excitedly, Let's go to the present county. Target Karakura Town. In the broken world, hell butterflies fluttered. The people who followed were excited and restless. Everyone, hurry up, this is not a place to chat and laugh. Matsumoto Rangaku looked at the newcomers who were laughing and playing behind him, his face a little helpless. Miss Rangaku is worried about being stabbed. Su-Li smiled. In fact, he was also very excited. Just embarrassed to chat with the new people behind me. He was a little embarrassed to be stared at by others with that fiery gaze. So, I can only walk while chatting with Matsumoto Rangaku. Isn't it true, these kids have forgotten what was taught in school? Matsumoto Rangaku spread his hands helplessly. Suddenly, She turned her attention to Su Li again. By the way, I almost forgot, Captain Su Li, you are also a fresh graduate. Why do you seem to be so indifferent? Matsumoto Rangaku approached Su Li with curiosity flashing in his eyes. Su Li laughed in surprise. Isn't it just a confinement? Give it a punch yourself, and you're done. Of course, if Central 46 doesn't bother itself. Ah, I just think, not so coincidentally, everyone should be able to pass safely. Su Li smiled lightly. As expected of a genius boy, so calm. Matsumoto Rangaku looked in admiration and felt a lot of peace in his heart. Immediately after, she thought of the talented boy in her team. Ah, compared to you, Xiaobai looks like an idiot. Matsumoto Rangaku said with a look of emotion. Su Li smiled slightly, knowing that the other party was talking about Hitsugaya Toshiro. After a while, Matsumoto Rangaku seemed to remember something, suddenly smiled, and said to Su Li. By the way, Captain Su Li, I haven't thanked you enough yet. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Thank me, for what? Matsumoto Rangaku is smiling. Hee, thanks to you, I won the bet with Captain Ishin, he won't dare to date me again, ha ha ha. Su Li looked confused. What does this have to do with me? Matsumoto Rangaku saw Su Li's bewilderment and told him about his bet with Shiba Ishin. So that's how it is. Su Li's face showed the color of enlightenment. Immediately, he secretly laughed. Unexpectedly, Shiba Ishin played so much before meeting Kurosaki Masaki. This is not seen at all. Unexpectedly, the sweetheart dad in the future was also a big lover when he was young. However, maybe BDFB, because of this, Shiba Ishin gave up the power of Shinigami in order to save her after meeting Kurosaki Masaki. The life of great love is to live for love. Su Li couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Captain Su Li, if I have time, I'll treat you to a drink. It's also a thank you for pulling me out of the clutches of the pervert captain. Matsumoto Rangaku said with a sweet smile. The newcomers behind them were excited when they heard that Matsumoto Rangaku actually took the initiative to ask Su Li, and looked like 8 trigrams. After all, Matsumoto Rangaku is the goddess in the hearts of many newcomers. Although it is an existence that they cannot touch, but looking at their goddess and being able to get close to their idols is also something that many people like to hear. Su Li smiled wryly. It seems that Yamamoto hadn't told everyone about his plans to retreat. If I really want to be invited, I guess I have to wait long enough for this glass of wine. However, he still nodded politely. Okay, Miss Rangaku. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangaku was instantly overjoyed. Then it's settled, when I come back from this world, I'll invite you to drink. Okay, Su Li nodded with a smile. Soon after, a beam of light appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the entrance of the passage so close at hand, Matsumoto Rangaku finally let go of his dangling heart. Sure enough, as Su Li guessed, everyone arrived safely in this world. Looking at the shining passage door in front of him, Su Li was excited. He took a deep breath, and immediately lifted his foot into the light. Wow, what followed was bright sunshine, warm air, and a refreshing breeze. As far as the eye can see, it is a high-rise building. It's a subway pedestrian, wet roads, empty stadiums, street stalls. It's the taste of the city. Su Li breathed every breath of air greedily, looking extremely satisfied and intoxicated. City, long time no see. How are you? I miss you so much. Su Li was extremely excited. Behind him, Matsumoto Rangaku and the newcomers Shinigami passed through the hole one after another. Wow, so prosperous. It's totally two feelings with Soul Society. Tisk tisk, I only read it in books before, I didn't expect the scene in this world to be so beautiful. That is the traffic light. After I heard that it is coming, I have to stand on the top for a while, I will be lucky. Wow, girls in this world wear very little. I love the world, long live. The newcomers looked at the scene in front of them and were all excited. Matsumoto Rangaku looked at them with a smile. When I remembered the first time I came to this world, I felt the same as they did. The prosperity of the present world and the ancient meaning of Soul Society are completely two worlds. So it's hard not to be shocked when you're new to Shinigami. Subsequently, Matsumoto Rangaku began to announce some precautions, as well as the arrangement of the internship area. There are 17 newcomers coming to Karakura town to participate in the internship this time, and they will be assigned to different areas for internship. Nominally, Su-Li is their head, overseeing their internships while keeping them safe. But actually, Miss Rangaku, the next thing is up to you. The smile on Su-Li's face almost reached the back of his neck. Okay, Captain Su-Li. Matsumoto Rangaku was speechless, and his eyes were somewhat resentful. Before coming, she had received instructions from her superiors. So, she knew that Su-Li came here this time, just to go shopping and travel. You are the real trainee in charge. She was also helpless about this. Captain Su-Li, although you're only here for a week this time, please don't be sloppy about your duties. Remember to keep in touch, and if you encounter something you can't handle, remember to contact at any time. Before Matsumoto Rangaku could finish speaking, Su-Li had already disappeared. Matsumoto Rangaku looked helpless. Hey, this guy, like Captain Isshin, got carried away when he came to this world. People want to play too. The entrance of a large dance hall. A young man in Captain's Houri was standing by the door, sneaking around, poking his head inside. Where are people? Why is there no one? Where have all the ladies and sisters gone? Su-Li had a bewildered expression on his face. Isn't it time for work? Su-Li looked confused. I came here specially to watch the performance of the geisha lady. It turned out there was no one. He couldn't help being disappointed. After Su-Li came to the present world, it was obvious that he had been demoted. He didn't even think about it. So early in the morning, where did Miss Geisha come from? Su-Li squatted at the entrance of the dance hall for a long time. It was not until noon that the door of the dance hall was slowly opened. A security guard yawns and pushes open the glass door with a hungover look on his face. Su-Li was overjoyed immediately. He pretentiously adjusted his clothes, smoothed his hair, and then swaggered in. Because it is in the state of soul, when he passes by human beings, he will not arouse the slightest notice at all. Su-Li is like a spring breeze, and her steps are light. A big smile on his face. He can finally fulfill his wish. Watch geisha ladies dance. This was what he wanted to do most in his previous life. It's a pity that I was busy with work in my previous life, and this wish never came true. In this life, since fate has arranged for me to come to the world of Shinigami, I must make this dream come true. Su-Li swayed 3 times in this way, walking towards the inside of the song and dance. Not long after he walked, he heard a faint singing. Su-Li was overjoyed and quickened her pace. It's better to come early than to come by coincidence. I didn't expect to meet someone's rehearsal. Hee hee. Su-Li's eyes lit up, looking for the singing, looking for the past all the way. After a while, he came outside a performing arts hall. Looking at the locked door, Su-Li was slightly taken aback. It's just a rehearsal, and the level of secrecy is so high. The door is still locked. Su-Li complained secretly. Immediately, he raised his hands, looked proud, and stepped towards the door. Regardless of your iron doors and wooden doors and anti-theft doors, I am Shinigami. In the soul state, what can stop me? As long as I want to peep. No, as long as I want to see, there is nothing I can't see. Su-Li easily passed through the iron gate without any resistance. Immediately, Su-Li raised his eyes and looked around. The light was very dim, but he could vaguely see that this was a performance hall. The singing voice comes from here. Is it so mysterious? The atmosphere, I like it. Su-Li was full of excitement, and then walked towards the direction of the singing. The faint singing still sounded intermittently. Listening to the clearer and clearer singing voice, Su-Li gradually recognized it. The voice is obviously a little immature, and it doesn't sound like an adult's voice. On the contrary, it is a bit like a little girl. Looks like it's not a little sister, but a little sister. Have you started learning acting at such a young age? It's really rare. Su-Li smiled slightly and sighed. However, he didn't care if the performers were adults or children. As long as there is something to watch, nothing else matters. Immediately, he quickened his pace and searched for the place where the sound came from. However, after turning around, Su-Li didn't see a single person. This is strange. Obviously the voice is always in my ear, why can't I find it? Su-Li didn't believe in evil, and continued to search in the house. With a focused expression, he didn't notice that there were many yellowed talisman papers on the surrounding walls. This is the talisman used by people in this world to suppress evil spirits. At the same time, reception hall, several security guards were gathering together, with nervous expressions and terrified eyes. Hey, I said, that thing started again. Hey, I'm getting goosebumps all over my body. If it weren't for this salary being paid a lot, I really don't want to do it. What, brother Tony, what are you talking about? You're a newcomer, don't understand, this place has dirty things. Ah, Tony, don't scare me. I'm on the night shift tonight. What are you doing? Our security guards don't know how many people have been scared away. Woo, I quit. I'm quitting right away. Several security guards flinched, looking at the locked door that Suli had just passed through, their eyes terrified. Next to the door, there is an incense burner. I'm surprised, what about people? Suli looked annoyed. In this room, he just searched for several times, only to hear the sound, but no one was seen. Suli was a little out of breath. Immediately, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and listened to the direction of the sound. Soon after, he locked several positions in the back row. Suli looked for the voice to find it. However, those positions were empty. Suli was a little puzzled. He walked over and sat down in the middle. The singing is uploaded from this location. But there was nothing on the seat. Is it under the seat? Suli looked puzzled. Who would lie under a chair and practice singing? Suli frowned slightly, then leaned down. Oncoming is a pale face. Messy hair, black mud in your nails. Suli's heart trembled violently. He jumped straight out of the chair. The singing stopped abruptly and was replaced by a terrified scream of a girl. What? Outside the door, several security guards' legs were weak and their bodies were shaking violently. Several people hugged tightly together, their expressions extremely terrified. Woo, I'm quitting, no matter how much money I give. Woo. Woo, me too. This is not a place for people. Woo, can anyone call an ambulance for me? I have a heart attack. Excessive fright in a coma. Inside the door, Suli shrunk to the ceiling, his eyes were closed, and his expression was terrified. He kept shaking his fists into the air, looking ridiculous. After a long while, he suddenly stopped with a dull expression. Ah, it was only now that he finally remembered his identity. Are you his Shinigami? Shinigami is afraid of ghosts. Thinking of this, Suli's expression suddenly became embarrassed, and his face was full of shame. It's a shame to lose him, Soul Society's big face. Soon, the shame turned to shame. With an angry look on his face, he jumped straight from the ceiling. Get out for me. Anger flashed in Suli's eyes. It's just that this anger is more like to cover up some embarrassment. By Luoluo, there was no movement. Suli was furious and reached out and grabbed under the chair. Ah, the screams sounded again. Outside the door, several security guards had rolled their eyes and almost fainted. A dirty little girl was pulled out from under the chair by Suli. Seeing Suli with an angry face, the little girl's eyes were terrified. She didn't know why the other party could see herself. Moreover, you can touch yourself. The little girl was trembling and trembling. Suli was also a little speechless. Mainly speechless to myself. I have been in the Shinigami world for so long, and I have been living in the Soul Society. The ones you usually see are all decent living people. A decent soul. He almost forgot that souls in this world are actually ghost-like things. It's just that the soul in this world usually retains the appearance when it died. Therefore, it is normal for the face to be pale, or bloody, or to have a few parts missing. I have never seen a soul in this world, so it was a bit difficult to adapt for a while. Blame Matsumoto Rangaku for not reminding myself sooner and making myself look bad. Suli thought of 623 bitterly. If Matsumoto Rangaku could hear his heart at this time, he would be speechless. This guy doesn't even think about who it is who disappeared in a blink of an eye. Suli immediately adjusted her emotions and looked at the soul of the little girl in front of her. Or, should it be called, whole. The girl's face was pale, her body was dirty, and she was very thin, making her look a little skinny. Other than that, there were no other scars on his body. Name, age, home address, what parents do? Suli asked lightly, feeling like a police officer. The little girl was carried in the air by him, her eyes were terrified, and she didn't dare to move at all. Say, Su Li raised the volume. You, who are you? Why can you see me? The little girl was about to cry out of fright. I am Shinigami. Seeing the little girl's terrified expression, Su Li's tone softened a little, and she put the little girl on the ground. Am I dead? When the little girl heard this, her eyes suddenly became very confused. Su Li nodded lightly. Hearing this, the little girl was silent for a long time. After a while, the little girl slowly raised her head. Shinigami, brother, are you sending me to heaven now? Facing the serious question from the girl, Su Li was slightly moved. He smiled slightly, touched the girl's head, and said, a better place than heaven. When the little girl heard this, her eyes lit up slightly. Will mommy be there too? The little girl asked expectantly. Su Li was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Yes, there is the destination of all souls. The little girl was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. It's great, I can see my mother. I've been waiting for her here for a long time. I haven't seen her come to pick me up. Su Li was a little silent. People in this world will always lose their lives due to various accidents. And this little girl is obviously one of these unfortunate people. In principle, Shinigami's duty is to guide these souls to the soul society. As for the analysis of the cause of death of these people, that's what journalists do. However, maybe it was because it was the first time I encountered such a thing, maybe it was because of curiosity or sympathy. Su Li still asked quietly. Little sister, how did you die, become like this? Hearing this, the little girl's face revealed a look of reminiscence. In the past, my mother always sang here, and many people liked to come and listen to my mother's singing. Later, my mother met an uncle who was a very nice man and gave my mother a lot of money. Later, that uncle often came to see my mother. One time, that uncle came again, and he brought a few uncles with him. Mom told me to hide, don't make a sound, and wait for her to pick me up. Then I hid under the chair and waited for a long time, a long time. The little girl made an exaggerated gesture. Su Li was silent. The little girl continued, with a childlike expression on her face. Later, when my mother didn't come, I got sleepy and fell asleep. Sleep and sleep, and then the more sleepy the more sleepy, the more sleepy the more I want to sleep. Later, when I woke up once, I found that my hands could pass through chairs and through other people's feet. Later, I discovered that even if I stood in front of others, others could not see me. I was so happy at that time that I finally didn't have to hide under the chair. But I'm very good, I just went to the park to play and came back. Afterwards, a lot of police uncles came here, and there were also a lot of nurses and sisters. I saw them carrying a girl who looked exactly like me out. Afterwards, the security uncle locked the door here. But I know, it must have been my mother who told him to do this, and my mother used to keep me locked at home. So I decided, this time, I will wait for my mother here obediently and not go anywhere. Brother Shinigami, I'm good or not, I've been waiting until now. Seeing the innocent look on the little girl's face, Su Li's heart was deeply touched. As a Shinigami, his essential job is to guide these souls to the soul society. Originally, I shouldn't have asked these questions. However, seeing that the little girl had no scars on her body, and it was on such an occasion, made Su Li very strange. So, driven by curiosity, Su Li asked. Unexpectedly, under this question, he broke his defense. Now, Su Li can roughly guess the cause of the little girl's death. Seeing her skinny appearance, it couldn't be more obvious. Starved to death, her mother may have borrowed loan sharks or something. Being approached by someone, and then, forget it, it's not your job. Not a policeman myself. I am Shinigami myself. Shinigami deals with dead people. Well, you are a good boy. Su Li patted the little girl's head pitifully. Immediately, he took a deep breath. Well, the story is over, it's time to get down to business. He slowly took out his zanpakuto. Seeing Su Li take out the control sword, the little girl suddenly became a little nervous. Brother Shinigami, are you going to kill me? Su Li was immediately pissed off. You are already dead, who can kill you again? The little girl's face was stunned, and she obviously didn't understand what it meant. Su Li sighed helplessly, this child probably didn't even understand what happened to the death. Immediately, He smiled lightly, revealing a gentle smile. Good, don't be afraid, it doesn't hurt. Maybe it's Su Li's kind smile, maybe it's his looks that are trustworthy. The little girl's mood gradually calmed down. Immediately, Su Li slowly picked up zanpakuto and aimed the sword handle at the little girl's forehead. Soul burial ceremony. No need to draw sword, which saved Su Li a lot of trouble. However, because it was the first time for a soul burial, Su Li was still somewhat nervous. Following his movements, the handle of the sword slowly approached the little girl's forehead. The little girl flashed her big eyes, her eyes full of curiosity. Pat. The sword handle lightly touched the little girl's forehead. Immediately, there was a slightly shiny mark on her forehead. A shimmer of light appeared on the little girl's body. Hey, it's warm and light, so comfortable. The little girl was surprised. The figure gradually became transparent. After you get there, live a good life. Su Li smiled lightly, and finally touched the little girl's head. Okay, Shinigami brother, goodbye Shinigami brother. The little girl waved her goodbye happily and gradually disappeared into the air. Su Li stopped for a long time and couldn't calm down for a long time. The first soul burial, I really felt a lot. Under the street lights at night. Su Li sat quietly on the bench, watching the traffic in the distance. The neon of the city, like a colorful background, announces the sleeplessness of the city to people. Meow. A cat suddenly emerged from the grass on the side. Looking at the black cat with all black body, no stray hair, and elegant gait, Su Li's eyes lit up slightly. Mimi, Mimi. With a smile on his face, Su Li waved, trying to attract the black cat's attention. The black cat glanced at Su Li, Mayday, meow, and then slowly walked towards Su Li. With a slight leap, the black cat jumped onto the bench. With a happy face, Su Li reached out to touch the black cat. The black cat didn't resist, just looked at Su Li quietly and let him pet. Feeling the black cat's soft fur, Su Li was very happy. The slightly heavy heart because of the soul burial has also become a lot easier. Mimi, you are so dark, you look like briquettes. Su Li said with a smile, a very friendly smile. Meow. The black cat meowed softly, and his eyes were slightly dissatisfied. Su Li smiled lightly, but his subordinates kept moving. The more he touched it, the more he went up, so he simply hugged the black cat directly to his thigh. Straight up with both hands. Feeling Su Li's warm hand, the black cat made a purring figure, squinting slightly and enjoying the expression. Mimi, your world is really prosperous. Su Li muttered to himself while stroking the cat. Not at all like Soul Society, so old-fashioned, so boring. At night, your world is even brighter than during the day, unlike ours, which is pitch dark as soon as night falls. It must be very happy to live in such a world. Quote. The black cat's pupils shrank suddenly. Call out. With a flash, the black cat instantly retreated from a distance of 5 meters. It stared at Su Li closely, with vigilance in its eyes. Su Li just looked at it quietly, with a faint smile on his face. Bang! A puff of smoke filled the air. The black cat slowly deformed. A figure without any traces appeared faintly in the smoke. Su Li just looked at it with a smile, her eyes were clear. How did you see it? In the tone, there is a bit of coldness. A woman with a proud figure slowly appeared from the smoke. It was Shihoin Yoruichi. How did you find me? Looking at the woman without a trace, Su Li did not have the slightest lust in his eyes, but rather appreciated it. The ball was kicked back again. Although you concealed your reiatsu, the method you used was not perfect, and you still leaked some of it. Looking for the reiatsu you leaked out, it's easy to find you. Shihoin Yoruichi looked at the boy with cold eyes. Su Li shook her head and smiled wryly. He didn't hide reiatsu at all. The so-called leaked reiatsu is actually his own reiatsu. Seeing Su Li shaking his head and laughing, Shihoin Yoruichi frowned slightly. What are you laughing at? When you answered, how did you see my disguise? This is also the most incredible thing Shihoin Yoruichi thinks. The fact that he can become a black cat is only known to the people at the Urahara store. Also, after transforming into a black cat form, he can completely hide his reiatsu. Ordinary Shinigami, even if they walk under their noses, they can't find it at all. How did this young man see through himself? Facing Shihoin Yoruichi's question, Su Li smiled lightly. Miss Yoruichi, you'd better put on your clothes first and let's talk. Su Li said with a smile. He wasn't afraid that if he continued talking like this, he would do something to get angry. Mainly because it's cold. Shihuin Yoruichi was slightly taken aback. Immediately, he looked at his body, and there was a trace of distress on his face. Afterwards, she took out a piece of clothing from nowhere, and changed it generously in front of Su Li. Su Li coughed and slowly turned his head to one side. This guy really doesn't treat himself as an outsider, making him feel embarrassed. After a while, Shihuin Yoruichi changed into his attire, with an orange sports top and black leggings, looking particularly refreshing. She turned her attention to Su Li again. Can you say it now? How did you see it? Shihuin Yoruichi said coldly. Su Li turned her head and smiled at her classic outfit. Sorry, no comment. Of course Su Li won't tell her that he is the ultimate spoiler traveler who knows everything about the Shinigami world. The moment he saw the black cat, he knew it was Shihuin Yoruichi. Ordinary cats, how can it be so easy to get close to strangers? You kid, I took so much advantage of you just now, and now you don't want to say it. Shihuin Yoruichi was furious when he heard this. Su Li spread her hands and looked innocent. You didn't say you couldn't touch it, Miss Yoruichi. Shihuin Yoruichi was flushed with anger. You kid, you're just a hooligan, a rotten egg, a scumbag. Su Li was slightly taken aback. When I think of Sui-Feng scolding himself, he also said that he is a scumbag. Immediately he shook his head and smiled. These two masters and apprentices are really carved out of the same mold, and even the way of scolding people is exactly the same. Seeing Su Li even dared to laugh, Shihuin Yoruichi was blown away. Just forget about Urahara Kazuki's advice before leaving. It seems that you won't answer honestly if you don't teach you a lesson. Shihuin Yoruichi's eyes are extremely sharp. Immediately after a flash, he attacked Su Li. Boom! Ling Lai's fist style, carrying infinite power, hit Su Li. White hits, boxing, split Bayou. With a smile on his face, Su Li slowly raised his hand. Immediately, he used the same move as Shihuin Yoruichi. Only, there are some subtle differences. White hits, boxing skills, split Bayou. Bang! The two fists collided in the air. An invisible air wave centered on the two of them oscillated, causing ripples in the air. The strong airflow that followed made the surrounding passers-by narrow their eyes. Shihuin Yoruichi's eyes were startled. She didn't expect that the opponent would be able to smash her own attack, and she used the same move. Looks like this kid, the white hits are not as good as me. Shihuin Yoruichi thought silently in his heart. What she didn't know, however, was that Su Li didn't do her best at all. Not even half the effort. Su Li just smiled faintly, with a friendly and casual expression on her face. Shihuin Yoruichi's face became more and more awe-inspiring. Turn fist into palm and hit Su Li. The attack is more severe than before. The palm wind that he brought up was even more violent. White hits, palm skills, broken life. Su Li also slowly loosened his fists. White hits, palm skills, broken life. Boom, two palms, hit together. The airflow that followed was more violent than before. How many months has it been? Why is there still a typhoon blowing up on my makeup? What the hell did you bring me to? Ah, I'm sorry Miss Hashimoto, let's change place. Let's go, I'm not in the mood at all. The surrounding passers-by fled with bitter faces, and the originally quiet dating holy place suddenly became empty. People can't see Su Li and Yoruichi under the street lights. So I don't know, this is not a typhoon at all. It was the airflow caused by the battle between the two. Seeing that his attack was blocked by Su Li again with the same move, Shihuin Yoruichi's eyes showed a hint of surprise. When she attacked for the first time just now, she thought it was her dazzling eyes. But this time, she confirmed that she was not mistaken. Although Su Li used the exact same moves as himself, there were subtle differences. This subtle change, perhaps in the eyes of ordinary people, will not feel anything. But Yoruichi, who has been familiar with white hits since childhood, was shocked. This subtle change not only made the original moves more aggressive, but also made the movements more concise. The speed and power of the moves have been greatly improved. No wonder the intelligence said that this kid is a genius of white hits. Twice indeed. Shihoin Yoruichi thought to himself, and the expression on his face gradually became solemn. The palms of the two separated. Yoruichi suddenly retracted his stomach, and immediately raised his knees. White hits, kicks, earth dragons. In the face of the surging knee blow, Suli still smiled faintly, with a light expression on his face. He raised his elbow slightly and swept it towards Yoruichi's knee. HMPH, finally stop imitating me, boy. Shihoin Yoruichi thought contemptuously. What she didn't know was that Suli was sitting on a chair, and it was really inconvenient to use the same moves as her. Watching Suli's upcoming elbow, Shihoin Yoruichi looked disdainful. She is very familiar with this trick. Seeing Suli raising her hand, she knew what kind of trick it was. Elbow skills, hanging persimmons. Want to play with me, you're still a little tender. Shihoin Yoruichi's eyes were sharp and his waist turned sharply. The knee that was about to collide with Suli's elbow suddenly changed position strangely, and attacked Suli's chin. This is a variation of Shihoin Yoruichi's own research. Convert Earth Dragon to another kick, Flying Ghost Point. I have to say that Yoruichi's white hits level is indeed the strongest among Shinigami other than Yamamoto. This quick-to-ultimate move alone is enough to destroy most of Shinigami's defenses. Unfortunately, she is facing Suli. Suli's posture was completely unchanged, and the elbow still kept the original path and hit him in front of him. What an idiot, hanging persimmons can't stop my flying ghost. A glimmer of pride flashed in Shihoin Yoruichi's eyes. However, in the next second, her pupils shrank suddenly. I saw the original hanging persimmon suddenly turned a corner and attacked the inner side of his thigh. This turn is very strange, but it looks very natural. It was as if from the beginning, Suli's elbow was going in this direction. Shihoin Yoruichi was shocked. Immediately, he forcibly twisted his body, turned the whole person back, and his hair brushed the ground. Boom! Her knees, mixed with enormous force, smashed to the ground. Immediately there was a burst of smoke. Above the ground, a deep pit appeared. Shihoin Yoruichi raised his head and looked at Suli with a hint of fear. Hey, boy, what's the matter with these moves of yours, why are they different from my impression? Shihoin Yoruichi stared at Suli closely, with fear and confusion in his eyes. Suli smiled lightly. My lord, the times have changed. Your moves are now outdated. When Shihoin Yoruichi heard this, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. I have only left Soul Society for more than 70 years, has white hits changed so much? With such a huge change, why didn't that Urahara guy receive any information? No, who is this kid himself? HMPH, you boy, you don't have a single word of truth in your mouth. Shihoin Yoruichi stood up slowly with a stern expression. I said, Ms. Yoruichi, who is like you, who makes hands when they meet, and yells to be honest. Isn't this the same as forcing a confession? Suli spread out her hands with a helpless expression. It made me feel like a prisoner. Speaking of which, until now, I still don't know, why did you come to trouble me? Suli looked at Shihoin Yoruichi, tilted his head, and looked like a curious baby. You boy, don't act like a good boy. Shihoin Yoruichi said coldly. Did you defeat Sui-Feng? Quote. Did you take away her captain seat? I can't even say stealing. Are you the white hits genius that Soul Society has been talking about lately? Quote. That's right, it's you who beat me up. Looking at Yoruichi's full face, Suli couldn't help but shook his head and smiled wryly. Good fellow, it turned out that he came to avenge his apprentice. Seeing Suli laughing, Shihoin Yoruichi's face became even colder. You kid, you'd better smile a little more now, because I'm going to beat you all over the place later. Hearing the other party's murderous threat, the smile on Suli's face became even stronger. Okay, Miss Yoruichi. Shihoin Yoruichi snorted coldly, then suddenly raised his leg and swept towards Suli, without giving him any time to react. The attack came suddenly with a terrifying whirlwind. Suli raised her hand lightly. Bang! Yoruichi's calf hit Suli's wrist directly. However, such a terrifying attack did not move his wrist at all. Suli then reversed his wrist, grabbed Shihoin Yoruichi's ankle, and then tried to pull. Shihoin Yoruichi's face changed suddenly, and then the other foot lightly tapped, and the whole person jumped into the air. She twisted her waist, and the other foot carried more terrifying power than before, and attacked Suli. Su Li smiled slightly with appreciative eyes. It is worthy of being the first person under Yamamoto in White Hits Wang Lahao. This ability to adapt to changes is really beyond the reach of ordinary people. Su Li tilted his head slightly, dodging the blow very easily. However, in the next second, he saw several black shadows attacking his face. In an instant, Su Li's hand appeared in front of the black shadow. Boo! The black shadows were all blocked by Su Li. At the same time, Shihuin Yoruichi pulled back his caught foot violently. Immediately, she jumped back, retreating a distance of more than 10 meters. He looked at Su Li with deep fear. Su Li easily diffuses all his attacks with all his strength. This guy's real strength is probably far above his own. At this moment, she finally remembered Urahara Kazuki's exhortation before leaving. You can only look at it from a distance, but you can't do it. The child's strength is by no means simple. The other side, Su Li looked at the few kunai in his hand, with a somewhat dumbfounding expression. This person fights as soon as he fights, why does he still throw his hidden weapon? This side of the road. Su Li sat on the bench, smiling. That side of the road. Shihuin Yoruichi stood quietly, his face frosty. The two were just across the road, looking at each other from a distance. Suddenly, Shihuin Yoruichi's ears trembled slightly. She sensed two Shinigami coming this way. Although from Reiatsu's point of view, these two are obviously rookies, so there is nothing to fear. But in front of him, there was a young man with terrifying and unpredictable strength. Playing like this is obviously not good for you. And the longer it drags on, the more likely it is to reveal the whereabouts of his group in this world. At that time, if it attracts the attention of the top management of Soul Society and finds it, it will be troublesome. Immediately, Shihuin Yoruichi decided not to entangle with Su Li anymore. Anyway, Urahara Kazuki asked his own task, and it has been completed. She had already figured out the strength of the boy. At least part of it was figured out. Immediately, Shihuin Yoruichi put away his posture and decided to leave. Just before leaving, she did not forget to mock Su Li a few times. HMPH, a brat without the guts, actually calling people. I miss a kid like you, who is not qualified to take charge of the second division, so resign now. Shihuin Yoruichi shouted in disdain, then turned around and prepared to leave. Miss Yoruichi, you don't want anything. Su Li waved the kunai in his hand and shouted. HMPH, keep it for yourself. Shihuin Yoruichi snorted coldly, then cast Shunpo, and in an instant he jumped to the roof of an apartment building in the distance. No, it's so embarrassing. Su Li's voice sounded. Shihuin Yoruichi's face was startled. She clearly heard the sound coming from right in front of her. Shihuin Yoruichi raised his head sharply. I saw Su Li sitting on the edge of the roof, shaking his fingers, turning a kunai. Shihuin Yoruichi's face changed greatly. When did this guy come here? The speed is even faster than myself. Shihuin Yoruichi's face sank, and then he cast Shunpo again. Call out. Her figure disappeared instantly. The next second, on a building far away, Shihuin Yoruichi showed his figure. She frowned and looked back in the direction she came from. My Shunpo this time was faster and farther than before. Now, that kid shouldn't be able to catch up, right? Miss Yoruichi, you should take these kunai back, I don't really like to owe favors. Su Li's voice sounded again, with a hint of playfulness in her tone. Shihuin Yoruichi's face changed greatly again, and he turned his head sharply to look. Su Li was still sitting on the edge of the building, turning kunai in his hands, with a smiling expression on his face. It's like history repeating itself. Shihuin Yoruichi is shocked. His own speed is absolutely unmatched even by other captain-level Shinigami. How could this kid keep up with him? And it looks so easy. Shihuin Yoruichi's eyes finally became extremely serious. She knew that if she couldn't get rid of this boy, she would definitely not be able to return to the Urahara store. Otherwise, everyone in the hiding place will definitely be exposed. Immediately, Shihuin Yoruichi decided not to hold back. HMPH, boy, you're really good at keeping up with me. With your strength, it is not difficult to understand that you can defeat Sui-Feng. However, if you think you can really catch me, then try it. Shihoin Yoruichi slowly bowed down and put one hand on the ground with a playful expression on his face. Just let you see how fast the real, Flash Goddess, is. Call out. The figure of Shihoin Yoruichi disappeared instantly. In the original position, there was an afterimage. Visible speed. Su Li looked at the afterimage and smiled slightly. Flash Goddess. Then he smiled lightly, and his figure disappeared. In midair, Shihoin Yoruichi cast Shunpo consecutively. In just a few breaths, he actually covered a distance of several kilometers. Looking at the building that became extremely distant, Shihoin Yoruichi had a smug look on his face. Cut, brat, compared to me, you are still young. However, her complacent expression didn't last long, and it froze directly on her face. Miss Yoruichi, I don't like chasing girls very much, I like to be passive. So, these things BDFB, you should take them back. Hearing the voice very close to him, Shihoin Yoruichi turned his head stiffly. Su Li was holding those few kunai, and followed her helplessly. Shihoin Yoruichi's heart almost stopped beating. Such a long distance, such a fast speed, how did he do it? Obviously, I started before him, but now he is standing with me. Shihoin Yoruichi's eyes were full of shock. How about I put it in your pocket for you? Su Li said with some embarrassment, and then put his hand into Shihoin Yoruichi's pocket. Shihoin Yoruichi was shocked instantly. Boom. The violent air blast exploded violently, pushing Su Li a short distance away. Instant coax. Shihoin Yoruichi's instant coax. Until now, Shihoin Yoruichi has no reservations. She took a deep look at Su Li. Immediately, it exerted force suddenly, and disappeared with a bang. The speed was several times faster than before. This man, why do you pinch like this? I just want to return the things to her. I didn't ask her for her mobile phone WeChat QQ number, why are you in such a panic? Su Li looked slightly distressed, and then stepped forward to catch up. In the high sky of Karakura town, Shihoin Yoruichi fled ahead. Su Li chased after him. Above the sky, a bright full moon reflected the figures of the two of them. Quite a romantic feeling. Shihoin Yoruichi doesn't feel romantic at all. She just panicked. All girls panic when they are chased by a strange man. But Shihoin Yoruichi's panic obviously had a more complicated meaning. Except for the senior from Team Zero and Captain Yamamoto, there is no one in Seoul society who can catch up with Shihoin Yoruichi. Otherwise, she wouldn't be called Flash Goddess Yoruichi. However, at this moment, the distance between himself and the boy behind him couldn't be separated at all. Not only that, but the boy is still slowly approaching him. You know, I am not in a normal state right now. Now, I have turned on instant coaxing. The speed of improvement is at least several times higher than usual. This brat can still keep up with me. This horrified Shihoin Yoruichi to the extreme. Taking advantage of a turning gap, Shihoin Yoruichi glanced at the young man behind him from the corner of his eye. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it. At first glance, she was almost heartbroken. At some point, the boy had a bag of potato chips and a bottle of Fat House water in his hand. At this time, the boy was chewing potato chips with a face full of enjoyment, then raised his hand, and, Gulu, took a mouthful of Fat House water. Hi, boss, she is miserable. The boy's facial features were huddled together, his expression extremely enjoying, but his speed didn't slow down at all. Shihoin Yoruichi was so jealous. This guy is actually chasing himself while eating snacks. It's downright ridiculous. Who is the real Flash Goddess? Swish. Shihoin Yoruichi stopped abruptly. Su Li made an emergency stop, almost didn't stop, and the Fat House was flooded with water. More than half of it came out. What are you doing? I'm almost running out of happy water. Su Li's eyes were resentful, and he muttered softly. Shihoin Yoruichi and Ben ignored his small emotions. At this moment, she looked at Su Li with extremely complicated eyes. Even when he was fully open, he couldn't get rid of Su Li. Then, escape is impossible. Can only hit. However, fighting, it may not be able to fight. This kid's strength is terrifying, and until now, he has not been able to figure out how much this guy really is. The only thing I know so far is that this guy's white hits level is above himself. Shunpo's level, absolutely, is also above his own. When did Soul Society produce such a monster? It's all to blame for that guy Urahara Kazuki. When reporting information to everyone, his tone is always too lazy, making him want to sleep all the time, unable to focus. Now, I only know that this guy's white hits and shunpo are full marks. Defeat Sui-Feng and Zaraki Kenpachi and so on. I don't remember anything else. But, full marks. Is it really that strong? Shihoin Yoruichi's heart trembled, staring at Su Li, his body tense to the extreme. Su Li finally finished eating the snacks in his hand, and threw it away, regardless of whether it was illegal to throw a high-altitude projectile. He looked at Shihoin Yoruichi with a helpless expression. I said, why are you running away? I have no plans to do anything to you. Shihoin Yoruichi smiled coldly upon hearing this. Oh, then why are you chasing me so tightly? Su Li spread her hands. Well, isn't this returning the thing to you? Looking at those few kunai, Shihoin Yoruichi's cold voice became even colder. Of course she wouldn't believe that Su Li would chase more than half of her city for these few kunai. For a long time, the captain-level Shinigami sent by the Jingalingi side has often only one goal. That is to arrest these people and go back to face trial. Shihoin Yoruichi's eyes were extremely cold. She slowly loosened the bandage on her arm and squeezed it in her hand. Today, only one person can get out of here standing up. Looking at Shihoin Yoruichi's actions, Su Li knew that the other party had decided to fight to the death. He quickly waved his hand. Hey, don't get excited, Miss Yoruichi, I'm really not here to catch you. Shihoin Yoruichi sneered when he heard the words. HMPH, how dare you say that you are not the eagle dog sent by the 46th room? Su Li immediately raised 3 fingers with a solemn expression. I swear, I'm the father of those old men. Shihoin Yoruichi was stunned when he heard the words. Immediately, her eyes became very dignified. You know, you're breaking the supreme law of Central 46 by saying this. Even if you take us back, you will still be sentenced to contempt for the royal court. This is a serious crime. Even if you want to deceive people, you should find a better reason. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Shihoin Yoruichi stared at Su Li with meaningful eyes. Oh, let me put it another way. The smile on Su Li's face became even brighter. I'm their dad. Shihoin Yoruichi was stunned. It wasn't until she was stunned for a long time that she burst out laughing. Haha, you kid, I really dare to say, I'm starting to like you a little bit. Shihoin Yoruichi looked at Su Li with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Since you didn't come to arrest me, then why are you here? Shihoin Yoruichi asked lightly, with a scrutiny look. Su Li knew what she meant by asking. Don't ask yourself why you came here. Instead, ask yourself why you want to chase after her. Su Li smiled lightly and said, I would like to see Mr. Urahara. No way. Shihoin Yoruichi suddenly shouted coldly and took a fighting stance. The eagle dog is the eagle dog, I know you are not at ease. If you want to catch Urahara, step over my body first. Immediately, she swung violently, and the bandage hit Su Li in an instant. Instantly bound Su Li's body. At the same time, the thunderous carriage, the gap in the spinning wheel, after despair, the light cluster gathers and divides into 6. Bakudo number 61, 6 light prisons. The golden beam of light from 6 paths directly blocked Su Li's movements. Su Li was slightly taken aback. In the original work, Shihoin Yoruichi rarely used Kido. Most of them fight in a melee combat stance. Unexpectedly, her Kido is not inferior. As expected of the eldest lady of the Shihoin family. Boom, Shihoin Yoruichi turned on the instant coax again. In an instant, it attacked Su Li. Looking at the powerful fist, it quickly attacked his head. Su Li sighed silently. Why are these 2 masters and apprentices so angry? He didn't finish listening, he just started. Sui-Feng, she's small, it doesn't matter. Is Shihoin Yoruichi so big and so angry? Su Li sighed slightly. Then he raised his hand slightly. Snapped. The bandages shattered inch by inch. Then, the 6-stand light prison also shattered inch by inch. Bang! The turbulent and violent airflow exploded in vain. Shihoin Yoruichi stared blankly at his fist. The fist she threw out with all her strength was being pinched by Su Li at this time. In Shihoin Yoruichi's eyes, there was finally some panic. My own bandage, but Shihoin's artifact. Not only can it seal the liberation of zanpakuto of the captain-level Shinigami, but its toughness is enough to withstand the attack of the Bankai level. However, this guy just raised his hand, the bandage broke. And not to mention, the 6-stand light prison also blocked this guy's movements. How the hell did this kid do it? He immediately coaxed him to the fullest, and released a punch with all his strength. How did he block it? And in an understatement, is this guy a human or a ghost? Even for monsters, this is somewhat outrageous, isn't it? Shihoin Yoruichi's eyes were terrified. Hey, I said, can we talk nicely? Su Li looked at her lightly. Shihoin Yoruichi's repeated shots made him a little uncomfortable. He has always been good-natured, but this guy just doesn't show any affection. No, I have to teach her a lesson. The best way to deal with unruly children is to spank. Su Li grabbed Shihoin Yoruichi's fist and gestured to turn her over. Feeling Su Li's actions, Shihoin Yoruichi was in a hurry. Boom! Shihoin Yoruichi's other hand suddenly wanted to slam Su Li away. Su Li raised his hand slightly. Snapped. Shihoin Yoruichi was suddenly dumbfounded. Now, she has both hands caught. Let's chat. Shihoin Yoruichi's face was furious, and he was about to say, what can I talk about with you, but found that Su Li's eyes were not on him. Seeing Su Li at this moment, looking at the air behind Yoruichi, he said slowly. Mr. Urahara. Chapter 71. A man slowly appeared, sighing beard stubble, white and green hat, slender walking stick. Not Urahara Kazuki, who else could it be? Oh my, Mr. Su Li's observation ability is really strong. Urahara Kazuki slowly took off the spiritual mask on his body. Although his face was full of smiles, there was deep fear hidden behind his eyes. Even Reiatsu's spiritual mask, which can completely shield Reiatsu, can be seen through by him. Su Li's insight may not be as simple as being strong. What Urahara Kazuki doesn't know is that Su Li's intuition is far beyond ordinary people. Since practicing Ultra Instinct, his 5 senses and 6th sense have become much sharper than before. Others rely on sensing Reiatsu to detect the existence of opponents. But Su Li is different. He doesn't need to perceive Reiatsu, he can know where the enemy is just relying on intuition. What's more, the other party just leaked an obvious tell. Urahara is alive, it is an honor to meet you. 650. Su Li smiled and nodded. Urahara, run, this guy is a ruthless character. Shihoin Yoruichi shouted anxiously when he saw Urahara showing his figure. Urahara Kazuki had a helpless look on his face. Oh, Miss Yoruichi, I warned you before going out, don't be impulsive. His speed, even you can't escape, so where can I escape? Urahara Kazuki spread out his hands with a helpless expression. Hateful. Shihoin Yoruichi's face was flushed, and he exerted force on his hand. However, Su Li's hands remained motionless, like an unshakable iron lock, firmly controlling Shihoin Yoruichi. Shihoin Yoruichi's face was gloomy, and a sense of frustration rose in his heart. I blame myself for being impulsive, and now I have not only broken myself, but also Urahara Kazuki. She gradually fell silent, her face was depressed, and she stopped struggling. Mr. Su Li, I'm still curious, how did you find me? I thought, I shouldn't have revealed any Reiatsu. Urahara Kazuki looked very calm, with slight curiosity in his eyes. Su Li sighed inwardly. This man, no matter what situation he faces, is always so calm and calm. He is indeed the most reliable man in the Shinigami world. Ah, Mr. Urahara, I'm not aware of your Reiatsu. Su Li smiled. Not because of Reiatsu, then why? Urahara Kazuki was slightly taken aback. Because, I think you're there. Su Li said lightly. Think, with just one feeling, you can find out my specific location. Urahara Kazuki couldn't believe it. Of course, there is another reason for me to confirm that you are at the scene. Su Li smiled slightly. What is it? Urahara Kazuki is also curious. The 6-stick light prison just now. Urahara Kazuki's face changed slightly upon hearing this. The 6 sticks of light released by Ms. Yoruichi just now are not 1, but 2. You and Ms. Yoruichi sang almost at the same time. Although your voice was very small, almost silently, I still heard it. 2 6-stick light prisons sealed me almost at the same time. This is your first tell. Urahara Kazuki looked slightly startled. There's a second one. Su-Li smiled slightly and continued. The second tell is your breath. When Ms. Yoruichi was caught by me, your mood suddenly became tense, and your breathing became heavier than usual. This, too, was captured by me. Urahara Kazuki was stunned for a while. Ha 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 ha, it turned out to be breathing. How is it possible, are you kidding me? Urahara Kazuki suddenly burst into laughter, laughing until tears came out. Su-Li smiled and looked at him quietly. After a long time, Urahara Kazuki regained his composure, with a smile still on his face. I don't quite agree with the second tell, Mr. Su-Li. In my humble opinion, it's just your hallucination. Urahara Kazuki said confidently, with a smile on his face. Su-Li's smile also became very bright. Of course you don't agree. Urahara Kazuki was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Because you're not breathing, you're just a skeleton. Su-Li said with a smile, then turned to look behind her. Right, the real Mr. Urahara. Urahara Kazuki's face changed instantly. A piece of night was slowly picked off. A slender cane is facing Su-Li's heart at this time. After the cane, is Urahara Kazuki with cold eyes. Shihu and Yoruichi also looked up in shock, staring blankly behind Su-Li, another Urahara Kazuki. Mr. Su-Li's insight is really beyond my expectations. The real Urahara Kazuki spoke with a slightly cold tone. It seems that I am self-defeating. Urahara Kazuki's tone was cold, and the red princess in his hand was firmly aimed at Su-Li's chest. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense for a while. Maybe in the next second, someone will fall from a high altitude. Hey, you people are so rude, you copy guys at every turn. Su-Li looked helpless. I said, I didn't mean to catch you. I want to see you just because I want to talk to you about some things. Urahara Kazuki still had cold eyes. About what? Su-Li smiled slightly, and slowly opened her mouth to Urahara Kazuki. Although Su-Li didn't make a sound, Urahara Kazuki figured out the meaning of those words by reading her lips. Aizen Sosuke. Urahara Kazuki's pupils shrank. Has Jing Lingting also noticed it? Urahara Kazuki's face suddenly became very surprised. But he still didn't let go of Hongji in his hand. No, the entire Jingling court is currently only known to me. Su-Li smiled lightly. You didn't report to Jinglingting, but came to us instead. What is your intention? 9. Urahara Kazuki asked with a serious face. Haha, does Mr. Urahara ever act stupid? Su-Li laughed. Urahara Kazuki was slightly taken aback. Su-Li slowly straightened her face. Do you think they will believe it? Urahara Kazuki was slightly taken aback, but soon understood. Accusing a captain of mutiny for no reason is a felony if there is no evidence. And the people who really believe in Su-Li, of course, are the only ones who have been framed by Aizen. That's what I said, but how can I trust you? Urahara Kazuki asked with a serious face. I can tell you about Kyoka Suigetsu's true abilities. Kyoka Suigetsu's true positive ability is not to use the irregular reflection of fog and water to confuse the enemy. Instead, complete hypnosis, completely controlling the 5 senses of the enemy. Su-Li said lightly. Unexpectedly, Urahara Kazuki shook his head slightly. I already know that. Su-Li was taken aback for a moment, and then realized it. When Aizen attacked Hirako Shinji and the others, Urahara Kazuki and the others were also there. Hirako Shinji and the others must have also told Urahara Kazuki about Kyoka Suigetsu's true abilities. Suddenly, Urahara Kazuki suddenly raised the red princess in his hand and aimed at Su-Li's forehead. As far as I know, with Aizen's personality, he would never easily tell others about his zanpakuto's true ability, even his accomplices. So, how did you know? Who are you? At the top of Hongji, the red light gradually lit up. Who are you? Urahara Kazuki's eyes were cold. The top of Hongji was lit up with a faint red light. It seems that in the next second, it will shoot through Su-Li's heart. However, Su-Li just smiled lightly and seemed indifferent. Relax, Mr. Urahara, you just need to know that I'm on the same side as you. Su-Li smiled lightly. Urahara Kazuki's face was tense, unmoved. Seeing this, Su-Li sighed helplessly. Then he opened his mouth and said, You don't believe me, don't you believe Mr. Yamamoto? Urahara Kazuki was slightly taken aback. He suddenly remembered that in the information about the boy, it was also mentioned that Suli was Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni's new apprentice. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni is, without a doubt, the most loyal guardian of the Seraite and the royal family. His two previous apprentices, Kyoraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki, are completely dependable characters. With Captain Yamamoto's eyes, he can't make a mistake. This is enough to prove that the boy has a good character. At least, not Aizen's accomplices. And listening to his contempt for Central 46 just now, it's obviously not a hawk dog either. Urahara Kazuki's face gradually calmed down. Hongji also let it go slowly. He now basically believes what Suli said. It's just that there are still a few doubts in my heart. Is this all Captain Yamamoto asked you to investigate? Could it be that he has been silently paying attention to these things? Urahara Kazuki asked with a puzzled face. Suli shook her head slightly. The teacher didn't know about this as all my personal information. When Urahara Kazuki heard this, a strange look appeared on his face. I'm really curious now, who the hell are you? I mean, yourself. A bright smile bloomed on Suli's face. Same here. A genius who thinks more. Urahara Kazuki was stunned when he heard this. After a long time, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Mr. Suli, your compliment makes me feel very ashamed. He now finally knows who Suli is. A person whose mind is more active than himself. A man of wisdom and alertness above himself. Urahara Kazuki had been suspicious of Aizen a long time ago, but has never been sure. It wasn't until Hirako Shinji and the others were attacked that he could truly confirm that Aizen was behind all of this. However, the young man in front of him saw through Aizen's true face without having experienced Aizen's backstab and had no contact with people like himself. Such wisdom and vigilance shocked him. Moreover, this boy can actually investigate the true ability of Kyoka Suigetsu. Although I don't know what method he used. But this ability is beyond Urahara Kazuki's reach. Urahara Kazuki looked at the boy's immature face with extremely complicated eyes. Just by guessing, I can see through Aizen's disguise, compared to you. Urahara Kazuki let out a long sigh with a complex expression on his face. I just seem dull and stupid. The word genius, I really deserve it. Seeing Urahara Kazuki's complicated face, Suli laughed wildly inside. This guy was really taken aback by himself. What guess? I am a spoiler at all. In front of oneself, everything in the Shinigami world is transparent. Aizen, what is it? Even the all-knowing and all-powerful Juhabak is still a younger brother in front of him. Looking at Urahara Kazuki with complicated expressions, Suli was happy physically and mentally. This feeling of opening and hanging is cool. After a while, Urahara Kazuki calmed down slowly, looked at Suli, and finally showed a smile on his face. It seems that the Soul Society has indeed produced a very remarkable young man. Soul Society, with the existence of Mr. Suli, I feel relieved. Urahara Kazuki laughed, completely letting go of her vigilance. Immediately, a look of anticipation flashed in his eyes. So, with the wisdom of Mr. Suli, can we deduce what is Aizen's next plan? Suli shook her head slightly. Sorry, I don't have a clue yet. Of course Suli knew what Aizen was going to do. Only he won't tell Urahara Kazuki. Otherwise, with Urahara Kazuki's intelligence, he must find a way to stop Aizen. At that time, it will definitely affect the development of the main plot. This is not what Suli wants. Is that so? Hearing this, Urahara Kazuki felt a little lost, frowned slightly, and then fell into contemplation. After a while, he finally sighed helplessly. Then we can only wait for Aizen to act again, and then think about countermeasures. Let's act now. Let's not say anything. The guys from Central 46 will definitely not believe your words. What's more, I'm a guilty person, they won't believe anything they say. On the contrary, it is possible to implicate Mr. Suli and make them think that you and I are colluding. Alas, this feeling of passive coping is really disturbing. Urahara Kazuki sighed, his face a little helpless. Mr. Urahara has done a good job of analyzing it, and it is better for us to sit still. Suli nodded again and again, with a, "You're right," expression on his face. Seeing Suli's expression of approval, Urahara Kazuki laughed dumbly. Mr. Suli, are you here this time just to talk to me about these things? Is there no other purpose? A teasing look appeared on Urahara Kazuki's face. Su-Li smiled helplessly. This guy is really good, he has seen it all. Mr. Urahara, since we belong to the same front, then we should be considered comrades in arms. So I thought, get some tech support from you. Years. There was a bright smile on Su-Li's face. Hearing this, Urahara Kazuki was dumbfounded. It turned out to be a bargain. Shihoin Yoruichi heard the words, and his face was also annoyed. Hey, you guy, didn't you take advantage of me just now enough? Su-Li smiled and looked skinless and faceless. How can you take advantage of such a thing? Of course, the more the better. So, Mr. Su-Li, what kind of technical support do you want from me? Urahara Kazuki smiled. The smile on Su-Li's face was even wider. I've heard for a long time about the genius inventor of Mr. Urahara. I'll just pick a dozen or 20 pieces from Mr. Urahara's inventions. Really, I'm not greedy, so don't be too polite. Su-Li said with a smile. Urahara Kazuki and Shihoin Yoruichi were dumbfounded upon hearing this. This guy really doesn't consider himself an outsider. It takes a dozen or 20 pieces to open the mouth. I'm afraid this guy has misunderstood the word kindness. The veins on Shihoin Yoruichi's forehead burst out. Hey, I said you kid, don't you want too much? The sound was almost squeezed out word by word. Not much, as it should be. We are now comrades in arms, that is, friends who are better than friends. Don't be so polite with me, I can't take that much. Su-Li literally translated the 3 words, take advantage, into ultimate. Shihoin Yoruichi was angry. She has never seen such a shameless guy. Urahara Kazuki's face was helpless, and his smile was bitter. I don't have so many inventions. I've basically brought them all with me when I come out this time. Mr. Su-Li can take it if he likes it. Urahara Kazuki said helplessly. It's okay, I just go to the store and pick it up, I'm not used to what others have used. Su-Li smiled, a harmless smile on his face. Shihoin Yoruichi is going to be mad at this guy. Urahara Kazuki's expression changed, and a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, Su-Li even knew that he opened a store. The existence of the Urahara store is basically known to very few people. Because there, it is the hiding place of their own people. Urahara Kazuki looked at the boy with a bright smile on his face, his heart was shocked, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. This young man can't see through it at all. Whether it is strength, resourcefulness, or the mastery of information from all parties, it is far beyond his expectations. What a horrible guy. Against such a guy, Urahara Kazuki has no certainty that he can defeat the opponent. But fortunately, this guy belongs to the same front as himself, which is a fortune among misfortunes. Then, Mr. Su-Li, please come with me. Urahara Kazuki pulled his hat, hiding the shock in his eyes, and then smiled. Okay, Mr. Urahara. Su-Li followed happily. Shihoin Yoruichi, who was finally freed from the bondage, had a rage flashing in his eyes. She stared at Su-Li's back, her fists clenched, her expression eager to try. However, a voice sounded, making her calm down quickly. Miss Yoruichi, if I were you, I wouldn't make useless attempts again. After all, Mr. Su-Li, the seal hasn't been broken yet. Urahara Kazuki looked at Su-Li with extremely complicated eyes. Right, Su-Li, Captain. Shihoin Yoruichi's expression changed suddenly upon hearing this. It wasn't until now that she remembered. According to the rules of the Soul Society, Shinigami, who is above the vice-captain level, came to this world to suppress his own strength. This is the rule set by the Jingling Court in order to protect people in this world. Otherwise, with the Reiatsu strength of these captains and vice-captains, I am afraid that the souls of people in this world can be directly shaken to death. Therefore, all Shinigami above the vice-captain level, before going to the world, will accept the seal, suppressing 80% of their spiritual power. Shihoin Yoruichi looked at Su-Li's back with deep horror in his eyes. This guy, he used only 20% of his strength to fight himself. Urahara Kazuki's eyes were also filled with deep fear. Involuntarily, he stood a little further away from Su-Li. As if this guy would eat people. Facing the horror of the two, Su-Li was a little helpless. The one sealed in Jingling Court is Reiatsu, what's the matter with his ultra instinct? Even if it is 100% sealed, it will not affect Suli at all. The power of Ultra Instinct is completely different from spiritual power. That is the divine skill. What kind of seal can you seal yourself? However, seeing the surprise on the faces of the two, Suli was still very relieved. Since they have misunderstood, let them keep misunderstanding. Anyway, I don't need any explanation. Invisible coercion is the most deadly. Immediately, Suli pretended to be calm. Well, although you were right. Hearing this, both Urahara Kazuki and Shihoin Yoruichi fell silent. The eyes they looked at Suli were extremely complicated. This young man, with a calm and steady mind, does not look like a teenage child at all, but like an old man who has been through vicissitudes of life. Its intelligence is superior, the city government is extremely deep, and the face is even thicker and terrifying, and it is also very human. And his strength is even more terrifying than ever before. Where did such a monster come from? Why did Soul Society have such a number one character, but they didn't get the wind at all before? Urahara Kazuki's heart was particularly shaken. Because according to the information he had collected, he knew that this young man did not act so terrifying since he was a child. Suli became famous almost overnight. What is the purpose of keeping a low profile and forbearance for more than 10 years? Urahara Kazuki is not clear. He only knew that Suli was not inferior to Aizen in terms of low-key and forbearance. These two guys are too terrifying in their scheming. Even getting a little closer makes people shudder. Urahara Kazuki hid deep fear in his eyes, and it lingered for a long time. If there's nothing wrong, it's best not to provoke this guy. He thought to himself. Suli didn't know what the two were thinking at this time. He's excited now, waiting to head to the Urahara store. Make a $0 purchase. Mr. Urahara, let's go, stop dawdling. Suli said excitedly. Urahara Kazuki came back to his senses, and then showed an apologetic smile. Ahaha, sorry, I lost my mind. Then, please come with me. Immediately, Urahara Kazuki cast Shunpo first and walked ahead. Suli followed with a smile on his face. Shihoin Yoruichi stared blankly at their backs, still unable to recover. After a long time, he sighed softly. Immediately, the figure disappeared. Urahara store. A little girl with a sad face is cleaning the yard. She is the clerk of the Urahara store. Wu Yu, everyone also calls her Xiao Yu. Although it was late at night, the light rain was still cleaning tirelessly. It's not that there is too much trash in the yard. But someone is always making garbage. Idiot, can't you hurry up? A red-haired boy looked at Xiao Yu with disgust, and spit out the grape skins he had eaten. It was Hanakari Jinda. Xiao Yu worked tirelessly and cleaned silently, with a sad face on her face. Call out. 3 figures appeared at the gate of the courtyard. The manager and Yoruichi-san are back. Jinda immediately stood up excitedly. Xiao Yu also turned her head and looked over. The shimmer came on. The anti-soul barrier cracked and entrance silently. The 3 of them walked slowly into the courtyard. Who is that guy? Jinda looked at the boy following Urahara Kazuki, and was slightly taken aback. Xiao Yu also showed a trace of curiosity. 99 of Bakudo, forbidden. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. The boy's hands were immediately restrained by belts and rivets. Inside the house, Tessai Tsukubishi showed his figure, his face extremely solemn. Maybe it's not enough. He quickly made another seal. Bakudo's 99, number 2, stop stretching. A huge cloth wrapped the boy's figure layer by layer in an instant, turning it into a humanoid rice dumpling. Master Tessai, Urahara Kazuki and Shihoin Yoruichi suddenly changed their faces, and they all exclaimed. Your Excellency Urahara, Ms. Yoruichi, run away now. After you get down. Although I don't know why, there will be a captain-level Shinigami who will follow you back. But with the means below, he will definitely not be able to break free easily. Please escape from here quickly. Tessai Tsukubishi shouted anxiously. Shinigami at the captain level followed Urahara Kazuki and the others back, so the whereabouts of these people must have been exposed. This guy probably already defeated Yoruichi and Urahara Kazuki, and made them his hostages. What kind of guy is able to defeat Lord Urahara and Miss Yoruichi at the same time? Tessai Tsukubishi's face was extremely solemn, and there was deep confusion in his eyes. Shinigami. Hanakari Jinda looked disdainful. Immediately, he did not know where to pull out a huge baseball bat, shouted and rushed up. Jinda, be careful, Xiaoyu said in a soft voice. The broom in his hand also turned into a huge cannon barrel, aimed at the human-shaped rice dumpling over there, and the fire lighted up. Hey, I say, is this how you treat your guests? The boy's voice sounded faintly. The air was still. Boom. The shackles wrapped around the zongzi were instantly crumbled into powder all over the sky. Almost instantly, Jinda and Tessai felt that they were grabbed by the neck, and then pressed against the wall by a huge force. The wall was suddenly knocked out with several huge cracks, and it was crumbling. Xiaoyu stared blankly at the fluttering catkins flying all over the sky. The cannon barrel hadn't even warmed up yet. Hanakari Jinda and Tessai Tsukubishi were pinned against the wall, unable to move, with horrified eyes. They didn't even see each other's movements clearly before they were subdued. The most shocking one was Tessai Tsukubishi. His 2 consecutive Bakudo 99s were broken by the opponent in an instant. What kind of strength is this? You know, I am the former head of Kido. Even a captain-level Shinigami would never be able to break free from his own Bakudo so easily. His eyes hidden under the glasses revealed deep horror and confusion. Urahara Kazuki looked up to the sky and sighed, helpless. Soon after, Ohu, is this the spirit mask costume? Give me a copy. Invisibility cloth. Here's a copy too. Portable skeleton. Come, put it in the bag. Wang Lihao, this is your computer. What type of graphics card? What, you can't take it away. You said it earlier, I removed the motherboard. Looking at the young man who looked like a burglar in the house, Yoruichi's face was numb. Jinda and Tessai had 2 big bumps on their foreheads, and they knelt on the tatami mats, silent like cicadas. Xiaoyu bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, not daring to make a sound. Behind him, Urahara Kazuki's distressed and anxious laughter sounded from time to time. The looting continued into the morning. Su Li walked out of the Urahara store refreshed with a bag on her back. If Frog Cub was at the scene at this time, he would definitely feel very relieved to see the full package behind him. Will definitely smile and say something private. Son, when you grow up, you finally know how to bring things home. Feeling the warm morning light, Su Li is in a good mood. He turned around, with a bright smile on his face, and waved goodbye to the people at the door of the store warmly. Goodbye, thank you for your hospitality, I will come here often in the future. Several people waved their hands stiffly. Urahara Kazuki was the most excited, waving his hands while wiping tears. Please, don't come again, woo woo woo. 6 days passed in a hurry. Alley in the afternoon. A young man dressed in fancy clothes and wearing a mask was walking struttingly. The boy is Su Li. He had a few marshmallows in his hand and was enjoying himself. Today is the last day of my internship with the team. After today, Su Li can return to Seoul society. Looking at the soft cotton candy in his hand, Su Li felt a little reluctant. Alas, the time passed so fast yesterday. It's only been a few days, and I haven't had enough fun, so I have to go back. Su Li's heart was full of regret and reluctance. Before, when I was in a state of soul, potato chips and fat house water could not taste at all, so I could only deceive myself to have fun. Later, I finally went to the Urahara store and got a few portable skeletons, and finally I could taste the deliciousness of this world. However, before the addiction was over, time passed for several days at once. But this morning, I went to participate in an autumn festival anyway, which can be regarded as filling some regrets in my heart. There will be opportunities in the future. Su Li can only comfort herself like this. Suddenly, the tip of his ear trembled slightly. Heard some movement. Immediately, Su Li slowly turned around and walked in that direction. Vice Captain Matsumoto. Vice Captain Matsumoto. Can you hear me? Captain Su Li. Captain Su Li. Help. Help. Who will save us? Dark alley. A dead god with an immature face, covered in blood, was roaring hoarsely while grasping the communication machine. Blood ran down his zanpakuto, dripping to the ground. Behind him, there are several children with little yellow hats. These children are all whole. Not far in front of them, there was a huge monster. That monster had an extremely ugly face, with a look of greed and hunger on his face. In the middle of his chest, there was a pitch black hole. Virtual. Hee hee, there are so many delicious delicacies, it seems that today is really my lucky day, hee hee. Shu's eyes flashed green light, and his eyes stared at several people, drooling. Its manifestation is very huge, even higher than the houses next to it. I don't know how many souls it has swallowed. The young Shinigami was covered in terrifying wounds, his face was pale, and it was obvious that he could no longer hold on. Why did it break down at this time? The young Shinigami was trembling all over, his expression was extremely nervous and fearful, and he frantically pressed the communication device in his hand. Unfortunately, judging from the extent of its destruction, it is estimated that it is difficult to react. Hee hee, fear, are you afraid? Wow ha ha ha. I love fear so much. Eat it with the soul, it tastes so delicious. Hee hee hee. That fake smile was extremely arrogant. Every time the accident devours the soul, it must first frighten the other party to death, and then swallow it one by one. That flavor is simply his favorite. Hee hee, come on, be my nourishment, my stomach, I will take good care of you. Hee hee. Shu slowly stretched out his claws and grabbed at the young Shinigami. Don't think about it. The young Shinigami roared and swung his sword vigorously. Bang! Shu just waved his hand lightly and slapped the sword away. It looked at the young Shinigami in front of him with disdain. Che, what kind of Shinigami do you say you are? Something too weak, with a sword like a toothpick, who do you want to scare? Immediately, Shu Meng waved his claws. Young Shinigami's face was horrified, he made a mistake, and hurriedly cast Shunpo. However, in the end, he was caught by the sharp claws on his right shoulder. Immediately, blood flowed. Young Shinigami gritted his teeth and turned pale. Tremblingly, he picked up his zanpakuto from the ground. Brother, woo woo, who will save us? Mom. Ooh, it's scary. Hearing the frightened cries of the children behind him, the young Shinigami was speechless. Holding his sword, he tremblingly stood in front of the children. Even though I can hardly hold my sword. Even though the eyelids are too heavy to hold open. Although he may die in the next second. But he still stood stubbornly. Because he is a Shinigami. Protect the whole soul and purify the virtual soul. Obligatory. Hey, brothers, what are you doing? A boy's voice suddenly sounded at the scene. A masked boy with big flowery pants appeared behind them at some unknown time. The young Shinigami stared in surprise. In this world, there are many human beings with powerful spiritual power who can see the existence of souls. This boy is obviously such a human being. But now the situation is critical. I can't protect the children behind me at all. And it is very likely that he will die here too. The young man's appearance at this time will undoubtedly only cost his life in vain. This result, the young Shinigami could not accept it anyway. He suddenly roared, "Take these children away quickly. Run as fast as you can. I'll help you cut off the back." After saying that, he raised his sword, roared and rushed towards Shushu on the opposite side. Seeing the young Shinigami's faltering footsteps, Shushu couldn't help laughing disdainfully. Yo ho ho, courage. That's the smell I hate the most. Baga Road. Shu suddenly waved his claws. Swish. The figure of the young Shinigami flew upside down. Blood was scattered from midair like cherry blossoms. Several children surrounded him, crying and shouting. Brother, don't die. Woo. Brother, don't die. One of the children, crying, picked up a stone on the ground, and threw it at the one with all his strength. He scratched the place where he was hit. Superficial. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on its face, and it slowly walked towards this side. Hee hee, dinner is ready, my little snacks, hee hee. The young Shinigami was dying, his face full of despair. Several children looked terrified and trembling. The masked boy slowly raised his foot. Walk towards that ghost. Don't go there. You will die. The young Shinigami kept gushing blood from his mouth, tremblingly raised his hand, trying to grab the boy's trouser leg. But stretched halfway, after all, fell down feebly. He could only watch helplessly as the boy walked in front of Shu. The young Shinigami looked desperate and couldn't bear to look again. Then, he heard a, "Are you eating you?" Boom. The boy kicked casually. Shu's half of his body was directly reduced to dust. The pupils of the young Shinigami constricted. The scene was deadly quiet. Those kids, come here. The boy turned around and beckoned. The children were stunned, and then mustered up the courage to walk over. The teenager handed them the cotton candy in his hand. 1 root per person, if there is less, share it among yourself. The boy said lightly. Several children took the marshmallows with scared expressions on their faces. But soon, they were attracted by the marshmallows, with childish innocence on their faces, and began to chew separately. The boy suddenly became 2. One of them deflated quickly like a deflated balloon. Looking at the boy and the captain's houri, the young Shinigami's heart beat wildly. Captain Su-Li. Seeing the boy's figure, the young Shinigami's heart beat wildly. How is the injury? Su-Li came over, and there was still a slight chill in her eyes. Ah, I can't die for a while, but I can't move. Young Shinigami laughed miserably. Su-Li immediately observed the other's injuries. It was found that, as the other party said, although the injury was extremely serious, it was not life-threatening for the time being. Immediately, he took out the communication magic machine. Rangaku, come by, the location is. Well, hurry up, a new person is seriously injured. Closing the phone, Su-Li turned his head to the young Shinigami. Hold on a little longer, the paramedics are on their way. A smile appeared on the pale face of young Shinigami. Don't worry, Captain Su-Li, our Shimizu family won't fall down so easily. Hearing this, Su-Li was slightly taken aback. Shimizu's house. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Seeing the suspicious look on Su-Li's face, the young Shinigami smiled weakly. My father, Shimizu Ken, is your subordinate and is now the 6th seat of the 2nd division. Su-Li heard the words and suddenly realized. It was that guy. I didn't expect him to have such a heroic son. Su-Li smiled lightly, looking at each other with admiration in his eyes. Little, the villain's name is Shimizu Chong, and I originally wanted to join the 2nd division. Unfortunately, the strength is too poor, and I was assigned to the 9, cough. Failed to live up to my father's expectations. Young Shinigami coughed up blood and said with a dejected expression. Don't underestimate yourself, you are very good. When you go back, submit the transfer report, I have the final say. When Shimizu often heard the words, he was suddenly excited, and his eyes were full of gratitude. Okay, stop talking, you have to go back alive before you can apply for a transfer. Su-Li said lightly. Yes, Captain Su-Li. The young Shinigami shut up immediately, only his eyes were still firmly locked on Su-Li, full of awe. Su-Li immediately got up and looked at the phantom. Shu is not dead yet, at this time is lying on the ground dying. There is a reason why Su-Li didn't directly eliminate the emptiness just now. He had to get the final blow with his zanpakuto. Otherwise, it will affect the balance between Soul Society and the world. Su-Li walked slowly to Shu and took out his zanpakuto. The frightened eyes kept trembling. He had never seen such a powerful and terrifying soul. The young Shinigami just now slashed himself with all his strength with his sword, but only left a shallow scratch on his body. But this young man, with a random kick, lost half of his body. It finally felt the taste of its usual favorite fear. Big, my lord, be merciful. I don't dare any more. The virtual body trembled. Su-Li turned a deaf ear. Instead, he held zanpakuto and frowned. Is your own zanpakuto up to the job? Mainly the glue above, is it strong enough? After a while, Su-Li took a deep breath, raised zanpakuto, and slowly pulled the sword blade out of the sheath. His expression was extraordinarily serious and his movements were meticulous. Even every breath was taken with care. Captain Su-Li's action of drawing his sword is really cool. Shimizu's eyes are always bright and full of admiration. The virtual is trembling and trembling, like a cicada. With the sword blade completely removed from the sword sheath, Su-Li breathed a sigh of relief. Next comes the real test. Su-Li slowly put zanpakuto on Shu's neck. Agitated by the icy zanpakuto, Shu suddenly had a cold war. Suddenly, a fierce light appeared in its eyes. Leech Wan swung towards Su-Li violently, making his last struggle before dying. Su-Li raised his hand slightly and grabbed Shu's sharp claws. Although lightly torn, the claws are broken at the root. Su-Li then stepped on Shu's only remaining leg. Bang! The thighs were directly trampled into blood mist. Immediately, Su-Li continued to concentrate and put zanpakuto on Shu's neck. Shu didn't even dare to collapse a fart. Now, it has become a complete bachelor. Only let the other side slaughter. You can, you can, you can. Su Li continued to take deep breaths, her expression extremely focused. Shu Pushwangpu blinked his big eyes and looked at him pitifully. I wondered why this guy is more nervous than himself. Looking at the clearly visible crack on zanpakuto, Su Li decided not to. Immediately, he lifted zanpakuto above his head. Shu closed his eyes tightly, a look of appointment. Shimizu Chong and the children also held their breaths and stared at Su Li. Call out. Zanpakuto swung down suddenly, then hover over the position just now. Feeling the coldness on this neck, I sobbed. It thought it was dead. After knowing it for a while, it opened its eyes and looked at the unchanged environment in front of it, and its eyes were a little confused. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. This is everyone's question. Su Li swallowed, and a drop of sweat fell on his forehead. He raised zanpakuto again. Shu closed his eyes again. Shimizu often and the children cast their eyes again. Call out. The sound of breaking the air sounded again. History repeats itself. Zanpakuto still couldn't cut it. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Confused face. What's the matter with this man? Cut it or not? Are you kidding yourself? At this time, Su Li was already sweating profusely. He understands the way others look at him. But they don't understand that the zanpakuto in their hands is a fragile item. Su Li was extremely confused at this moment. If it was chopped down, it wouldn't kill it, and it would have smashed to pieces. Is that really losing him, my lord? It is estimated that Shimizu often directly persuades his father to quit the team. Forget it, be steady. Immediately, Su Li changed the way he held the sword. He directly used his fingers to pinch the tip of the sword. Then, bit by bit, it stabbed into the virtual body. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Shu and Shimizu are often dumbfounded. What kind of slaughter is this? What about killing pigs for blood? Su Li didn't care about other people's eyes. Bit by bit with the tip of his sword, he cut open the virtual body. Because the sword tip is very short, often only a small piece of meat can be cut off, and it must be reinserted into the body. Shimizu was often inexplicably shocked, and it was the first time he saw that zanpakuto could still be used in this way. The virtual expression is more and more painful and more frightened. It finally understands what it feels like to be eaten by itself bit by bit before. This kind of slow way of dying, watching oneself die bit by bit, is simply too tortuous. The empty eyes have been completely filled with fear. What kind of pervert is this guy? Why is there a pervert that is more pervert than me? At this moment, Su Li is concentrating and executing his art without any distractions. This is a very new art to Soul Society. For Su Li's past life, it is indeed a retro. If there is one word to describe this art of Su Li, it should be called Ling Late. Su Li quietly re-engraved this ancient and complicated work on this virtual body. However, it didn't take long before this phantom became a skeleton and couldn't hold on anymore. As a puff of soot dissipated, this phantom was completely liberated and returned to the Soul Society. Looking at the stars flying in the sky, Su Li wiped the sweat from his forehead. His body was already soaked. Not enough, after all, this great and complex work has been completed. Su Li looked satisfied and proud of herself. At this time, Su Li suddenly heard a thud from his zanpakuto. Like the cry of a baby at birth. Like the cry of a chick when it breaks its shell. Su Li was shocked. My heart almost stopped. One beep. It made Su Li's whole body numb. He had never heard such a sweet voice. Su Li's hands trembled violently. He slowly picked up zanpakuto, carefully to the extreme, and even tried to suppress his breathing. Like holding a newborn baby. Captain Su Li. Matsumoto Rangaku arrived at the scene with several Shinigami from the medical team. Shish. Shimizu often tried his best to suppress his voice, with a nervous expression on his face. Captain Su Li is carrying out a very solemn ceremony, please don't disturb Captain Su Li. Matsumoto Rangaku was stunned when he heard the words. Immediately, he also asked in a low voice nervously. What ceremony? Several other members of the medical team also came over cautiously, with curious expressions on their faces. Shimizu often whispered mysteriously. Captain Su Li's pose, I've read it in books, is the ritual for people in this world to save the souls of the dead. I didn't expect that Captain Su Li, after defeating his opponent, would still be willing to save the dead for him. With such a mind, it really makes me feel down. Qingshui often looked extremely adored, and his heart was greatly touched. Matsumoto Rangaku and others suddenly realized that they looked at Su Li with awe. Captain Su Li really follows the customs of the country, I never thought about that. Matsumoto Rangaku is in awe. Several members of the medical team cautiously walked to Qingshui Chang's side and started the treatment gently, for fear that they would make a noise and disturb this sacred ceremony. A few children also became extraordinarily quiet, looking at Su Li with innocent eyes full of curiosity. Everyone just looked at Su Li quietly, no one dared to make any noise. Su Li did not know that his actions were regarded as a sacred ceremony. He stared blankly at his zanpakuto. The cracks on the sword are still there. But the whole sword feels completely different. It's alive now. It's no longer the lifeless life it used to be. This zanpakuto is now alive. This made Su Li extremely excited. Boom. Under the emotional excitement, Su Li unconsciously entered a state of ease and sympathy. The terrifying air current is more violent than ever, and then again. The expressions of Matsumoto Rangaku and the others changed instantly. Ah, bro, help. Hold me, Jiro. Several children were directly swept up by the airflow and screamed in horror. Matsumoto Rangaku immediately stepped forward and left a talisman on each child's forehead with the handle of his sword. The children gradually became transparent and were sent to the Soul Society. Immediately, Shi Shunpo went to Qingshuichang and worked with several medical staff to lift Qingshuichang to 50 meters away. After doing all this, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Su Li's figure, there was deep horror in his eyes. She knew that Su Li was terrifying. But just by the airflow rolled up by the momentum, people can't get close. This kind of strength is a bit too terrifying. Fortunately, the riotous airflow did not last long. Su Li came back to his senses and immediately exited the state of being at ease. He looked at Matsumoto Rangaku and others in the distance and shouted, "Miss Rangaku, keep an eye on me, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone." Matsumoto Rangaku nodded solemnly. "Okay, Captain Su Li." Shimizu is often a look of worship and fanaticism. "Yeah, Captain Su Li, it's too hard. A simple transcendence ceremony, taken so seriously, is really admirable to the ground. I swear, I must join the second team. Otherwise, I will not be reconciled in this life." Su Li didn't care about everyone's eyes, but sat down cross-legged. He placed zanpakuto lightly on his lap, then slowly closed his eyes, his mind sank. The surrounding world gradually darkened. The air is also getting quieter. As Su Li's mind sank, all the sights and sounds around him gradually disappeared. After a while, Su Li slowly opened her eyes. The sight is a boundless darkness. Not a ray of light. Not a sound, only darkness. Although there was nothing in front of him, Su Li was extremely excited. He tried his best to suppress his breathing. The violent heartbeat was the only sound in this darkness. This is his first time entering Zanpakuto's consciousness space. If you never forget, will there be an echo? Exclamation mark. Never forget, must echo. He swallowed, and called out softly, his voice trembling violently because of excitement and tension. Is anyone home? Su Li looked forward nervously. However, there was no response. Not even an echo. Su Li was not disappointed. He knew that it would not be easy to awaken his Zanpakuto. Immediately, he spoke again, with a louder voice than before. "Hello, hello, is anyone home?" Still no response. Su Li's face was tense, and he looked up and looked around. Whether it is front, back, left, right, or up and down, there is endless darkness. Su Li is like being in a vast and endless universe. It's just that this universe has no stars or any light. More like a void and desolate chaos. Su Li's figure, in the boundless darkness, looked extremely lonely and extremely small. Unwilling to give up, Su Li picked a random direction and flew over. In such a vast and endless darkness, no matter which direction you go, you are moving forward. Su Li, just like this, has been flying aimlessly. Looking forward to discovering even a little bit of something different from the surrounding darkness. The darkness is boundless. Su Li didn't know how long he had been flying. How far it flew. The endless darkness, cold and dead silence around him gradually made him unable to breathe. At this moment, he is extremely eager for light. Even if there is only a little bit, he will be grateful. Su Li kept flying forward. Because of the cold, his body has become very stiff. His face was also full of tiredness. He didn't know how long he would have to fly. Bright, maybe never existed. Perhaps, it is quietly waiting for him somewhere. Su Li's consciousness became more and more blurred. His eyes became more and more confused. Is there really nothing here? Are your feelings wrong? Is this sword dead? What else is there besides deathly black? Nothing at all. Su Li was almost desperate. Sudden. He stopped abruptly. Eyes are wide open. Immediately, his whole body trembled violently. In his field of vision, in the boundless darkness, an extremely tiny particle of light suddenly appeared. Compared with the surrounding darkness, the glimmer of light emitted by the particles of light looks weak and pitiful. However, despite this, it is still the only light in this vast and boundless universe. It is like the only gravel in the vast ocean. It is also like the only singularity in the chaos and nothingness. The faint light brought warmth and vitality to this lifeless universe. Su Li was completely drunk. Su Li suppressed his excitement and flew towards the particle of light. The distance may not seem far, but Su Li has been flying for a long time. Soon after, Su Li finally came to the light particle. Presented in front of Su Li, a light group only the size of a palm. A faint light illuminated the surrounding darkness. Su Li's face was filled with emotion. Such a small group of light can be found even from such a long distance. Su Li couldn't help but admire his eyesight. In fact, he also knew that if he hadn't practiced Ultra Instinct himself, his 5 senses would have been greatly improved. With his original eyesight, he would never have been able to spot the light group. Su Li immediately calmed down and turned his attention to the light group. A light clump is not a clump made entirely of light. Instead, under the dim light, there is a substantial sphere. This sphere, as clean as white jade, is exceptionally smooth and round. The faint light Su Li saw was the fluorescence emitted from the surface of the sphere. This sphere gave Su Li the feeling that it was like an eggshell, which contained infinite vitality. It's just that Su Li has never seen such neat and round balls. Su Li held his chin, thoughtfully, and leaned in to observe. Alley mouth. Matsumoto Rangaku and the others were sitting on the curb with a bored face. At this time, the sky was pitch black. It was obviously night time. Hey, I said, what kind of transcendence ceremony, does it really take so long? Matsumoto Rangaku frowned slightly, his expression a little dissatisfied. Ahem, maybe, it's Captain Su Li to show his dignity, hehe. Shisui often heard the words, so he could only shyly apologize. Ha, I'm sleepy. Matsumoto Rangaku yawned with a dazed expression. Looking at the exaggerated arc that followed the ups and downs, the other people's faces flushed, and they immediately turned their attention away, daring not to look at them. Hey, Captain Su Li, when are you going to get it? Matsumoto Rangaku propped up his chin and muttered with blurred eyes. In the endless darkness, Su Li turned around Dandan. But after looking at it for so long, I still couldn't see any flowers. No matter from that angle, the eggs look exactly the same. No flaws, no changes. Just quietly glowing. Immediately, Su Li decided to take a different approach. He raised his hands slightly and put them to his lips. Hello. Su Li looked nervous and asked in a low voice. Eggy didn't respond. Hello, can you hear me? Su Li continued to speak without giving up. Eggy still didn't respond. If it's inconvenient for you to speak, just nod your head, and I'll come back later. Su Li's eyes are stubborn, and he speaks in a soft voice, very much like some uncle who is looking for a brother who is strict with his wife to go out for a drink. Eggy still didn't respond. Su Li couldn't help but look a little annoyed. You can clearly feel something inside, but why is there no response? Immediately, Su Li decided to make further tests. He stretched out a finger and slowly poked at Eggy. Su Li's expression was extremely cautious. My heart was also extremely nervous. His fingers slowly touched the surface of Eggy. Smooth. Warm. A little hard. However, before Su Li could feel it properly, he suddenly made a thud in his heart. Egi shivered slightly. Then, the boundless darkness instantly turned into an invisible giant hand, which quickly dragged Su Li away. Su Li couldn't resist at all, and could only watch helplessly as Egi got further and further away from him. Almost instantly, Su Li left the space of consciousness. He stared blankly at the alley in front of him, but he didn't react for a while. After a while, he stared blankly at Zanpakuto. The cracks on the sword have all disappeared at this time. There was a faint luster on the sword's surface, and it looked very cold. Now, the whole zanpakuto looks fierce and sharp. It's not as ugly and shabby as it used to be. Su Li gently stroked sword's body. Exceptionally smooth, just like the touch of that egg. Holding the sword hilt, he could feel the faint vitality. He was finally sure that what he experienced just now was not a hallucination. It's all true. Your own zanpakuto really comes alive. Su Li was extremely excited. Immediately, he closed his eyes, intending to enter the consciousness space again and talk to Egi. However, this time, he failed to enter the space anyway. Sensing the faint will to resist from sword, Su Li showed a bitterness on his face. Did my behavior just now offend Egi a bit? It's angry. Don't like people poking it. Su Li felt bitter in his heart, and a wry smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that I was still in too much of a hurry and didn't have a good sense of proportion. However, he quickly calmed down, and excitement resurfaced in his eyes. As long as you know your zanpakuto is alive, all is well. Anyway, the future is long, and I will be accepted by Egi sooner or later. This is the first dialogue, and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You don't need to worry at all. It's only a matter of time to ask Dandan's name, Shikai, Bankai. The future can be expected. A bright smile finally appeared on Su Li's face. After a while, he showed a thoughtful expression again. His own zanpakuto had been lifeless until now. However, after killing Shu, he reacted for the first time. There must be some connection between them. Perhaps, it was the blood of a sworn enemy that inspired zanpakuto's ferocity. Maybe, for some other reason. But it must have something to do with purification. Su Li suddenly stood up with a bang. Matsumoto Rangaku and others in the distance were suddenly taken aback and fell on their backs. Afterwards, Matsumoto Rangaku slowly got up from the ground with a resentful expression on his face. Hey, I said Captain Su Li, you are finally. Call out. However, before she finished speaking, Su Li's figure disappeared in place. Looking at the empty alley, Matsumoto Rangaku stared blankly. After a long time, there was a roar at the mouth of the alley. Why does this guy do this every time? Run away before finishing my sentence. It's a pity that I've been waiting for him here for so long, I'm so mad. Technology Development Bureau. Report. The Karakura town area of the present world has been detected, and the number of ghosts is rapidly decreasing. Nani? What's going on? Yes, it's Captain Su Li. He's performing a cleanse. Oh, then what's there to report? Ah Jin, have you been in a hurry lately? No, Captain. Captain Su Li's purification speed is a little too fast. How fast? Ah, Master Captain, you can see for yourself, it's so fast. Let me see. Poof. If this goes on like this, the entire void of Karakura town will be completely purified before dawn, Captain. This guy is planning to massacre the city. Urahara store. Urahara Kazuki stood in the yard, looking at the moon in the night sky. His face was solemn, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. Does it belong to the night of killing? This guy is going crazy, it's really scary. Tessai Tsukubishi next to him swallowed. Thinking of that smiling young man, he couldn't help but shiver, and his back felt cold. It seems that Karakura town is doomed to sleepless tonight. The first ray of sunshine in the morning finally slowly fell. The Shu of Karakura town finally survived the longest night ever. It was also the last night. A boy holding a zanpakuto almost wiped out the entire city overnight. All the Shinigami in Karakura town could only watch the massacre in a daze. They could even smell the extremely strong smell of blood in the air. Although that doesn't exist, people were silent. Looking at the boy standing in the sun, there was only one emotion left in the eyes of the people. Fear. However, the boy just scratched his head lightly, looking at the zanpakuto in his hand, with a hint of distress on his face. Why are you ignoring me? Looking at the smooth and clean body of the sword, Suli felt a little helpless when he felt the faint sense of resistance. This night, at least he has purified no less than 10,000 ghosts. The purpose is to beg for the favor of Dandan. Allow yourself to hear that sweet rumbling again. Pity. After slaughtering all over the city, I couldn't find the trace of throbbing at the time. If Shu, who was purified by Suli before, knew what he was thinking at this time, he would definitely be distraught. This person is clearly taking a few swords for his brother. Let the brothers from the whole city accompany you to the festival, right? Pity. These virtuals have no way to express their grievances now. Most of them were sent to Soul Society. And a small part was dragged directly to hell because of too much evil in his lifetime. Today, the whole Karakura town seems to be completely new, and there is no virtual chatter at all. This made Su Li's mood a lot better. He was not worried about the serious consequences of the massacre. People always die anyway. Void always regenerates. Killed today, and tomorrow. Shinigami's work never ends. The only consequence of this massacre may be that the new people who come to practice will have nothing to do in the next period of time. That's all. Su Li looked at his zanpakuto, sighed slightly, and retracted his sword into the sheath. After purifying so much emptiness, zanpakuto had no new reaction. Then only to purify, just activate the key of zanpakuto. Rather than the key to truly awakening zanpakuto. If you really want that door to open with a bang, you still have to rely on your own strength. If you really want to know the name of zanpakuto, it seems that you still have to communicate more deeply with Egi. As long as Egi doesn't resist him, one day he will be able to talk about it. Liberation. Looking at the bright sky, Su Li realized that it was time for his return journey. Immediately, he dialed Matsumoto Rangaku's number. Hey, Miss Rangaku, I'm going back today, I'll leave the matter here to you. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Hello, Miss Rangaku, are you there? Su Li held the phone and shouted. On the other end of the phone, there was a very long deep breath. Okay, Captain Su Li, I see. Matsumoto Rangaku's tone was extraordinarily complicated. Okay, that's it. Su Li happily closed the phone. Then, before leaving the world, he finally showed off 3 bottles of Fat House water, and then he stepped into the gate of the world with satisfaction and returned to the Soul Society. Soon after, Chief's office. You kid, the commotion is a bit too loud this time. Kuretsuchi Mayuri, he came to me in the middle of the night and asked me if this was the task I gave you. The old man didn't sleep well. Looking at the smiling young man in front of him, Yamamoto looked helpless and had a tired look on his face. However, seeing that you are finally willing to use zanpakuto, this makes the old man very gratified. After all, zanpakuto is the soul of a Shinigami, the most important thing in a Shinigami's life. It's unmatched by other third gate techniques. Although you are extremely talented on white hits and shunpo, in fact, the old man has always worried about you and will give up his zanpakuto. Now it seems that the old man is overthinking, haha. Yamamoto smiled and looked at Su Li, full of relief. Don't worry, teacher, the disciple will not abandon his zanpakuto at will. Su Li smiled and said, is it that you don't want to use it? That's why I can't use it myself. However, things are different now. I have eggs now. Wrong, my own zanpakuto has balls. Still not right. All in all, there are eggs. Zanpakuto is ready to use. Ha ha ha, good. Yamamoto laughed heartily and was relieved. Okay, go ahead and do what you want to do. I've already told them. Yamamoto looked at Su Li with a light smile, his eyes were meaningful. Of course Su Li knew what he was talking about. Closed. Su Li respectfully saluted, then turned and left. Don't bring anything. Then what have you eaten for 40 years? Oh, someone brought you food, right. Why are you going to retreat and carrying a bug box? It's disgusting. Alas, the thought of not seeing my dear little nephew for such a long time, my aunt's heart aches. Come on, give my aunt a hug at the end. Su Li then fell into a deep trench. A dizzy suffocation. Yuanzi school. Door. Sui-Feng stood behind Su Li, his eyes full of resentment. The corner of the clothes in her hand was almost kneaded into dough by her. Her lips opened several times, but slowly closed. It seems to have something to say, but can't say it. Sui-Feng, for the next time, the affairs of the second division will be left to you. Su-Li said with a smile. Yamamoto should have greeted her before. Now I just go through another procedure. After all, there is still something like a sense of ritual. Quote. Sui-Feng replied softly, his voice almost inaudible. Her head was buried deep in her collar, and she couldn't make out her expression. The training of the secret mobile team should be carried out quickly, and I should check when I leave the customs. Su-Li warned. Quote. Sui-Feng replied, his knuckles turning white. What's the matter with you today? How can you only say this? Su-Li was a little confused. Quote. Sui-Feng opened his mouth slightly, and his face turned white and red. Quote. She, me, for a long time, and finally closed her mouth slowly and said nothing. The atmosphere suddenly became very subtle. Su-Li was completely at a loss as to what was going on with Sui-Feng today. Since she came back, she has been unhappy like a sullen gourd. No response to talking to her. This guy, I'm afraid he didn't know his own balls. Get to know Eggy. Wang Wang's Su-Li sighed slightly. Forget it, let her be. Immediately, he no longer thought about it, and opened his mouth to say his last confession. In the future, come and report to me about the situation of Jingling Court every once in a while. Although Yamamoto-sensei has ordered that no one should disturb my retreat, except you. As my adjutant, it is necessary for you to report any major incidents in Jingling Court to me. Got it, Sui-Feng. Su-Li looked at her and said. Hearing this, Sui-Feng suddenly raised his head. In the eyes, a ray of light is rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. The originally dark and pale cheeks quickly became rosy and stretched. Until it turns red. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her breathing was extremely rapid. Su-Li could even hear her pounding heartbeat. It is good. Sui-Feng gave a loud drink. A pair of eyes, as bright as the rising sun. On the cheeks, the smile blooms like a summer flower. The news that Su-Li is going to retreat has been rumored among the various teams. Most people's first reaction to the news was shock. People were talking excitedly. Most people's opinions are that Su-Li is already so strong that he still has to retreat. How obsessed is this guy with power? People sincerely admire Su-Li's diligence and perseverance. Even though he became the strongest captain, the boy was still not satisfied and still climbed towards higher peaks. This kind of courage and belief deeply stimulates people's hearts that have long been numb and whose edges and corners have been smoothed out by reality. Genius is still so desperate. How can ordinary people be lazy? Many members of each division posted a portrait of Su-Li on their bedside. Decided to go on like this in the long run, take Su-Li as an example, encourage myself from time to time, and practice diligently. Abarai Renji sat silently in the dojo all morning. Then from noon, practice frantically. He never rested until the tiger's mouth cracked and hemorrhaged, and he still refused to stop. The reactions of the other captains were also different. Zaraki Kenpachi reported to the chief captain that he would also go into retreat. Then hold on. Long time. The answer he gave was that he was still used to improving himself in the fight. Kuchiki Shiro-ya was silent. Then he locked himself in the dojo. Hiraku Shunsui and Jashiro said that they would invite him to drink after the younger brother left the customs. Kurathashi Mayuri's reaction was the most direct. He only said 2 words. Ill. In any case, the news that Su-Li is about to retreat inadvertently set off a training frenzy in Seoul society. This also makes Yamamoto feel deeply gratified. Late at night. The 5th Division team quarters area. Su-Li was quietly walking down the path. He had one last thing to do before officially starting the retreat. After a while, the dormitory of the 5th Division captain. Dong dong, please come in. Aizen's gentle voice sounded. Immediately, the door was pushed open. Seeing the person coming, Aizen couldn't help but be a little surprised. Captain Su-Li, it's really surprising that you are coming to the shabby house. Please sit down. Aizen smiled and got up. His etiquette was extremely decent. Su-Li smiled slightly and saluted politely. Captain Aizen, I came to look for you so suddenly, didn't I bother you? Aizen had a warm smile on his face. What did Captain Su-Li say? Your presence has brought the hut to life. Su-Li smiled heartily. Haha, Captain Aizen is polite, I'm afraid you won't welcome me. Captain Su Li is too polite. No no no, Captain Aizen is polite. No, you are still polite. No, no, you're welcome. The two of you spoke to each other, respecting each other like a guest, and the scene was extremely harmonious for a while. Soon after. Then, Captain Su Li, I heard that you are going to retreat tomorrow. I don't know what's wrong with you coming to the poorhouse so late at night. Aizen put the freshly brewed tea into Su Li's cup, and then asked gently. I originally planned to come during the day, but there are too many things to explain, so I came here now. Su Li said with a smile. Aizen smiled and listened. Actually, I came to you for two things. Su Li suddenly leaned closer and said mysteriously. Oh, there are two things, can I help you? Please tell me. Aizen smiled. Haha, I have known that Mr. Aizen is good at calligraphy. The first thing I want to do is to ask Mr. Aizen for a handwriting. Ask for words. Aizen pushed his glasses, his expression a little surprised. Yes, I want to hang these words in the dojo to encourage myself from time to time. Su Li smiled. Hearing this, Aizen smiled gently. It's not difficult. May I ask what word Mr. Su Li would like to ask for? There are people outside people, and there are mountains outside the mountains. Su Li smiled lightly. Good words. Aizen praised mildly. Immediately, Aizen got up slowly, walked to the desk, studied the ink and picked up the pen. With a faint smile on her face, Su Li waited quietly. Not long after, a pair of exquisite calligraphy was presented to Su Li. Good word. Su Li's eyes lit up slightly, and he didn't hesitate to praise himself BDFB. Mr. Su Li is very praised. It is an honor to be in the eyes of Mr. Su Li for his clumsy skills. Aizen sat down again and smiled gently. Then, the first thing has been completed. Mr. Su Li, what is the second thing you want to help me with? Aizen asked. Su Li gently put away the scroll, and then an embarrassed smile appeared on his face. To be honest, Mr. Aizen, this second thing is a little hard to explain. But it doesn't matter, Aizen said gently. Hey, let me tell you, you can't tell anyone. Su Li suddenly became cautious and looked around nervously. Please speak. Noticing Su Li's strangeness, Aizen's face also showed a hint of curiosity. That's right, actually, I've never been able to liberate my zanpakuto. But, last night, I suddenly sensed zanpakuto's reaction and even entered zanpakuto's space for the first time. Although I can't see it very clearly, I can be sure that my zanpakuto is an illusion. Captain Aizen, you are also zanpakuto from the hallucination department, can you teach me a little experience and teach me how to liberate? After Su Li said that, he glanced at Aizen with a blushing face. Aizen was also very surprised when he heard this. I didn't expect that Captain Su Li was so talented that the reason he didn't use zanpakuto was because he couldn't liberate. However, it's not surprising, Captain Kenpachi is the same. That's why you slaughtered Karakura town last night. Purification doesn't bring you closer to zanpakuto, Captain Su Li, you're wasting your efforts. Aizen smiled gently. Yeah, so, isn't this coming for you? Su Li said with a look of resentment. Teach me, and when I retreat, I can have a good conversation with zanpakuto. Facing Su Li's request for advice, Aizen burst into laughter. In his eyes, a strange color flashed imperceptibly. Originally, Aizen still had no chance to attack Su Li. Now, since this guy came to the door so stupidly, then it is better to be respectful than to obey. Captain Su Li, it's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that you have to rely on yourself to talk to zanpakuto. Aizen smiled gently, with a hint of apology on his face. In order not to arouse the suspicion of the other party, he decided to pretend to shirk it. Hearing this, Su Li's face suddenly became depressed. Aizen smiled slightly. However, I can cast a release of zanpakuto for you. Perhaps, you can get some inspiration in the process. Su Li was overjoyed when she heard the words. Good good, I want to see. Aizen shook his head and smiled wryly. This guy, after all, is still a child, his emotions, anger, sorrow and joy are fully expressed on his face. Before myself, I really looked up to him. Then, Captain Su Li, please take good care of you. Aizen smiled gently and took his zanpakuto from the shelf. Su Li stood up and looked excited. Aizen smiled slightly and slowly drew out zanpakuto. Kyoka Suigetsu. Soon after. Wow, Captain Aizen, your Kyoka Suigetsu is amazing. 9. Just now I wanted to stretch out my left hand, but I stretched out my right leg. I tried to stretch my right leg, but it became my right hand. It's really incredible, incredible. In the dormitory of the captain of the 5th Division, Su Li was babbling in amazement. Captain Su Li, keep your voice down, don't disturb others. Aizen smiled helplessly. Ahaha, I'm sorry, I'm so excited. Su Li scratched his head embarrassedly, blushing. After a moment, Su Li suddenly stood up with a sincere smile on his face. Captain Aizen, after seeing your shikai, I am deeply inspired, I must thank you very much. Immediately, Su Li tilted his head with a thoughtful look on his face. After a while, he suddenly smiled. Otherwise, I'll teach you my white killing technique, what do you think? Aizen was ashamed. No, Mr. Su Li, I really don't need to thank you, it's not worth mentioning. Quote. Su Li said a little disappointed. However, in the end, I would like to thank you for your guidance, thank you very much. Su Li gave a very serious salute. Aizen looked ashamed and immediately returned a salute. It's really not necessary, Captain Su Li, why don't you, let's go back to rest, we're going to start retreating tomorrow, right? Su Li was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Okay, then don't bother, wait for the next retreat, and invite Mr. Aizen to drink. Okay, then, I wish you a smooth retreat. Aizen regained his gentle expression and slowly bid farewell. Immediately, Su Li stopped talking and turned to leave. Wooden door closed. Aizen stood in front of the window, the expression on his face was long gone. He was expressionless, and looked at the young man's figure indifferently. This guy is really loud enough, no wonder Kurathashi Mayuri hates him so much. After all, it's just a child. Seeing the young man's figure gradually disappearing out of sight, a strange smile gradually appeared on Aizen's face. A tiny thorn that had been aching in my heart was finally pulled out. Since then, no one can stop his plan. The smile on Aizen's face is getting brighter and brighter. No one's path. Under the street lamp, the young man's figure was a little lonely. Suddenly, a strange scene happened. The shadow of the boy gradually turned into two boys who look exactly alike. Two Su Li. One of them was holding the invisibility cloth he just took off. The first Su Li, seeing the second Su Li, immediately showed a look like offering a treasure on his face. Brother, did you see it just now? My acting skills fooled that guy for a moment. The second Su Li had a light expression. Well, I saw it, it's the last paragraph, it's a bit exaggerated, it's not very similar. The first Su Li immediately gave a disapproving expression. Brother, you don't understand, I'm combining excitement, and gratitude into one and interpreting it to ultimate. Then, he showed a gloomy look. Alas, a top actor like me is just a soul pill, what a waste of time. Unexpectedly, Su Li, who had been talking to Aizen before, turned out to be a soul pill. And his body is obviously just a corpse. And the real Su Li has been hiding behind him. Fazai, if an actor adds a lot of drama, it will ruin a good show. Su Li said lightly. Fortunately, that guy didn't see it after all. The hair boy looked proud. That's a must. My acting skills are the best of all the soul pills. Su Li smiled slightly. Yes, you have half the credit for the success of this performance. When Fazai heard the words, his face suddenly became a little distressed. However, he couldn't deny that the other half of the credit was on the real teenager. In order not to reveal her flaws, Su Li almost completely became the shadow of the hair boy. He keeps doing the same thing all the time. Until now, the footsteps of the two were completely synchronized. I can't tell it's two people at all. This does not mean how high the tacit understanding between the two is. Instead, it indirectly proves the power of Su Li. Synchronized actions that are extremely difficult for ordinary people to complete. When he has ultra instinct, it is almost extremely easy. Also, during the conversation with Aizen, Su Li has been releasing his Reiatsu behind Fazai. Aizen sensed Su Li's Reiatsu, and would no longer have any doubts about Fazai. To say, Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, is to deceive the five senses. So, Su Li's move is to learn from the barbarians and control barbarians. Aizen thought he had lied to Su Li. In fact, it was Su Li who lied to Aizen. The purpose of Su Li doing this is to make Aizen feel at ease. Only when he wins his Kyoka Suigetsu, can Aizen continue to carry out his plan with peace of mind. The main storyline will not change. This is the real reason why Su Li went to loot the Urahara store before. Actually, Su Li is not afraid of Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu. Because of his current Ultra Instinct, his sixth sense has been greatly improved, and he has even developed a seventh sense. Even if he does hit Kyoka Suigetsu, Su Li can find out Aizen's true location. However, it is better not to be hit by illusion. Who knows if Aizen will suddenly lose his mind, initiate hallucinations, and let himself watch a muscle golden wheel. Even if you don't feel sick, you still want to vomit, right? So, Su Li closed his eyes when Aizen launched Kyoka Suigetsu. Although Kyoka Suigetsu is a bug-level ability, it is quite easy to crack it. As long as you can't see its release, you won't be hit. Or, before launching, touch the sword blade. These Su Li have long been familiar with. So, in short, tonight's action, not Aizen's farewell to Su Li. It was Su Li's return to Aizen. Repay him for the last time he slapped himself. Su Li is looking forward to the day when Aizen launches Kyoka Suigetsu and finds out that he has no illusions. What kind of expression will he look like? A liar, finding that he has been deceived, that expression. It must be wonderful. A faint smile appeared on Su Li's face. Okay, it's none of your business, you can get out of the righteous corpse. Su Li looked at Fazai and said, "Brother, if there is a performance next time, you can call me, I can perform anything." Snapped. Su Li shouted directly on Fazai's forehead. A soul pill shot directly out of Yi Shi's mouth. Su Li slowly put away the soul pill, then deflated the righteous body, and immediately put it away. Then, after everything is over, the next time is the real time to practice. Su Li smiled slightly. 40 years of cultivation, I can't imagine how strong I can be. Open black lens bracket ding, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket system upgrade completed. Booting, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket startup successfully, close black lens bracket. Su Li was stunned for a moment, and then a happy expression appeared on his face. Almost forgot, these days are the time when the system is updated. I had been busy before, and I forgot about it at all. Su Li couldn't wait to open the system interface to see what new changes were made. Ultra Ego, Destructive Energy, Marine 6 Styles, Shenyu Yanwu. Seeing the dazzling array of various moves and exercises, Su Li was stunned. After the system was updated, it was possible to directly specify the travel location. It is even possible to directly specify the skills of the target world. The travel time required for each skill also varies. As little as a few days, as many as a few months. Some Su Li have never heard of, and even take years. Cuck, the frog cub suddenly jumped out of the system warehouse and jumped on Su Li's shoulder. Long time no see, I miss you very much. The frog cub rubbed Su Li's cheek affectionately, apparently missing Su Li's bug. My darling, what's the difference between this and Fengling Yueying? Su Li was overwhelmed with emotion. The plugin upgrade has become a VIP level plugin. Incredibly fierce. It seems that for the next 40 years, I have to practice. Su Li smiled wryly. However, I can't let go of chatting with Dandan. After all, that's my Dandan. Su Li was overjoyed. Under the moonlight, the young man is like a spring breeze, with a light gait. Slowly walking towards Yuanzi School. Chapter 81. Time flies by like a horse. 40 years have passed in a hurry. Yuanzi School. A figure with fluttering long hair is moving lightly. Each action is not complicated, but it is like flowing clouds and flowing water, extremely natural. Every punch, every kick, has a suffocating beauty. The terrifying formidable power contained in it caused the space to have fissures. This person is Su Li. Compared with 40 years ago, Su Li's appearance has undergone some small changes. Originally Aokiji's face, now a little more mature. Body is also a lot taller. The well-proportioned muscles make Su Li look heroic. Especially the long silver white hair, which danced in the wind with Su Li's movements, looked extremely elegant. The originally thin and immature teenager, after years of tempering, has now become a handsome and compelling young guy. And beside Su Li, sat a woman with a cold face. The woman looked at Su Li's free and easy movements, her eyes shone brightly. It looks like a 663 drunk. It is Sui-Feng. Compared to 4 decades ago, Sui-Feng has not changed much. Still looking so smart, however, now she always has a faint smile on her face. Of course, she would only be like this when she was in Yuanzi school. Usually, it is still a cold look. Quote. Su Li exhaled slowly and stopped. The silver-white long hair also slowly turned back to its original black. Wash it up. Sui-Feng smiled and handed over the towel. Su Li smiled slightly, took the towel, and wiped the sweat off her body. In the past 40 years, Sui-Feng has been with him basically. At first, Sui-Feng came only after a long interval. And every time I come, my face is flushed. Most of what they said was also the official news of Jingling Court. Later, Sui-Feng became more and more diligent, coming almost every few days. The words also became much more. I often say things that have nothing to do with business. After that, Sui-Feng came almost every day. And they often bring melons and fruits to eat, and occasionally, even bring some bentos. It's just that taste, even a non-picky eater like Su Li would have to shake his head for half an hour after eating it. And the content of Sui-Feng's conversation with Su Li has almost completely turned into the sharing of her personal life. In this regard, Su Li is not very concerned about it. After all, he also knew that in the past 40 years, the Soul Society basically did not have any major events, and the situation was very calm. So, Su Li would be happy to hear Sui-Feng say this. After all, retreat is an extremely boring thing. Occasionally listening to the little anecdotes shared by girls is also a good way to relax for him. Moreover, he didn't know Sui-Feng very well before. Therefore, it is also a very interesting thing to listen to Sui-Feng tell about his life experience. Come on, let's eat, I made you eel dumplings today. Sui-Feng said with a smile, and took out a food box from behind. Su Li's face suddenly became bitter. He didn't even know where Sui-Feng went to learn so many dark dishes. In the past few decades, under the feeding of Sui-Feng, he broke the lower limit of his own taste countless times. He didn't even doubt that even if he picked up a pebble from the ground, he could chew it up. This eel dumpling, as soon as you hear it, is definitely the top of the dark dishes. Hey, I shouldn't have listened to this guy's fooling around and resigned the guy who delivered the meal. Su Li thought bitterly in her heart. Immediately, he sat down and took the chopsticks that Sui-Feng handed over. Looking at the dark eel dumplings, Su Li frowned and hesitated. Why are you standing still? Eat now, it'll be cold later. Sui-Feng urged. Ah, Su Li sighed inwardly, then picked up an eel dumpling and put it into his mouth. Sui-Feng looked at him nervously and looked expectantly. Hey, the taste is not bad. Su Li was a little surprised. How about it? It's delicious. I developed this myself. Sui-Feng looked smug. The craftsmanship is improving, Su Li laughed, then picked up another dumpling and put it in his mouth. Sui-Feng's face flushed slightly, and he snorted softly. Although several years ago, Su Li started calling her that. But the girl's face is thinner. So until now, Sui-Feng has not been able to get used to this kind of intimacy. In order to make this eel stuffing, I went to study with the owner of the eel house for a whole week. How is it? Great. Sui-Feng raised his head and looked arrogant, waiting to be praised. Awesome, invincible, newbie. The quality of today's food is completely beyond my expectations. Whoever can marry a girl like you will be very lucky. Su Li enjoyed her meal and did not hesitate to praise her. Sui-Feng's face immediately flushed, and it went straight to the roots of his neck. By the way, Ali, when you finish eating, can I cut your hair for you? Sui-Feng was still not used to this kind of intimacy, and asked with a blushing face. Why cut it? Isn't it pretty? I've always wanted to have long hair and try it out. Su Li glanced at the hair dragging on the ground behind her. It's a good-looking ass, it's ugly, and it's not spiritual at all, like a woman. Sui-Feng said with disgust. Su Li was speechless for a while. It seems that the aesthetics of men and women are indeed not the same thing. Soon after, Suli was full. Immediately, he found a stool and waited for his, Mr. Tony, to transform himself. Swish. Sui-Feng's sword is obviously sharper than all Tony teachers. The long hair that originally reached the ground suddenly lost a lot of it. With Sui-Feng's neat movements, Suli gradually recovered from being free and easy to a refreshing appearance. By the way, Sui-Feng, what happened to Soul Society recently? Taking advantage of the haircut, Suli asked. This is also the topic he talked to Sui-Feng the most over the years. Looks like it's all right. Sui-Feng patted Suli's head lightly with his hands, and answered with a blushing face. Immediately, she seemed to suddenly remember something, and her hand moved slightly. Oh, I almost forgot, there is such a thing. I heard that it was a member of the 13th Division who disappeared while performing a mission in this world. Reiatsu also disappeared. Suli was taken aback for a moment. Immediately, there was a gleam in his eyes. That player, what's the name? Sui-Feng raised his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. Like, it's called Kuchiki Lu, or something. I know anyway, she's from the Kuchiki family. What's wrong with you, Li? Sui-Feng looked at Suli blankly, the other's body was trembling slightly. Swish. Suli stood up abruptly. Sui-Feng looked at him blankly, bewildered. Finally, in Suli's eyes, there was a blazing flame. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. It's been almost 40 years. The disappearance of Rukia Kuchiki in this world means that the real main storyline begins. It also means that Suli's retreat career is over. He turned around sharply and looked at Sui-Feng. Sui-Feng looked at him blankly. Finally waited for this day. Suli's eyes blazed with raging fire, and she was extremely excited. Seeing the flames in Suli's eyes, Sui-Feng's mind went blank. Sudden, Sui-Feng was picked up by Suli. Ali, you. Sui-Feng paled in shock. Let's exit. Suli was so excited that he directly picked up Sui-Feng and circled in the air. Ali. You. Let me down. Sui-Feng blushed like blood. He wanted to resist, but his whole body was weak, so he could only let Suli hold him. On her extremely shy face, there was a sweet smile like eating candied fruit. Crash. Hearing the sound of water running in the bathroom, Sui-Feng blushed brightly. In my heart, I am still reminiscing about the sweet moment just now. After a while, the sound of the water flow stopped. Sui-Feng swallowed nervously. He glanced at the wooden door of the bathroom with some dodging eyes. Squeak sounded. A figure came out from inside. Fresh and slightly damp hair. Clean and handsome face. The spotless Captain Howery. Sui-Feng couldn't help being a little stunned when he looked at the handsome young man who looked like an elegant young man. After a long while, she realized her gaffe, her face immediately turned red, and she buried her head deeply. Hey, this guy is getting better and better. The man who can make Sui-Feng's heart palpitate is not Suli, who else could it be? Suli wiped her wet hair with a sunny smile on her face. This was the last bath I took at Yuanjijuku. It was the most comfortable bath I've ever had. Because he is leaving here soon. Looking at the dilapidated decoration around, Suli was really reluctant. After staying in Yuanzi school for nearly 40 years, he never went out once. Here, it has almost become his only memory in the past 40 years. Of course, not including the blushing woman. Let's go. It's time for us to go out and meet our old friends. Suli smiled lightly and was happy both physically and mentally. Sui-Feng let out a shy cry and stood up. Afterwards, the two walked side by side and slowly walked towards the gate. The dilapidated Yuanzi school has finally returned to peace after 40 years of noise. On the trail, a red-haired young man is walking forward. Good afternoon, Vice Captain Renji. How are you doing recently, Vice Captain Renji? Long time no see, Vice Captain Renji. Facing the enthusiastic greetings from passers-by, Abarai Renji just casually responded with a few words, looking a little uneasy. He is now the vice captain of the 6th Division. It only took 40 years to reach the seat of vice captain. Abarai Renji's talent and hard work are obvious to all. Many people even said that his strength was enough to rank in the top 3 among the vice captains. He disagreed with this. He has seen true genius. So, I don't think I'm great. And now, it's not because of that that really upsets Abarai Renji. It was Rukia Kuchiki who disappeared. Going to the world to perform a mission, Reiatsu disappears. Thinking of these news, Abarai Renji couldn't help showing a deep worry in his eyes. He didn't know what to do. His only thought now is to go to Captain Byakuya and see if the other party has anything to say. In a trance, he saw two figures walking towards him. The clean leader Haori showed the identity of the other party. Abarai Renji saluted subconsciously. Master Captain, good afternoon. Yeah, Renji, it's been a long time since I've seen him, he's so handsome. A clean voice sounded, somewhat unfamiliar and somewhat familiar. Abarai Renji couldn't help but raised his head in a daze. The next second, his pupils shrank. Su-Li. Abarai Renji looked in disbelief and was extremely shocked. Watch your words, boy. On the side, the woman with a cold face, with arrogant eyes, said in a slightly unhappy tone. These two people are Su-Li and Sui-Feng. Looking at Su-Li, who had become handsome and mature with a faint smile, Abarai Renji's mind went blank. You got out, exited. Because he was so shocked, he even stuttered a little. Sui-Feng's warning didn't even get into his brain at all. Hey, I said, can't you hear me? Haven't learned honorifics. Sui-Feng's face was slightly cold, and his tone was much heavier. Don't be nervous, this is my former classmate. Su-Li said with a smile. Sui-Feng blushed, turned his head and let out an imperceptible spit. This guy, even in front of others, called himself so intimately, didn't he know he would be embarrassed? HMPH, really, embarrassing, disgusting. Renji, long time no see, are you now the vice captain? But also, you were originally the vice captain of the 6th division, ha ha ha, congratulations. Come on, old classmate, long time no see, give me a hug. Su-Li smiled brightly and gave Renji a big hug. After 40 years of retreat, the feeling of seeing acquaintances again is indescribable. Therefore, Su-Li was not stingy, venting his excitement on Renji. Renji's mind went blank, he felt a humming in his head, and he couldn't hear anything. Until much later, both Su-Li and Sui-Feng have left, and he hasn't recovered yet. After a long while, he turned his head slowly with difficulty. Looking at the empty alley, Abarai Renji's heart started beating wildly. That man, move the time forward a little bit. After Su-Li said goodbye to Renji, he took Sui-Feng and continued to walk in the direction of the commander-in-chief's office. The first thing to do when leaving the customs is to tell the old man. After all, in the past 40 years, if he hadn't given a death order to not allow anyone to approach Yuanzi school, Su-Li would not have lived so peacefully. Moreover, as a disciple, it is necessary to report to the teacher after leaving the customs. So, after coming out of Yuanzi school, Su-Li took Sui-Feng and went straight to the first team building. Along the way, people met Su-Li, and their first reaction was the same as Abarai Renji. Confused, strangeness. The second reaction was incomparable shock. Along the way, as long as they passed by Su-Li's side, without exception, their mouths grew in surprise. His jaw almost dropped along the way. Regarding this phenomenon, Su-Li just waved his hand and greeted everyone enthusiastically. After all, I'm not a dentist, and I don't have the habit of stabbing people when they open their mouths. The sound of a dislocated jaw resounded frequently. It was not until Su-Li disappeared for a long time that people came to their senses. Wow, that, Captain Su-Li, he actually got out. My mother, this is a big news. No, I have to inform the team immediately. Woo, my idol, you are finally out. Do you know how much I miss you? My God, Captain Su-Li is so handsome now. Ah, he was handsome before. Seal the heart and lock the love. That was yesterday. No, I have to find a way to let Captain Su-Li know that I am single now. Woo, the youngest and most powerful captain in history. Finally reappearing. It's so exciting. In the face of the overwhelming adoration of the crowd. Some newcomers who have just joined the squad also expressed their confusion. What? The youngest and most powerful captain in history? Don't be funny, isn't the youngest captain Hitsugaya Toshiro of the 10th division? That's right, and the strongest captain is the Zaraki Kenpachi captain of the battle class. Captain Su Li, I have a bit of an impression. I seem to have seen it in an old magazine before, but the content in that magazine doesn't seem to be serious. Che, the ones you read are all private newspapers, those are all novels, you can't believe it. Is that so? No wonder that magazine was discontinued later, it must be illegal. The newcomers were talking a lot, looking at the old team members with frenzied expressions, and their eyes were a little mocking. Su Li. For them, this genius boy from 40 years ago was just a figure on a piece of paper, too unreal. Seeing is believing. Therefore, they scoffed at what the old players said. In the crowd, Hinamori Momo stared blankly at the disappearance of Su Li. I remembered what Captain Eisen once told me. She made a mistake and turned to leave. Go to the direction of the 5th Division team building. She's going to tell Captain Eisen. That man. Chief's office. Ali, after not seeing you for so many years, you have grown a lot taller and stronger. Looking at the young man in front of him, Captain Yamamoto's face was filled with relief. On the side of Chojiro Sasaki, there was a murmur in his heart. Over the years, the commander-in-chief has always been unsmiling, with a straight face all the time, full of majesty. This is always the case even in front of myself. Over the past 40 years, the commander-in-chief has rarely moved. The expression on his face, as if frozen, has always been expressionless. However, as soon as the boy left the gate today, a smile appeared on the face of the commander-in-chief, who had been stiff for 40 years. I have to say, the young man's place in his heart. No, it should be called youth now. Su Li's place in his heart is really very important. Sasaki looked at Su Li with a hint of envy. Meanwhile, Su Li is watching Yamamoto. Yamamoto's current appearance is much older than before. His eyes were also cloudier than before. Su Li sighed inwardly. It seems that in the past 40 years, the old man has had a lot of troubles. Immediately, Su Li smiled slightly. Teacher, the students are out of the customs, and I came here to report to you. Yamamoto smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go out. Immediately, a hint of mystery appeared on Yamamoto's face, and he asked with a smile. Ali, your strength should have improved a lot now. Su Li smiled slightly, with a look of respect on his face. With the big mountain in front of the teacher, there is still a long way for the students to go. How dare you show off some small progress in front of the teacher? When Yamamoto heard this, he burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you brat, you are still so slick. I don't know, I think you are humble, but can I still understand you, you kid, just love to pretend, ha ha ha. However, this is where the old man likes you, you can pretend to be so natural, among so many disciples, you are the only one. Yamamoto laughed, his eyes filled with relief. Hee, it's all a good teacher. Su Li smiled sweetly. Yamamoto laughed again after hearing this. This made Sasaki on the side extremely helpless, and looked at Su Li more and more enviously. It is estimated that only Su Li can make Captain Yamamoto laugh out loud. Okay, then let's get down to business, what are you going to do next? After a while, Yamamoto stopped laughing and asked with a smile. Of course, be good, be good. Su Li looked solemn and meticulous. Yamamoto was slightly taken aback when he heard the words. Then he shook his head with a wry smile. You boy, you are mature and more mellow than before. It's a set of official words. Su Li smiled lightly. Of course, you can't tell the old man what you want to do. After all, that was against Central 46. Even if the old man appreciates himself again, he will not agree. But at that time, Central 46, or not the original Central 46, is hard to say. Forget it, nothing can come out of your mouth. Let's talk about me. Yamamoto's expression became serious. Hearing this, Su Li showed a hint of curiosity on his face, and immediately listened attentively. You've been away all these years. There were several operations before, and I ordered the covert mobile team to go out. The white killing technique you created is very effective. Central 46 is also very interested. They want you to hand in the full content of white killing. Take this as a compulsory technique for the guardians of the royal court. Hearing this, Su Li frowned slightly. How dare this bunch of dogs put the abacus on their heads? Want to use their own white killing skills to train their own watchdog. When Yamamoto saw this, he smiled slightly and motioned him to take it easy. However, I did not promise them right away. Hearing this, Su Li's face softened slightly. I said to them, I still have to listen to your opinion on this matter. After all, you created it yourself. Yamamoto looked at Su Li with soft eyes. Impossible, Su Li answered with no expression on his face. Oh, I knew. A wry smile appeared on Yamamoto's face. However, these guys will not give up. If you don't give it, they will trouble you. If these guys are serious, even the old man may not be able to withstand the pressure. So, in order to deal with them, the old man has an unkind request. I wonder if you are willing. Su Li raised her eyebrows slightly. Teacher, please speak. Yamamoto smiled slightly, then opened his mouth. I want to list your White Hits as the new White Hits textbook of Spiritual Arts Academy. I wonder if you would like it. Su Li was slightly taken aback. Textbook, Yamamoto nodded solemnly. Well, let the white killing technique become a teaching material, and everyone who enters the academy can learn it. In this way, it can not only block the mouth of Central 46, but also allow your white killing technique to get the most official certification. After all, many members of the Royal Court Guard are also selected from the academy, and Central 46 is also one of the beneficiaries. And other students can also benefit, and this is the only way to satisfy everyone at the moment. Yamamoto said gently. I'm not satisfied, Su Li said with an expressionless face. Ali, I know you have grievances, but everything is the bigger picture. The White Hits technique is too powerful, far from being comparable to the traditional White Hits technique. Now outside, I don't know how many people are staring with red eyes. You only use it to cultivate a secret mobile team. After all, you are overqualified. Such a powerful skill should not be hidden in the dark all the time. You make it known to the world can learn it, the world will benefit from you, and soon you will be the teacher of all Shinigami. At that time, the entire Soul Society will be your disciple, and even Central 46 will not dare to trouble you at will. Wouldn't it be better for you to guard it alone? Yamamoto's eyes were gentle and persuasive. Su Li frowned and said nothing. Oh, the big deal, you can only disclose part of it first. As for the real complete content, it will depend on your own mood. Yamamoto sighed helplessly. Okay, then only part of it will be made public, and it will be used as a textbook for the academy. Su Li said lightly. Yamamoto was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that the other party was really willing to agree. He is also ready to move out some big truths. Ali, you agreed? Yamamoto also asked in disbelief. Su Li said lightly. In fact, he has long known that the white killing technique will attract people's attention sooner or later. Even if Central 46 didn't dare to snatch it out, they would do some tricks secretly. Might as well take a part out and make it public. Not only can you keep the most essential part of suicide, but you can also gain fame and fortune. To be a teacher of 10,000 people, it is fun to think about. And originally Su Li also had the plan to let the white killing technique spread to the world. The reason why it is promoted in the secret mobile team first is that it is only to cheapen its own people first. This wave of Yamamoto's operations was exactly what he wanted. It's just that it doesn't show on his face. Su Li was expressionless and frowned slightly. Makes people feel very aggrieved. Yamamoto sighed slightly, his eyes showing some pity. Wang Jiao. Ali, this time, the teacher owes you a favor. The promotion of the white killing technique is of far-reaching significance to Soul Society, and the teacher is also helpless. In the future, the teacher will compensate you well. A rare trace of apology appeared on Yamamoto's face. It's okay, teacher, I'm not wronged. Su Li shook her head gently, her face gloomy. This made Yamamoto even more regretful, and the pity in his eyes increased a little. Teacher, if it's all right, I'll go first. As for the textbooks, I will ask someone to send them over these days. Su Li said gloomily. Okay, the teacher will send you off. Yamamoto stood up immediately, his eyes filled with pity. No need for teacher, goodbye teacher. Su Li bowed respectfully, then turned to leave. Looking at Su Li's retreating back, Yamamoto sighed slightly, his eyes full of love. Oh, what a good boy. What, want us to hand over the white killing technique? Sui-Feng said in surprise. He didn't notice the change in his title, it became, we. These greedy and rotten guys. Sui-Feng's teeth tickled with hatred. The white killing technique, but the token of love that Suli gave her to keep, how could she hand it over casually? B. If you say that, aren't you afraid of being convicted by the old men in the central government? Suli said with a smile. Che, what are you afraid of, anyway? Don't you call them old men too, hee hee. Sui-Feng stuck out his tongue rarely, looking a little playful. If he had to go to prison, Suli would definitely not be able to escape. Two people, in prison together. It seems quite romantic. Thinking of this, Sui-Feng couldn't help but blushed slightly, his eyes dodged, and he didn't dare to face Suli's gaze. At this moment, Suli was thinking of something else. Now, some time has passed since Rukia Kuchiki disappeared. Rukia Kuchiki, who was supposed to be in this world at this time, taught Kurosaki Ichigo how to use the power of Shinigami. Next, Aizen will launch an action to obliterate Central 46. Then he pretended to be Central 46 and issued an order to bring Rukia Kuchiki back from this world. Immediately, it can be regarded as the real entry into the main plot. Since Central 46 doesn't have a few days to live, why worry about it? But these things, it is impossible for him to tell Sui-Feng. B. Don't worry, I have already agreed to the teacher's request. Su Li smiled lightly, and immediately told Sui-Feng of Yamamoto's proposal. Sui-Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he learned that it was only part of the white killing technique. It's okay, I thought I was going to hand over the mother book. Sui-Feng patted his chest, and his heart was much calmer. Huh, you mean, you still have the transcript? Su Li looked surprised. No, I didn't copy. Sui-Feng suddenly panicked, and his face suddenly flushed. Su Li then smiled helplessly. Forget it, it's fine to copy, as long as you don't scatter around. I don't. This one really doesn't. Sui-Feng shouted immediately, his expression extremely serious. Well, then you go back, sort out some of the content, and take it to the teacher. Try to pick some basic content, and we will keep the more subtle killings for ourselves. Su Li said lightly. Me. Sui-Feng was surprised. Well, the current understanding of the white killing technique belongs to you, so for this job, you are the most suitable candidate. Su Li said. If I mess up, aren't you afraid of ruining your reputation? Sui-Feng asked cautiously. Su Li smiled. It's okay, do it boldly, I believe in you. When Sui-Feng heard this, his heart throbbed. It is good. BDFB. The 5th Division, the captain's quarters. This is really surprising news. Thank you, Miss Hinamori. Aizen looked at his adjutant in front of him and smiled warmly. It's okay, Captain Aizen, this is what your subordinates should do. Hinamori Momo blushed and saluted respectfully. I'm really lucky to have Ms. Hinamori as the vice captain. Aizen smiled. Hinamori Momo blushed even more. Being able to become Captain Aizen's lieutenant, this is a blessing. Hinamori Momo stammered, his face flushed. Haha, Miss Hinamori, that's very kind. Okay, Miss Hinamori, go ahead and get busy, I have work to do too. Aizen smiled gently. Yes. Hinamori Momo blushed in response, then turned to leave. Before leaving, he gently closed the door, which can be said to be extremely gentle and considerate. Aizen looked at the back of her leaving with a gentle smile on her face. Oh, Captain Aizen, it's really popular with little girls. A man dressed in Captain Howry walked out from behind the screen with a smiling expression on his face. Yin, are you praising me or mocking me? Looking at the man walking out from behind the screen, the gentle smile on Aizen's face turned into a faint smile. The man is the captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. Absolutely, no sarcasm meant. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. Aizen just smiled when he heard the words. Immediately, he looked out the window with a thoughtful expression. I really didn't expect that guy to leave the customs at such a time. Captain Aizen, should we be on guard? Ichimaru Jin said with a smile, but his tone was a little serious. Aizen heard the words and was noncommittal. It's just a coincidence. Is it really just a coincidence? Ichimaru Jin's face was slightly solemn and thoughtful. Yin, don't worry, everything is under my control, even him. Aizen smiled lightly, his eyes were like a lake, deep and calm. Ha, I see, that's why I'm overthinking it. When Ichimaru Jin heard the words, a smile appeared on his face again. Then, Everything will go according to the original plan. It's okay, Silver, Aizen asked indifferently. Yes, Captain Aizen. Ichimaru Jin laughed. The smile on his face grew stronger. Hey, you kid, you don't even tell me when you go out, right? Congratulations on leaving the customs, little junior brother. Before Su Li could get out of the first team building, they met Kiraku Shunsui and Jashiro Yukitaki, who were cutting who. Looking at Kiraku Shunsui, who had a guilt-like face, Su Li burst into a wry smile. Didn't I just come out from the teacher? I just wanted to find you. Su Li laughed. Ha, if you have a heart, old man Shan said to you, did you practice with you? Kiraku Shunsui wrapped his arms around Su Li's shoulders, looking extremely enthusiastic. Sui-Feng was pushed aside by him, his face unhappy. Ha, not that. Su Li smiled. Then what are you talking about, for so long? Kiraku Shunsui wondered. Jashiro was also curious. Immediately, Su Li told him what happened before. This bad old man, very bad. Kiraku Shunsui exclaimed. However, this is also a good thing for the younger brother. When the white killing technique is popularized, the reputation of the younger brother will spread throughout the Soul Society. Jashiro said gently. Yeah, what's the point? The reputation of the younger brother has already spread throughout the Soul Society. Kiraku Shunsui complained. Hearing this, Sui-Feng nodded silently, looking proud. Haha, that's true. Jashiro scratched his head in embarrassment. Forget it, let's not talk about these bad things. Little junior brother, do you still remember what you promised us before retreating? Kiraku Shunsui suddenly said mysteriously. Su Li smiled slightly and nodded. Certainly. Kiraku Shunsui's eyes suddenly lit up. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Jashiro also looked happy. Immediately, the three big men walked outside with wide-eyed smiles. Ah, Su Li, where are you going? Sui-Feng shouted hurriedly. Ah, Miss Sui-Feng, we made an appointment to have a drink together, do you want to go with us? Jashiro laughed. I don't drink. Sui-Feng shook his head uneasily. Yeah, I don't even drink alcohol, how boring this kind of life is. Let's go, little junior brother, don't pay attention to her, we won't go home tonight if we don't get drunk. Kiraku Shunsui said cheerfully, pushing Su Li forward. Really not coming, B? Su Li asked with a smile. I'm not going. You guys have fun. Sui-Feng said a little coyly. Okay then. Su Li nodded, then strode forward with Kiraku Shunsui, full gear. Jashiro also greeted Sui-Feng and immediately caught up with the two. Oh yes, Miss Rangaku is coming tonight too, saying you owe her a glass of wine or something. You boy, you are so blessed. Kiraku Shunsui slapped Su Li up and down with a jealous look in his eyes. Although the distance is far, the sound is small. But still Sui-Feng heard it. What? Wait, I'm going too. Sui-Feng's face became anxious, and he immediately chased after several people. Late at night, on the trail, two figures are moving forward slowly. To be precise, it was a figure, carrying another figure on its back, moving forward slowly. Looking at the drunk and unconscious Sui-Feng on his back, Su Li sighed helplessly. This guy obviously doesn't know how to drink, but he wants to go with him. Just go, don't drink, just sit next to and have juice. As a result, this guy actually got into a fight with Matsumoto, Rangaku directly. As soon as Matsumoto Rangaku toasted himself, the broken bee immediately stopped him. What are you talking about? If you want to respect Captain Su Li, you have to go through your own. As a result, Sui-Feng, who was not good at drinking, insisted on drinking with Matsumoto Rangaku. This stunned the men present. The tavern, which was originally noisy, became silent in the end, and everyone was watching the two ladies, drinking crazily. Matsumoto Rangaku is a veteran of the liquor store, and he is not cowardly at all. Sui-Feng is a newcomer to the wine shop, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers, and he doesn't know how to write counsel. However, a calf cannot defeat a tiger after all. Sui-Feng fell down quickly. It's just that even though she was already unconscious, she still stubbornly grabbed Matsumoto Rangaku's clothes, not allowing him to pass her and respect Su Li. The men at the scene gave the warmest applause and screams to Sui-Feng's performance. A girl who had never drunk before drank 30 glasses abruptly. Only Sui-Feng can do this. If ordinary people are left alone, it may be too late to take him to the hospital for gastric lavage. Because Sui-Feng was already unconscious, Suli had no intention of continuing to drink. After saying goodbye to Kiraku Shunsui and others, Suli left with Sui-Feng, who was already drunk. Belch. Sui-Feng lay on Suli's shoulder. His whole body was as red as a boiled shrimp. He burped from time to time. His face was full of drunkenness. Feeling the smell of alcohol coming from her ears, Suli felt extremely helpless. If she respects, let him respect her. Why do you have to compete with her? It's not a business entertainment. These so-called wine culture, we young people can't learn. Suli walked forward with Sui-Feng on his back, while chatting to himself. In his previous life, he was deeply persecuted by the drinking table culture, and he hated it the most. Drink as much as you want. If I don't want to drink, don't force me. However, in this life, I have implemented it. I didn't expect my subordinates to get involved. In this regard, Suli could only sigh helplessly. In fact, what he doesn't know is that his own thoughts are not the same as Sui-Feng's inner thoughts at all. Sui-Feng doesn't know any wine table culture at all. She just simply doesn't like Suli drinking with other girls. Stop drinking, drink to each other. It's just a declaration of sovereignty. Come again. I can still drink. Don't look at him, hiccup. Sui-Feng was talking nonsense drunkenly. Suli smelled the wine and rolled his eyes. Are you still drinking, miss? If you drink any more, I will have to give you a private room. Suli was speechless. Hee, so warm, so comfortable, the texture of this chair is really good. I like it. Sui-Feng was drunk, and rubbed his face on Suli's neck with a satisfied expression. Quote. Suli was speechless for a while, and could only sigh softly in her heart. Under the moonlight, the boy carries the girl on his back and walks leisurely. The picture looks beautiful and romantic for a while. Liuhun North Street, 80 District. This is the most chaotic area on Liuhun North Street. Each street in Rukongai has 80 districts. District 1 is the most prosperous and safest area. And the further back the area, the less prosperous and the level of public security. The 80th district is the most chaotic, poorest, and the worst place for public security. At this moment, a figure was running wildly on the muddy road. To be precise, there are two figures. One of them was a little girl, lying on the shoulders of a tall man. It was Zaraki Kenpachi and Kusuji Shiyakiru. Hey, Bachinliu, are you sure this is the direction? Zaraki Kenpachi had doubts in his eyes. You can't go wrong, Xiaojian, it must be here. Yachinliu said confidently. How do I feel? This place is a little familiar. That guy, would he really come to this kind of place to drink? Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the desolation and dilapidation around him and felt very familiar. Xiaojian, don't question me, my sense of direction is stronger than yours. Bachinliu shook his slender fingers with a preaching expression on his face. Che, that guy, he didn't say anything when he got out of the customs, he made me run so far to find him. Zaraki Kenpachi looked unhappy. Immediately, an endless desire to fight ignited in his eyes. This time, I must have a good feeling, after 40 years, how much stronger that guy has become. Zaraki Kenpachi was excited. 8,000 streams are also excited. These two guys, after learning the news of Suli's exit, immediately set off to look for Suli. The purpose is to find Suli to fight. It was just obvious that this time, the two Lukai were still lost. I have always found Liuhun North Street from Jingling Court. Run farther and farther. Oh, I didn't expect that in the middle of the night, there will be fat meat delivered to the door. Oh, looking at the bright clothes, these two guys must be rich. Hey, maybe it's a rich guy. Yo, that chick is nice, I like it. Gia, you don't spare the children, really, hey, I like it too. Suddenly, dozens of refugees appeared around, with a wretched smile on their faces. The 80th district is basically a place outside the law. Refugees, ronin, snatch and kill on the street in broad daylight, this is a common occurrence. What's more, it's late at night. Dozens of refugees gathered around, with a faint green light in their eyes. The two neatly dressed, in their eyes, are no different from fat. Aha, I finally remembered, what place is this? A flash of reminiscence suddenly appeared on Zaraki Kenpachi's face, and then there was some helplessness. This is Liuhun North Street, 80th District, also known as the Zaraki District, where Zaraki Kenpachi grew up. Ah, little Susu. It seems that I'm not here anymore. Bachinliu bit his fingers and looked a little embarrassed. Of course Su Li won't be here. Not to mention pubs here, not even a normal person. Here, there are only refugees, ronin, gangsters. And killing. Che, I didn't expect to come back here. Zaraki Kenpachi looked at the refugees who surrounded him with a look of disdain. In that case, use your blood to make up for my regret that I couldn't fight with that guy. There was a sudden bloodlust in Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he rushed towards the refugees. The scream of killing sounded. Countless stumps and broken arms fluttered. Some older refugees finally remembered something. Looking at the figure in the crowd who was about to kill, their eyes suddenly widened, and their faces were extremely frightened. Yes, it's him. The killer star in Zaraki District is back. Quick, run. The next day, the morning sun shines. In the B family courtyard, the white walls and gray tiles are dyed with a faint golden glow. As a low-level noble, the house of the B family is not as splendid as the Shihuan family and the Kuchiki family, but it is much more magnificent than the ordinary family. Sparse bamboo shadows, clear ponds. Everywhere shows the elegant atmosphere of being a noble. Inside the courtyard, it was quiet. What? Suddenly a scream broke the silence of the compound. Sui-Feng squeezed the quilt tightly, his expression panicking to the extreme. Her clothes were changed. People rushed in one after another. Miss, what's wrong, ma'am? A bunch of people asked in panic. Sui-Feng turned a deaf ear, but looked around nervously, as if looking for someone. How about him? When the people heard the words, they were all stunned, not knowing who Sui-Feng was talking about. A servant who looked like a housekeeper climbed up in front of Sui-Feng with a sincere expression on his face. Miss, do you mean Su Li-sama? Sui-Feng nodded stiffly, his eyes at a loss. Immediately, a gentle smile appeared on the butler's face. Lord Su Li went home by himself after sending you back last night. Hearing this, Sui-Feng was stunned for a while. The expression on his face gradually softened. Then who changed my clothes? Sui-Feng asked with a blushing face. A maid saluted respectfully. Miss, the villain helped you change it. Sui-Feng heard the words and finally let go of his mind. Call. She let out a long breath. Just now, she almost thought that she had lost her body. So far so good. Although, he is his favorite person, but this kind of thing can't happen in such a confused situation. Fortunately, that guy has a right mind and didn't mess around. Immediately, Sui-Feng felt a hint of pride in his heart. Of course, the man you like is not comparable to other filthy things. The next second, Sui-Feng's face suddenly flushed with a hint of blush. He didn't mess around, so did he? Thinking of some hazy clips from last night, Sui-Feng's face suddenly turned red. How did I get back? Sui-Feng pulled the quilt, and in front of his flushed face, his voice was like a mosquito. Ah, it was Su Li-sama who came back behind your back. The butler smiled gently. This time, Sui-Feng's face turned even redder. She had vaguely remembered that she was rubbing against Su Li's back. It seems to have vomited a few times in the middle. Did he clean himself up? What? Really embarrassed? Never drink again. Sui-Feng was embarrassed and wished to burrow directly into the crack of the ground. The people next to him looked at each other in dismay. Miss, what's the matter? In the past, the eldest lady, who did not drink a drop of alcohol, actually went to drink for the first time in history. The arrogant eldest lady in the past is now so shy now. The current eldest lady seems to be a completely different person. Could it be because of that Su Li-sama? People's eyes are extremely complicated, and they keep guessing in their hearts. The butler's eyes were full of relief. He grew up watching Sui-Feng since he was a child, and of course he knows what the situation is now, the eldest lady of his family. They are also good at observing words, and what Omaeda can see, of course he can see. My eldest lady is in love. The steward was very pleased with this. In our B family, it is indeed time for another uncle. Moreover, I heard that Mr. Su Li is a genius that is rare in 1,000 years. With my eldest lady. Good match. Sui-Feng didn't know what people were thinking. She was completely indulging in a feeling of shame and sweetness at the same time. After a while, she gradually came back to her senses. Did he say anything before he left? Sui-Feng blushed and asked softly. The butler smiled. Master Su Li ordered us to make you a cup of ginger tea after you wake up, which can relieve the hangover. Sui-Feng's face turned red when he heard that. This guy really cares about people. She thought sweetly in her heart. Is there any more? After a while, Sui-Feng asked again. My lord also said that you don't need to go back to the team these few days, and you should concentrate on completing the work he entrusted to you at home. The butler said respectfully. Hearing this, Sui-Feng knew that what he was talking about was white killing. That's fine, I don't even have the face to see him now. I'm ashamed to death, Sui-Feng thought to himself. Well, what else did you say? Sui-Feng asked expectantly. It seems that there are no more, miss. The butler said nonchalantly. Oh fine. Hearing that, Sui-Feng was a little bit disappointed. But soon, she cheered up. His face regained his coolness. Immediately, Sui-Feng kicked off the quilt and stood up. Miss, where are you going? Luo, the butler asked in a daze. With a faint smile on Sui-Feng's face, he is confident and calm. Of course I'm going to work, the area of the 2nd Division team building. Su Li moved forward slowly while twisting her neck. Going home last night, Auntie Noe was so overjoyed that she jumped on top of him. Now that Su Li has grown a lot taller, she can no longer be buried in a deep ditch. Therefore, Auntie Inoue was almost hanging on him. Nearly broke his neck. Afterwards, Auntie Noe asked him curiously why he smelled feminine and smelled of alcohol. In desperation, Su Li could only tell the other party about going to the tavern last night. Unexpectedly, Auntie Noe actually began to ask about Sui-Feng's age, height, and family background. This left Su Li speechless. My nephew is out of seclusion, so I don't ask if it's hard for me to retreat. How do you keep asking about other people's affairs? I really don't understand. While twisting her stiff neck, Su Li slowly walked towards the central area of the team building. Speaking of which, since becoming the captain of the 2nd team, I have never been to the 2nd team's team building. The only time I have been here is when I was promoted to the vice captain, and I came here to let go of the famous badge. 40 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and I don't even know where my office is. Su Li feels a little bit sorry for the 40-year salary of white-collar workers. Forget it, I'll ask someone later. Su Li thought to herself. Sudden, from the corner of his eye, he saw a figure rushing towards him. Captain Su Li. Woo woo woo. I miss you so much. Woo. Here comes, it is Omeda. I saw that he was in tears at this time, and his face was full of excitement. Finally waiting for you, luckily I didn't give up. The villain has been waiting for you all night, Captain Su Li. Facing the weeping Omeda, Su Li smiled wryly and shook her head. This guy is still the same. Squeak. The carved wooden door opens. Looking at the spacious, bright and spotless office in front of him, Su Li looked satisfied. This is your own office. This office originally belonged to Sui-Feng. However, after learning that Su Li was promoted to captain, she simply moved out. Now, Sui-Feng's office is next door. My lord, for the past 40 years, the villain has personally cleaned this office every day. The reason is that after you come out, you can use it as soon as possible. All the tea and stationery here are carefully prepared by the servants for the adults. Omeda looked flattered like a gift. And even more flattering than him, was Shimizu-ken and the others who followed behind his ass. Su Li picked up the brush on the table and brushed the hair. Obviously a good wolf. Other papers, tea, and even tables and chairs are of excellent quality. This makes Su Li, who has always been accustomed to a poor life, a little uncomfortable. But it is. Before, he had been living with Auntie Noe. With the income of Auntie Noe, it is only enough to keep the two of them from starving. The conditions of the family, not to mention the poor family, are definitely poor families. Later, after Su Li became the captain, he went directly to the Yuanzi school. That place is even more desolate and dilapidated, and it is not a place where people live at all. Therefore, when Su Li saw the clean and bright office in front of him, the room full of valuables, it was difficult for Suli to adapt for a while. You're bothering, Omeda. Suli nodded with a smile, and patted Omeda on the shoulder with admiring eyes. Omeda was instantly grateful and moved. In exchange for a compliment from the captain, my hard work over the years is worth it. Lord Captain, since you haven't been here these years, Lord Sui-Feng doesn't care much about the team's affairs. So these years, the affairs of the team have always been handled by villains. Sir, you are back now, do you want to take a look at the affairs of the team? Omeda said flatteringly. No, you have done a good job, you have worked hard for you all these years. The affairs of the team will continue to be handled by you. Suli said with a smile. When Omeda heard this, she was moved to tears. Yes, Captain, I will do my best to solve problems for Captain. Omeda shouted excitedly. I'm waiting for the same. I will die for the Lord. Shimizu-jien and others were also excited and expressed their loyalty. Suli smiled slightly with appreciative eyes. Lord Captain, do you have any instructions next? Omeda asked curiously. Shimizu-ken and the others next to him were also looking forward to it. They all wanted to know what big moves this captain, who had been in seclusion for 40 years, would do after he left. Such a stunning and brilliant man, his shot must be the change of the sky and the earth, the clouds and the rain. If you can become a part of it, it must be a very proud thing. Facing the earnest eyes of Omeda and Shimizu-ken, Suli smiled lightly. Well, Omeda, please take a trip to Jingband. Good. Omeda nodded respectfully, her eyes excited, and she waited. Tell him, I'll go get him a drink later. Suli laughed. Quote ? Everyone was dumbfounded. The captain, who learned that he had disappeared for 40 years, finally returned to work. The team members were ecstatic. The most exciting of them are those who participated in the Manos Grande mission. They all danced and danced with ecstasy on their faces. The other old players also looked happy. That once shattering genius boy is finally back. Those deeds that were once wildly circulated are still fresh in people's memory to this day. The youngest and most powerful captain ever belongs to the captain of the second team. He is finally back. People rushed to tell each other, high-five and celebrate. Infected by the excitement of the old players, many new players also had a look of excitement on their faces. They are not familiar with the captain who has been missing for many years. But they have always longed for a captain to lead them. No third seat, not even the vice-captain. They want a captain. Only the captain as the soul of a squad. Only the captain as the banner of a squad. If before, the members of the second team always felt that they were like children without a mother. Well now, they have a mom. People were so excited that they all gathered together, guessing what the first order from the captain would be. The captain has been in seclusion for 40 years. After exiting the seclusion, there must be a big move. For a man like this earth-shattering, his shot must change the color of the sky and the earth, shocking. In short, the captain must have a big move. People like myself, as long as they follow the pace of the captain, they will definitely be able to create a great achievement. The status of the second team will also be elevated to a new height sooner or later. People are excited, nervous, restless, anxiously looking forward to it. Not long after, people finally learned about the first big move the captain made after his return. Drink wine. Everyone was dumbfounded. More than a month in a row. Suli does nothing. Every day I wander around, either go to the 8th division for a drink or go to Rukongai for a walk. Chun-Chun lived like a retired old cadre. For this point, all the members of the 2nd division are completely unacceptable. They don't know, why did the captain, who originally had deep hopes, become like this? Sui-Feng was even more surprised. She has been with Suli for 40 years. She knows how hard Suli is. Therefore, Sui-Feng felt deeply confused and puzzled when he saw Suli's daily idleness. She persuaded Suli more than once. However, Suli always went in from the left ear and out from the right, without any change. This made Sui-Feng feel angry and sad at the same time. Angrily, Sui-Feng took a long vacation and went home and locked himself in the house. The other captains also had different opinions on Suli's performance. Some people say it's a wonderful state, some people say it's irresponsible, and some people say that Suli may be a sequelae of retreat. Zaraki Kenpachi is the most emotional for Suli's cowardice. He even boasted that with Suli's current state, he was not even qualified to draw his sword. The captain, Yamamoto, only shook his head and sighed with regret for Suli's performance. This child, I still have emotions in my heart. He thinks Suli is still minding suicide. Therefore, Yamamoto didn't say anything about Suli's scumbag, but just let him continue to be like this, looking forward to the day when he can figure it out for himself. The members of the various squads also have different opinions on Suli's behavior. The old players expressed their confusion. The evaluation of the new players is very direct. They directly gave Suli a title, Captain Salted Fish. This undoubtedly deeply hurt the hearts of the second team members. Even some of the new members of the second team, in a fit of rage, began to call Suli that way. You are not allowed to call Captain Suli that. Shimizu is now the middle seat of the second team. However, even when he broke his throat, people still called Suli that way. Captain Salted Fish. Suli's reputation, in Gote 13 for a while, went straight. Late at night, the 8th Division, the captain's dormitory. How is it, Captain Salted Fish, can't you go down? Hiraku Shunsui held a chess piece with a smile in his eyes. Tisk, don't rush, think about it. Suli looked at the chess game in front of him and frowned. Suddenly, a member of the 8th Division rushed in. Captain, the latest information from the Technology Development Bureau. The team members shouted respectfully, and looked at Suli, who was on the side. Speak, Hiraku Shunsui said lightly. The Technology Development Bureau has detected that a large number of virtual gatherings have suddenly appeared in the present Karakura town. And after that, Manos Grande Jillian. The team members shouted respectfully. What? Hiraku Shunsui straightened up immediately and his face became serious. Suli's hand holding the chess piece paused slightly. However, these phantoms were soon wiped out by mysterious forces. Also, Manos Grande Jillian was repelled by the same mysterious force. At present, the eradication of these phantom mysterious powers has not yet been ascertained. The team members respectfully report. Hearing this, Hiraku Shunsui frowned. So strange. A large number of virtual gatherings, mysterious power. Hiraku Shunsui frowned, unable to think of a reason for a while. Suli, who was beside him, suddenly smiled. Snapped. He threw the pieces in his hand on the chessboard and stood up slowly. You're not playing, Hiraku Shunsui said unexpectedly. Suli smiled. Don't play. Immediately, he turned and left. Hiraku Shunsui stared blankly at his back, not understanding what he really meant. Not to stop playing chess. Is not playing, because the show is about to start. Under the moonlight, Suli walked slowly. From time to time, Shinigami, who had just finished his duty, passed by him. People who passed by saluted him respectfully. It's just that there are some embarrassment and strangeness in his eyes. Suli treated everyone equally, and all returned with a warm smile. Suli just walked quietly. During the period just now, the Technology Development Bureau had already sent the news to the various squads. Karakura Town, Manos Grande Jillian, mystical power. These often heard words, now combined, confuse everyone. The Technology Development Bureau even sent an inquiry, asking which captain or vice captain went to the world. After all, the appearance of Manos Grande in the present world is a disaster of the first level. Generally speaking, it is possible to resolve it only if Shinigami above the vice captain level is required to act. However, the captains and vice captains of each division said that they were not present. But Jillian was knocked back. This confuses everyone. Of course, this does not include Suli. He's one of the few people in the entire Soul Society who knows the truth. Plenty of emptiness, gathered in Karakura town, even brought out Jillian. Combined with this time point, then there is only one truth. This is a battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuryu. The two men, in order to compare who was stronger, had a 24-hour competition. Within these 24 hours, whoever eliminates the most emptiness is the winner. This is the battle between Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuryu. At the same time, it is also what they think, the contest between Shinigami and Quincy. In order to draw out more emptiness, Ishida Yulong directly used phantom bait. Therefore, it attracted a large number of virtual gatherings. Even recruited Jillian. However, only Su Li knew that this Jillian was actually arranged by Aizen. Void bait can only attract ordinary void. Then, what's going to happen next should be. Thinking of that incident, Su Li was in a good mood. The smile on his face suddenly became brighter. The 5th Division, the captain's quarters. Aizen Sosuke sat on the futon and practiced calligraphy with a calm face. Sudden, the door of the room opened on its own without the wind, and then quickly closed again. A man in a black cloak slowly revealed his figure. Purple braided long hair, white goggles, dark skin. Facing the man's sudden appearance, the expression on Aizen's face did not fluctuate at all. Still indifferently practicing calligraphy, the strokes are smooth and without pause. But at the same time, an invisible reiatsu slowly enveloped the entire room. "Are you back, Want?" Aizen said lightly. The man who suddenly appeared was the captain of the 9th Division, Tusen Kanami. Hearing this, Tusen Kanami bowed his head respectfully. "Lord Aizen, everything is as you expected." Aizen stopped writing slightly, a smile appeared on his face. Really. It was only then that Aizen put down the brush in his hand, got up slowly, and looked at the man behind him. "If that's the case, then, yes, you can go back first." Tusen Kanami nodded respectfully. "Yes, Aizen-sama." After that, Tusen Kanami's figure slowly disappeared and left. Aizen had a faint smile on his face, and there was a bit of brilliance in his eyes. Then, he slowly removed his reiatsu, walked to the bookshelf, and took out a box. When the box was opened, it turned out to be a black cloak. Then, now, it's time to start planning. Urahara Kazuki, let me borrow it again, the good thing you invented. Aizen smiled slightly, then put the black cloak on his body, and reiatsu activated the cloak. His figure slowly disappeared. Night breeze. The members of the inner court patrol team in Jingling Court couldn't help pinching their collars. The weather is getting colder and colder. It will be the beginning of winter soon. Abaj. The members of the patrol team passed Aizen as they chatted. Aizen hid his figure under a black cloak, covering both his figure and reiatsu. These ordinary patrolmen were unaware of Aizen's existence at all. Before, Aizen, Ichimaru Jin and others, wearing this black cloak, attacked Shiba Isshin in this world. Even Shiba Isshin couldn't find them. Not to mention these ordinary players. Aizen stood with his hands behind his back and walked on the road leisurely. No one could discover his existence. Except not far away, a guy also wearing a black cloak. Su Li just looked at Aizen's back with a faint smile on his face. With Ultra Instinct's sixth sense, he easily found Aizen's place. The black cloak on Aizen's body was the same to him as not wearing it. He wasn't here to stop Aizen tonight, but to see the play. Such a good show, if you miss it, you can never watch it again. With a faint smile on her face, Su Li followed Aizen from a distance. Aizen didn't know that there was someone behind him. At this moment, he was walking towards the depths of Jingling Court with an elegant and calm expression on his face. His destination is the Central Underground Chamber. There, Central 46 is located. Not long after, he arrived at the destination of the trip. Aizen smiled slightly, then raised his feet slightly, and walked directly into the interior of the conference hall. The guard at the door didn't respond at all. After a while, another figure also entered. The guard at the door was like a vegetative person, not responding at all. Aizen looked indifferently at the interior of the conference hall in front of him. A smile appeared on his face. Although doing this, it seems like a lot of work. However, for the perfect execution of the plan, some things are still necessary. Immediately, Aizen slowly took off the brim of his hat. Seeing a man in a black robe suddenly appear below the conference hall, the people in Central 46 were shocked. "Who are you? How dare you break into the council hall? Wait, you are. You Wang Jiao are the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke. Why are you here, Aizen Sosuke? Haven't you forgotten the rules of Jingling Court? Anyone who trespasses in the meeting hall is a felony. Leave quickly before we commit the crime to you." One after another, shouts continued to sound. And Aizen just lowered his head, smiling silently. "A bunch of rotten and ignorant people." Aizen spoke slowly, and then laughed. Laughter, getting louder and louder. Laughter spread throughout the entire conference hall. The folks at Central 46 couldn't believe Aizen's aggressive gesture. You rude people, do you know where this place is? Aizen Sosuke, are you trying to be charged with a felony? It's so arrogant, how dare you despise the court like this? For many years, there was an angry shouting and scolding all around. The people in Central 46 looked at Aizen below the conference hall, their eyes widening. For the first time since they had entered Central 46, they had seen such contempt for the court. However, the strange thing is that although people shouted and scolded one after another, the guards outside the door did not seem to move at all. Because Aizen had already confused the guards' five senses with Kyoka Suigetsu before coming in. Therefore, no matter what happens here later, the guards at the door will not react. People in Central 46 kept yelling at Aizen. However, Aizen turned a deaf ear and just smiled to himself. Hey, I said, you rude fellow, didn't you hear what we said? Quickly put away your arrogant posture and exit the discussion hall. Otherwise, we must punish you for a felony. An inquisitor pointed at Aizen's nose and yelled angrily. Aizen smiled lightly. Oh, are you talking to me? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding area suddenly became silent. The judge was even more stunned for a moment, and then his face turned sullen. A mere 5th division captain is so arrogant. It's just the opposite of the sky. Aizen heard the words and just looked at him lightly. Immediately, the sword light flashed. The screen in front of the judge shattered and split into two. The judge was stunned for a moment. Immediately, my neck felt a little cold. He lowered his head blankly, wanting to look at his neck. Then, the head fell off. Suddenly there was a sound of sucking around. Aizen Sosuke, are you crazy? How dare you kill the Inquisitor? Kill, kill, someone killed the Inquisitor. Are you going to rebel? Aizen Sosuke. Here, where is the Gote army? The people at Central 46 shouted in shock and anger. One of the sages shouted directly into a trial microphone. However, outside the door at this time, several guards of the goading were expressionless. Even if the noise in the conference hall was so loud, the people outside were completely unable to perceive it. Because they are all fascinated by Kyoka Suigetsu's five senses. Aizen Sosuke gently shook off the blood on Sword's body, smiled slightly, and turned his eyes to the others in Central 46. Seeing his action, all the sages and judges immediately froze. Aizen Sosuke, what else do you want? Don't you stop quickly. Do you really want to get through the prison? This is Central 46. How dare you show your sword here and kill the Inquisitor? Such acts must be punished by capital punishment. People's faces, although still a look of anger. But his heart was already occupied by a huge fear. They all seemed to forget that Aizen had just killed an Inquisitor. Now that this is the case, how can he still be afraid of regulations or court laws? People kept yelling and scolding, as if trying to get Aizen to stop through this kind of sternness. At this time, corner of the conference hall, a voice was also struggling to shout. Stop it, Azu, it's full of police outside. You're surrounded. A sage next to him listened to the voice with a confused expression. He turned his head, but there was no one there. He shook his head forcefully, thinking that he had heard it wrong. Immediately he turned around and continued BDFB to join in the denunciation of Aizen. And the owner of this voice is rubbing his hands nervously in the black cloak, his expression excited. It was Su Li. This feeling of being there in person is so much more fun than watching it in the comics. Well hacked, Aizen, hack these old gangsters. Su Li shouted excitedly in his heart. Aizen raised his head slightly, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. He seemed to have heard a familiar voice just now. Immediately, he smiled and shook his head, noncommittal. During this period of time, I really paid attention to that guy so much that I even had auditory hallucinations. After all, after the guy left the customs, his uncharacteristic behavior really confuses himself. However, tonight's action, it is impossible for anyone to know. I really think too much. It is absolutely impossible for that guy to appear here. Immediately, a confident smile appeared on Aizen's face again. Looking at these crazy Central 46 members, Aizen has gradually run out of patience. His eyes swept across the screen in front of Central 46 one by one. Then he smiled lightly. Although I don't want you rotten fellows to die inexplicably, but If I want to explain it to you, it's just a waste of words. Because, your stupid brain, probably, will never be able to understand it. Aizen slowly raised the sword blade in his hand. Under the light of the light, the sword blade looked cold and dazzling. Quick, stop it, stop it, you're a fool. Where are the people from Gote 13? Why is there no one to keep me safe? Help, help, the guardians. People shouted hoarsely. Fear and madness became the main theme. Many people stood up tremblingly, struggling to escape from here. Aizen just smiled lightly and slowly raised the sword blade. Then, gently waved down. All the sounds stopped abruptly. All shouting, all in silence. 45 people, all dead. Killed with a sword. There is no extra action at all. The members of Central 46 all fell to their respective tables. Blood dripped slowly. The smell of blood gradually filled the entire conference hall. The members of Central 46 didn't even realize their own death. And has died. This is an absolute obliteration. In front of Aizen, they were like a group of real ants. Aizen slowly put away his sword and stood in the center of the conference hall. There was a faint smile on his face. The noisy insect chirping, after calming down, makes people feel good physically and mentally. Corner. Su Li applauded frantically in his heart. This is more handsome than the pretense. The next day, Su Li walked leisurely on the trail, feeling refreshed. Not long after, he turned a corner and stepped into the second team's quarters. The members of the second division were surprised to see the captain, who had not seen him for a long time. For more than a month, Su Li has not been seen again except once on the first day. Every day is either gag or idleness. Completely untouched by work. Therefore, seeing Su Li appearing in the team building at this time, people's eyes widened and they were surprised. Good morning, Captain Su Li. Good morning, Captain. Surprise returns surprise, the etiquette that should have still cannot be less. People greeted Su Li respectfully, but it was inevitable that there would be some complexity in their eyes. Why did this guy suddenly come to the team building? Could it be that you finally remembered that you still have a class to go to? In the face of people's strange eyes, Su Li just smiled and nodded in response. After a while, he walked into his office. The office is still spotless. It seems that during the days when he was idle, Omeda did not forget to clean every day. Su Li smiled slightly with a satisfied expression. Immediately, he sat down on the chair and put his feet on the table, with a laid-back look. After a while, half of his head was exposed behind the wooden door. Lord Captain. You. Omeda leaned against the door frame, looking at Su Li with a relaxed attitude, with a confused expression. Ah, today, Qian has a class. Su Li closed his eyes and said with a light smile. Omeda heard the words, her heart beating wildly. This salted fish captain is finally willing to go to work. This is big news. Omeda ran in immediately, looking very excited. Captain, if you have any instructions, please do so. The villain is willing to do the hard work of dogs and horses. Facing the excited Omeda, Su Li smiled lightly. It's nothing, just wait. The news should come in a while. Omeda was stunned for a moment when she heard the words, and then she was a little confused. Information. What news? Omeda was confused, but didn't dare to say anything, so she could only stand aside and wait quietly. Not long after, a figure hurried in. Report, Lord Omeda, the latest news from the Technology Development Bureau. Shimizu Jien shouted respectfully. Tisk, who are you reporting to? Captain is here. Do you know what etiquette is? Omeda scolded loudly with a dignified look. Qingshui Jien was stunned for a moment and raised his head. Only then did I see Su Li, who had not been seen for a long time, sitting behind the desk. Shisui Jian's face changed greatly, and he immediately put on a flattering smile. Please forgive me, Captain, little. Say it. Su Li said lightly, interrupting the other party's chatter. When Shimizu Jian heard the words, he immediately picked up his mind and put on an extremely respectful look. The latest news from the Technology Development Bureau. Rukia Kuchiki of the 13th Division has found his whereabouts in this world. After confirmation, this person did not die, but distributed his spiritual power to humans. And she herself is possessed on the righteous corpse, so she has never been found. Omeda was shocked when she heard this. This is really shocking news. As a Shinigami, he actually gave up his role as a guardian of the court and privately distributed his spiritual power to the human beings in this world. This is a felony. In any case, privately sharing spiritual power with humans is a serious violation of Soul Society's laws. A Shinigami, even if he is seriously injured and dying, will never let people in this world know of his existence. This is Soul Society's highest statute. Anyone who violates it will be punished with a felony. Omeda looked shocked and glanced at Suli beside him. I saw the other party's face calm, as if everything was expected. This made Omeda even more shocked and deeply puzzled. Could it be that the news that the captain is waiting for is what he said? How did he know that? Captain Suli has the ability to predict the future. Omeda's heart was both shocked and confused. Suli smiled faintly, with a heart like Shisui. It was something he had known for a long time. Now that Rukia Kuchiki has been found, after the solution, Aizen will use the name of Central 46 to issue an order to bring her back from this world. This news has been sent to the various ministries. Trust Central 46 will respond soon too. Shimizu said respectfully. Ah, very good. It's all right, you go down first. Suli said with a light smile. Yes, Captain Sama. Shimizu Ken respectfully saluted, and then slowly exited the room. Master Captain, you have been waiting for this news for over a month, haven't you? Omeda asked cautiously, looking surprised and suspicious. Haha, no, it just happened to bump into it, ha ha ha. Suli said with a ha-ha, scratching his head and looking embarrassed. Really, Omeda was suspicious, with deep confusion in her eyes. Sixth Squad. When Byakuya Kuchiki heard the news, the teacup in his hand trembled slightly. A few drops of tea spilled out, leaving a few conspicuous traces on the spotless Captain Yori. For a moment, he slowly exhaled a breath, gently put down the teacup in his hand, and said lightly. I see, you go down. The team members responsible for the notification immediately saluted respectfully. Yes, Captain Kuchiki. When he was done, he was ready to leave. However, before taking a few steps, he collided with a figure who suddenly entered. The person who came had bright red hair, which was tied into the sky with a headband. It was Abarai Renji. Ah, Vice Captain Abarai. The team members who reported the news looked flustered, immediately lowered their heads, and saluted and left. Abarai Renji didn't notice each other at all. His eyes at this time were all focused on the man in white fluttering in front of him. Captain Kuchiki, Rukia Shi. Abarai Renji looked anxious and sweated profusely. Renji. Byakuya Kuchiki gave a cold drink. The atmosphere in the room seemed to drop several degrees in an instant. Abarai Renji was stunned for a moment, then froze in place. So, what do you want to say? Byakuya Kuchiki slowly turned around with a look of indifference on his face. Renji felt a chill on his back. When facing his own captain, he was always inexplicably flustered in his heart. But at a time like this, there are some things that have to be said. Abarai Renji lowered his head deeply and said hesitantly. Captain Kuchiki, Rukia, she's in a bad situation right now. We must. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at him coldly. Must what? Renji gathered his courage and raised his head, only to meet Byakuya Kuchiki's sharp gaze. Captain Kuchiki, we have to do something for her. Renji gritted his teeth and said. Byakuya Kuchiki frowned and looked at him coldly. It's not your turn to worry about this kind of thing. Central 46 decides on its own, he said indifferently. Captain Kuchiki. Renji wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the other party. Go out, Byakuya Kuchiki said indifferently. Renji opened his mouth, and in the end, it was like a deflated balloon. Yes, Captain Kuchiki. After a while, the room returned to silence. Byakuya Kuchiki sat on the wooden chair with an indifferent expression. The fingertips holding the teacup were trembling slightly. In the room, a person wearing a strange costume appeared. I saw that the person who came was wrapped under a white robe, and only a pair of eyes were exposed all over his body. Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes trembled slightly and recognized the identity of the other party. Central 46's emissary. Chapter 91. Central 46 is the arbiter of all sins. Once they determine that there is a need for force to be dispatched, they will issue a ruling through a meeting. The result of the ruling will be communicated to the executor by means of a secret order. It was the emissary who was in charge of conveying instructions to Central 46. When the emissary saw Byakuya Kuchiki, he nodded slightly. Captain Kuchiki of the 6th Division, this is a secret order issued by Central 46, please take a look. After speaking, he handed over a letter. Byakuya Kuchiki took the letter silently without saying a word. The emissary nodded slightly. Then, let's say goodbye. Call out. Immediately, the figure of the emissary disappeared from the room. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at the letter in his hand, his face became a little dignified. The secret orders issued directly by Central 46 often represent extremely serious incidents. It seems that Rukia's incident has been characterized. The contents of the letter, Byakuya Kuchiki can also vaguely guess. He opened the letter slowly, his fingertips trembling slightly. Judgment order. Recently, Rukia Kuchiki, a former member of the 13th Division, was discovered in the present world, and privately distributed spiritual power to human beings in the present world, and hid in the corpse. Such actions, as if treating the law of the Soul Society as nothing, are sins of great treason. I hereby issue the following secret order to the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kuchiki. After today's teamwork is over, go to Karakura town in the present world and bring back Rukia Kuchiki as a sinner. This secret order is also issued to the vice captain of the 6th Division, Abarai Renji. This is a serious matter, please take it seriously, and there must be no mistakes. Above. After reading the contents of the secret order, Byakuya Kuchiki was silent for a long time. After a long while, he slowly stood up, and his face had returned to indifferent. Immediately, he slowly raised his feet and walked out the door. Second team quarters. Captain's office. Lord Captain, how did you know that there will be such important news today? You can tell me. Omeda filled Su Li with tea with a flattering face. Heaven's secret, it can't be leaked. Su Li looked like a fool. While smashing the sunflower seeds, he said in a spirited way. Oh, Captain, have you satisfied the curiosity of the villain? Omeda is flattering. I said I figured it out, do you believe it? Su Li said with a slight smile. When Omeda heard this, she was shocked and her eyes widened. Lord Captain, you still have the Grandmaster Feng Shui fortune-telling technique. Su Li smiled mysteriously. Some sidesteps or nothing. Omeda's eyes suddenly became extremely hot. Captain, can you teach me? Little people have always been interested in Feng Shui fortune. Especially in terms of luck and fortune. Look, my lord, this is a safe sign I asked for before, and I've been carrying it with me until now. Sir, please, can you teach me? Facing Omeda's fiery gaze, Su Li couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He almost forgot that although the Omeda family was a low-class noble, it was indeed an extremely wealthy family. The Omeda family's business is spread all over Seoul society. Such a local tyrant family is extremely committed to Feng Shui superstition. Coupled with Omeda's own cowardly character, he is even more convinced of these God-given things. I didn't expect the reason I made up casually, and inexplicably shocked others. Sir, teach me. Omeda looked at Su Li pitifully. Su Li smiled bitterly, then picked up the pen and drew the 8 trigrams of the innate on the paper. Qian, Kun, Kan. Looking at Doda's traditional characters, Omeda's eyes were extremely fiery. Immediately, Su Li stopped writing and pushed the paper in front of Omeda. Go back and familiarize yourself with these 8 hexagrams, and then let's talk about it. Su Li said casually. Thank you, Captain. Omeda was excited, holding the paper as if holding some family heirloom. Seeing Omeda's happy face, Su Li couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Suddenly, a team member appeared at the door. Report, the vice captain of the 6th Division, Abarai Renji is here to visit. He shouted respectfully. Su Li was stunned for a moment, then smiled faintly. Let him in. Omeda couldn't help but be amazed when she saw the calm look on Su Li's face. Lord Captain, have you counted this? Hearing this, Su Li was speechless. Shit, I'm not a magician, I'm just a spoiler, of course I knew about Rukia Kuchiki in advance. As for Renji coming to find himself, this surprised Su Li a little. Because according to the original mainline, Byakuya Kuchiki and Abarai Renji should receive orders from Aizen's Forged Central 46 today. Why is this guy not going to go to this world to find himself? Su Li was a little confused. After a while, Abarai Renji with eye-catching red hair appeared at the door of the office. Su Li, Captain. Abarai Renji looked at Su Li with a change in expression. Aha, Renji, long time no see, what's the matter, what are you looking for? Su Li asked with a smile. Renji glanced nervously at Omeda next to him. Mr. Omeda, you go out first, Mr. Renji and I have something to talk about. Su Li looked at Omeda and said lightly. Yes, Lord Captain. Omeda immediately saluted respectfully and cast a glance at Renji before leaving. The wooden door closed slowly. Now that you can talk, Renji. Su Li smiled. Renji swallowed, looking a little hard to say. After a while, he spoke with difficulty. I'm here, because of Rukia. Su Li raised her eyes slightly and looked at him quietly. Captain Su Li, you must have received the news. Rukia she's in a very bad situation right now. Renji hesitated, looking very cramped. Okay, I know. Su Li nodded lightly. Renji glanced at Su Li secretly, then summoned up the courage to ask. I want to ask Captain Su Li, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Su Li smiled lightly and did not answer, but instead asked. Why do you ask? This matter doesn't seem to have anything to do with me, does it? When Renji heard the words, the embarrassment on his face was even worse. The tone also seemed more anxious. Rukia, she was also a classmate of our class before. Captain Su Li, you have met her. Captain Kuchiki seems to be planning to do nothing about this matter. At a time like this, I don't know who else to turn to. After thinking about it, only you, Captain Su Li, can be more reliable. So I was thinking of coming to see you, maybe you can do something. Abarai Renji's face swelled red and looked a little squeamish. For Su Li, his former classmate, Renji's inner feelings have always been very complicated. There is longing, there is low self-esteem, there is unwillingness. At the same time, there is trust. As he said, at this time, he doesn't know who else to turn to. The only thing that comes to mind is Su Li. I'm Captain Salted Fish, Renji, don't you mind? Su Li laughed teasingly. Renji smiled wryly and shook his head. Those children are ignorant, I still know your character. I trust your judgment. Hearing this, Su Li smiled slightly. Then he said, with a more serious tone. Don't worry, Renji, Rukia will be fine. Hearing this, Renji raised his head abruptly, his face changed to excited. Really, Su Li, do you think so? Excited, he even forgot to use honorifics and called out the other party's name. Su Li just smiled lightly and didn't care. Seeing the calm expression on Su Li's face, Renji's heart gradually became calmer. I don't know why, as long as it comes out of Su Li's mouth, it always gives people a feeling of trustworthiness. People who stay by Su Li's side always feel an inexplicable sense of security, which is extraordinarily reassuring. This, and now Renji feels it too. Suddenly, Renji stood up abruptly and bowed deeply to Su Li. Thank you, Captain Su Li. Looking at the excited Renji, Su Li just smiled and said nothing. Bang! The door of the office was suddenly slammed open. Renji, what are you doing? The visitor asked indifferently. Captain Kuchiki. Seeing the appearance of the person coming, Renji suddenly exclaimed. The person who suddenly entered was the captain of the 6th Division. Byakuya Kuchiki. 2. Captain Kuchiki. Renji's face turned blue and white, his expression extremely embarrassing. Renji, what are you doing? Byakuya Kuchiki walked into the room slowly, with an indifferent expression on his face. Omeda followed behind, with a particularly cautious expression, looking at Su Li from time to time, expressing her helplessness. After all, the Kuchiki family is the upper-class nobleman of the Soul Society, and the Omeda family, as a lower-class nobleman, absolutely dare not offend easily. Therefore, even though he hugged Su Li's thigh, Omeda was still polite to Byakuya Kuchiki, not daring to show any disrespect. Captain Kuchiki. Renji hesitated and looked ugly. As the deputy captain, it is a kind of disrespect to use the same thing to seek the opinions of other captains. Rukia is our classmate. Seeing Rukia's current situation, Renji was very worried, so he came to talk to me. Su Li said with a smile, and then showed an exaggerated questioning expression. You won't be angry, are you, Captain Kuchiki? Byakuya Kuchiki originally wanted to say something, but after hearing this sentence, she fell silent. Su Li couldn't help but secretly smiled 13 times. This kind of standard green tea talking skills is simply a great weapon against this kind of straight man. After a moment, Byakuya Kuchiki slowly turned his gaze to Renji. Sensing the cold gaze of the other party, Renji suddenly became nervous. Walk, Byakuya Kuchiki said directly and indifferently without being long-winded. Yes, Captain Kuchiki. Renji bowed his head deeply, with shame on his face. Not reprimanding himself in front of others is already the greatest kindness Captain Kuchiki gave himself. Immediately, Byakuya Kuchiki turned around slowly and walked out the door. Renji followed behind with his head down, step by step. Next time you have time to drink tea, Captain Kuchiki. Su Li shouted with a smile. Byakuya Kuchiki paused slightly, turned around, and looked at Su Li with indifference in his eyes. There's no need to drink tea. If there is a chance, I would like to discuss with Your Excellency. Hearing this, Su Li frowned slightly. Didn't this guy just have a private conversation with his adjutant? As for being so angry. Okay, if there is a chance. Su Li smiled slightly and nodded. Seeing Su Li agreeing so readily, Byakuya Kuchiki's eyes flashed a gleam. The expression of indifference on his face eased a little. Byakuya Kuchiki nodded slightly to Su Li, then turned and left. Omaeda hastily stepped out of the way, with a respectful and humble attitude. Su Li dared to offend Byakuya Kuchiki, but he himself did not dare. Regardless of his status as the captain or the head of the Kuchiki family, Omaeda can't afford to offend both. Under Omaeda's respectful gaze, the figures of Byakuya Kuchiki and Abarai Renji slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. Omaeda breathed a sigh of relief. My dear, Master Kuchiki's aura is really scary. Omaeda patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Tisk, isn't my aura scary? Su Li shouted dissatisfied. Omaeda was embarrassed when he heard this. Master Captain, how do you say it, seems a bit unrelated to being scary. Su Li was taken aback for a moment. Then what kind of aura am I? Omaeda smiled obsequiously. My lord, your impression is completely different. The feeling you give people is always very sunny and warm. Every time I see you, I have a refreshing feeling. It's like a drink that people often drink. Omaeda said flatteringly. Su Li heard this, her eyes lit up, and she asked expectantly. What drink? Omaeda flattered and complimented. Green tea. Hey, Captain, why did you suddenly hit someone? My lord, stop hitting. I know I was wrong. Although I don't know what's wrong, but I really know it's wrong. My lord, please forgive me. Fake death. Late at night. The world transmitting gate slowly opened. 3 figures slowly revealed their figures. Byakuya Kuchiki looked indifferent. Abarai Renji looked blank. Behind them is a diminutive female Shinigami. It was Rukia Kuchiki. Her face was pale, her eyes were numb, and she faintly revealed a bit of self-blame. Seeing the group of 3 people with such ugly faces, Su Li, who was hiding under the black cloak, couldn't help but want to laugh. If it weren't for the captain-level Shinigami going to the present world and needing to report to his superiors, he really wanted to go to the scene to take a look. Byakuya Kuchiki and the others brought Rukia Kuchiki back, indicating that they had already played against Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uryu. According to the main plot, Ishida Uryu and Kurosaki Ichigo were seriously injured by 2 people, and then rescued by Urahara Kazuki. After that, under the training of Urahara Kazuki and others, Kurosaki Ichigo's strength gradually increased. The living 4 will come to the Soul Society in a month to rescue Rukia Kuchiki. Then, there is only less than a month left before I actually join the plot. And, now that Rukia Kuchiki has been brought back, I believe Aizen will have new moves soon. I just need to wait for the good news. Su Li smiled, then turned and left. The next day, early morning, Su Li, as usual, came to the 2nd Division team building. Seeing the captain, who came back to watch the clock for 2 consecutive days, the members of the 2nd team suddenly had a somewhat weird idea in their hearts. Captain Su Li, is it true that you are going to come back and work seriously? Once this idea arises, it will continue to erode people's minds. Many people looked at Su Li's eyes, and the admiration and fanaticism of the past appeared faintly. Master Captain, early morning, Captain Su Li. Facing people's respectful greetings, Su Li responded with a smile. Suddenly, at this moment, above the sky, a wave of Reiatsu suddenly appeared covering a wide area. Su Li was taken aback for a moment and stopped. The sky is quite empty. It was the first time for Su Li to see this Kido. Immediately, one after another Reiatsu descended. A serious voice came from it. The captain of Gutei's 13th Division, and all the members, here is the 1st Division's deputy captain, Chojiro Sasaki. Now, convey the verdict issued by Central 46 to everyone. Hearing these words, many people's faces became serious. 2 months ago, Rukia Kuchiki, a former member of the 13th Squad, went to the present world to carry out the soul burial mission. On the way, when I was defeated by a false attack, I privately distributed my spiritual power to the human beings in this world. And, for the next 2 months, hide in the righteous body, hide in the present world. Such actions are a serious violation of the Soul Society's regulations. After our deliberations, the following verdict is hereby given to the criminal, Rukia Kuchiki. First, completely destroy his body and take his soul to the Palace of Repentance. Secondly, 1 month later, under Sokyoku, he will be executed. The above is the entire content of this ruling. The voice fell, and the Reiatsu covering the sky slowly dispersed. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Central 46's punishment for Rukia Kuchiki turned out to be death penalty. After listening to Central 46's ruling, everyone was shocked and speechless. People can't imagine that the punishment is so heavy. In the past, if you were not guilty of heinous crimes, or if you were a traitor to the party, you would not easily use the death penalty. Not to mention the punishment of Sokyoku. Throughout the ages, few have been able to receive this ultimate execution. However, Rukia Kuchiki, just sharing her spiritual power with human beings at a critical moment, will suffer such punishment, which makes it somewhat difficult for people to accept. People were talking excitedly. Su Li's expression was calm to people's comments. After listening to Sasaki's message, he turned around and walked towards his office. All this is what he already knew. Rukia Kuchiki's original guilt was not so serious. After all, this is just Aizen's handwriting. Under the guise of Central 46, Aizen ordered Byakuya Kuchiki to bring them back to Rukia, and ordered them to be sentenced to Sokyoku. The purpose, however, is to use the power of Sokyoku to vaporize Rukia Kuchiki's soul in order to take out the Hogyoku hidden in her body. Obviously, the current Aizen has not mastered the technology of the foreign body extraction medium. That's why he took so much trouble to make such a big show. However, this has absolutely no effect on Su Li. No matter what he plays or how he plays, Su Li is already familiar with it. Su Li slowly walked towards his office. Captain Kuchiki, we have to do something now. Renji's face was anxious, and unexpectedly, he shouted at the captain he respected. Byakuya Kuchiki turned his back to him, and didn't even say a word of reprimand, just silently looked at the teacup in his hand. No expression on his face. Renji was sweating profusely. Captain, if this goes on like this, Rukia will really. Enough. Byakuya Kuchiki turned around slowly. A look of indifference on his face. Renji, I told you. He spoke coldly. This is the decision of Central 46. It's not you I should worry about. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at Renji coldly, his eyes extremely cold. But Rukia is not guilty of this. Renji blushed with anxiety and said subconsciously. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at him coldly. After a while, he slowly opened his mouth. It doesn't matter whether her punishment is light or heavy. As long as it's Central 46's ruling, that's the fairest ruling. As a Shinigami, what you have to do is not to question orders, but to execute orders unconditionally. Abarai Renji, I don't want to repeat this sentence a second time. Byakuya Kuchiki stared at Renji, his eyes cold. Feeling the sharp gaze of the other party, Renji opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. He raised his hand in midair and slumped weakly. Go out, Byakuya Kuchiki said indifferently. Renji turned around slowly, and his figure looked extraordinarily dejected. Without even saying a word, he silently left the room. Watching Renji slowly disappear at the end of the corridor, Byakuya Kuchiki slowly sat down. The teacup that he had been holding tightly in his hand suddenly cracked. Tea and blood mixed together, soaking the floor. Byakuya Kuchiki looked at his severed palm and was silent for a long time. Time flies by. A month has passed in the blink of an eye. There is less than a week left until the date of Rukia Kuchiki's execution. During this period, Renji came to the penitentiary palace almost every day to visit Rukia. Rukia, don't worry, I will convince Captain Kuchiki to spare you. Renji is a lot haggard now, and his eyes are sunken a lot. It seems that these days, he has indeed been running around for Rukia's affairs. Renji, thank you. However, big brother Byakuya, I won't be persuaded. A bleak smile appeared on Rukia's face. At this time, she was wearing a white prison uniform and her face was pale. Like Renji, she had lost a lot of weight. Rukia smiled miserably and said, Brother Byakuya, a person who regards etiquette as everything, he will not go against his decision to sit down in the 46th room. Immediately, she slowly raised her eyes and looked at Renji with a bit of gratitude in her eyes. However, thank you, Renji. Having your company during this time makes me feel less lonely. Rukia looked at Renji and smiled. However, that smile was somewhat desolate. Renji looked at Rukia's smile and felt extremely uncomfortable. Bang! He punched the fence, his face gloomy and angry. Hateful. Bang, bang, bang. Renji kept venting his emotions against the fence. Rukia just stared at him blankly with a sad face. That guy, obviously said you'll be fine. I believe him so much. But now you, asshole. Bang. Renji punched the fence, blood dripping from his fist. His expression was extremely sad. Hey, it's time to visit. A prisoner appeared and shouted in a serious tone. Hearing this, Renji was silent. Hey, I said hurry up. The prisoner's tone increased. Renji silently put away the emotion on his face and looked up at Rukia. A forced smile appeared on his face. Rukia, don't worry, I won't give up, I'll find Captain Kuchiki later. I can convince him. I can. Faced with Renji's comfort, Rukia just slowly lowered her head, speechless. She knew that no matter how hard Renji tried, her result was already doomed. Hey, can't you hear me? It's time for a visit. Prison officers issued a warning. Renji took one last deep look at Rukia, then turned and left. Just before leaving, he glared at the prisoner. Immediately, his figure disappeared at the end of the road. In the prison, silence was restored. Rukia slowly crouched down and hugged her knees. It's really cold in the confession palace. Blah, blah. Suddenly, footsteps sounded again in the prison. Rukia Kuchiki, someone is visiting. It was the same prisoner Wang Zhao's just now, but his tone was more respectful than before. Rukia looked up blankly. She couldn't imagine who would come to visit her at such a time. During this time, except for Renji, only Captain Jishiro has visited once. Brother Byakuya has never been here. Other people will not come to visit themselves. After all, my friends in Soul Society are very few. Who would visit someone they don't know? What's more, he is still a sinner. So, she stared blankly at the aisle, guessing who would come later. After a while, a young man wearing Captain Haori appeared in her field of vision. Looking at the man's clean and handsome face, there was a smile on his face. Rukia Kuchiki's pupils shrank. She never thought that the person who came to see her would be him. Su Li, Captain. Rukia Kuchiki stared blankly at the young man standing in front of him. The brain is blank. Long time no see, Rukia. The young man smiled faintly. It was Su Li, Captain Su Li. How could you? Rukia Kuchiki's face was confused. She never thought that the person who came to visit her turned out to be Su Li, who had never been involved before. Although the two are students of the same class of Spiritual Arts Academy, they are not in the same class. Therefore, when they were in the academy, the two could not say that they did not know each other, but at least they had nothing to do with each other. The only contact was 4,000 years ago, when the Manos Grande invaded. Looking at Su Li, whose appearance had obviously changed a lot, Rukia Kuchiki didn't know what to say for a while. Ah, Captain Jishiro asked me to come and see you. He is seriously ill and cannot see you in person. Let me apologize on his behalf. Su-Li smiled. Hearing this, Rukia's eyes flashed with concern. Is Captain Jashiro okay? How is his body? Rukia asked worriedly. In his own words, he can't die, it's a problem. Su-Li smiled. Hearing this, Rukia breathed a sigh of relief. But there was still a worried look on his face. Su-Li looked at the haggard-faced girl with a worried face, and a splendor flashed across her eyes. I'm about to die, and I'm still worried about others. She deserves to be the #1 heroine loved by thousands of teenagers. Don't worry, Rukia, the captain of Jashiro is still alive. Su-Li smiled comfortingly. Listening to Su-Li's comfort, the worry on Rukia's face finally eased a lot. Immediately, Rukia stood up slowly, bowed slightly, and bowed to Su-Li. Thank you, Captain Su-Li, you can come to see me. Although I was entrusted by Captain Jashiro, thank you. A captain-level Shinigami, although entrusted by others, is still willing to come down to visit him in person. This kindness makes Rukia's heart full of gratitude. Actually, I myself want to come and see you. Su-Li smiled slightly. Rukia was at a loss. Su-Li is not related to him, so why would he even think about visiting him? Su-Li smiled and opened her mouth, just about to explain. Suddenly, the tip of his ear trembled slightly. In his perception, there is a figure walking towards this side. Not a prisoner. No Reiatsu. The action is silent. This man sneaked in. Su-Li moved inwardly, and the corners of his mouth curved into a slight arc. We are classmates. Although we are not in the same class, we are still in the same class. More or less, it's a bit of classmate friendship. So, I thought about coming to see you. Su-Li laughed while paying attention to the behavior of the person who came. Hearing this, Rukia was suddenly moved. Among the people in the same class as me BDAF, the best friends are Renji, Peach, Kira. But apart from Renji, Momoko and Kira, none of them have been there. Instead, it was this, student Su-Li, who was not familiar with him. This made Rukia feel a little emotional. Thank you for coming. I let you see a joke. Rukia laughed miserably. Former classmate. Now, across a barred window. This way of meeting is somewhat embarrassing. Su-Li listened with a smile on her face. It's just that the mind is no longer on Rukia. The infiltrator had already come behind him. No figure could be seen, obviously wearing a black cloak. Su-Li smiled faintly. He could probably guess who it was. In the entire Soul Society, there are only 4 black cloaks. One in my hand. Aizen had 3 pieces in their hands. Then this infiltrator must be one of Aizen, City Executive Silver, and Tusen Kanami. Are you here to spy on me? Su-Li smiled slightly and thought to himself. Although, it is not yet known which of the 3 people behind him is. However, we will find out later. What's the point, Rukia? As I said, Central 46's decision was unfair in this matter. Su-Li looked disapproving. Rukia smiled miserably and shook her head slightly. It's my own sin. No matter what kind of punishment, I have no complaints. Rukia's eyes gradually turned gray. And, people like me, insignificant. Even if you die, everyone, you shouldn't feel anything. Rukia's eyes darkened. Having lived in the Soul Society for decades, she has never had many friends. The relationship with colleagues is very ordinary, with my eldest brother. More like a stranger. The person who really cares about himself, perhaps, as only Renji. Don't underestimate yourself. Su-Li smiled lightly. Rukia raised her head blankly upon hearing this. Suddenly, Su-Li showed seriousness on his face, and moved closer to her body. You are very important to Soul Society. Rukia stared at him blankly, her eyes blank. Su-Li moved closer, with a mysterious look on his face. Because you are. He looked serious and spoke softly. The infiltrator behind him also approached quietly, hoping to hear it more clearly. Because you are. Su-Li took a deep breath. Rukia felt a little nervous all of a sudden. The infiltrator behind him also moved closer. Suddenly, a lively shout sounded from the prison. A1 in a million Shinigami. Su-Li opened her hands suddenly, with a sunny smile on her face. Hiss. Behind Su-Li, Yaren sounded a gasp. Although he tried his best to dodge, Su-Li's hand still slightly touched the infiltrator's body. Huh, who's there? Su-Li suddenly looked behind with a confused face. The intruder knew he had been exposed, and fled immediately. The speed was so fast that it almost disappeared at the end of the road in the blink of an eye. The corners of Su Li's mouth showed an imperceptible curvature. This voice, it's Tusen Kanami. Su Li suddenly felt a little funny. He even sent a blind man to monitor himself. Aizen guys have really big brains. Rukia stared blankly at Su Li with a dazed expression. She couldn't feel the intruder, let alone feel the touch of the body. So in her eyes, Su Li's reaction was very strange. Besides yourself, where else is there? Hallucinations. Well, I've been sleeping a little late these days, and my mind is a little confused. Su Li scratched her head in embarrassment. Rukia was speechless. However, thinking about Su Li's words just now, Rukia still has some feelings in her heart. Yep, being a Shinigami myself. Not everyone is eligible to be a Shinigami. At least, for most of the Soul Society, I am still unique. At least, as Su Li said, there is no one in a million. I am not as humble as I thought. Thinking of this, Rukia couldn't help but feel a little touched. She looked at Su Li, her eyes flickering, then she bowed slowly and bowed seriously to Su Li. Thank you, disgust. Your encouragement made my heart calm down a lot. Rukia smiled slightly, with gratitude in her eyes. It's a pity that I couldn't make friends with you before, but in the future. There was a bit of desolation on her face, and her eyes gradually darkened. Maybe there will be no chance. Su Li smiled lightly. He knew that the other party misunderstood what he meant. No one in a million is not the one in a million. It is the most unique one among thousands of Shinigami. However, he didn't intend to explain anything, because there was no need. Rukia, don't worry, Su Li said with a smile. You'll be fine. Rukia raised her head blankly upon hearing this. Renji has said something similar. But the difference is that Renji's words are more of a comfort. However, Su Li gave her the feeling that she was reporting a fact. An unreasonable peace of mind quietly occupied Rukia's heart. This feeling made her both surprised and bewildered. She looked at the smiling young man in front of her with confused eyes. What kind of person is this guy? The 5th Division, the captain's quarters. You exposed. Aizen looked at Tusen Kanami in front of him with a somewhat surprised expression. Tusen Kanami bowed his head in shame. Yes, my subordinate was careless at the moment and accidentally revealed whereabouts. Aizen was a little silent. Just now, Tusen Kanami has told him everything that happened in the prison. According to the current situation, he should not be aware of your identity. Aizen spoke lightly and gave his own conclusion. Yes, my subordinates think so too. Tusen Kanami said in a deep voice. With just an inaudible inhalation sound, a normal person would never be able to tell the difference. It's just that they all ignore that Li is not a normal person. With the ultimate 5 senses, Su Li can easily distinguish Tusen Kanami's voice. They are absolutely unexpected. Lord Aizen, your subordinate's mission failed, you will be punished. Tusen Kanami said in a deep voice. Aizen smiled lightly. Yes, it's not your fault. The exercises on that guy are very strange, and he is very sensitive to the surrounding environment. Just being sensitive to this level is indeed a bit beyond my expectations. Aizen said lightly, with a thoughtful look on his face. Since Rukia Kuchiki was found, Su Li has returned to his job uncharacteristically. This made Aizen a little wary. That's why he ordered Tusen Kanami to watch while Su Li went to visit Rukia Kuchiki. One of a kind Shinigami. What does this sentence mean? Aizen frowned slightly, her eyes a little confused. The subordinates are not very clear. Tusen Kanami bowed his head, a look of confusion on his face. Aizen frowned, thinking silently. There is no one in a million. Could it be that the guy already knew his plan? Does he also know that Rukia Kuchiki's body hides acute pressure? Impossible. This news was only known to me after I tried my best. No one else could ever know. The only person who knows is Urahara Kazuki himself. But he would never tell anyone such important information. What's more, that guy doesn't know Urahara Kazuki at all. So, what Su Li said should not mean that. As for his own plan, it is impossible to be seen through. With such a seamless plan, even if Urahara Kazuki ended up in person, he couldn't see why. So what does this sentence mean? According to my subordinate's conjecture, What Su-Li said should be that out of 10,000 people, only one person can become Shinigami. Tusen Kanami said respectfully. Aizen nodded lightly, but had other thoughts in his heart. Yes, you go back first. He said lightly. Yes, Aizen-sama. Tusen Kanami saluted respectfully, and then slowly disappeared into the air. Aizen looked at the empty room in front of him and pondered quietly. He found that Su-Li's current behavior, he could not understand more and more. That feeling of being unpredictable that I once had is back. Aizen thought quietly, but was still puzzled. After a long while, he finally chuckled and shook his head. No matter what, Yin Li couldn't stop him after all. Being overly cautious will eventually only make oneself intimidating. Aizen smiled, strong and confident, and reappeared on his face. Suddenly he had a new idea. For the next performance, it's better to change the protagonist. Just to make things a little more interesting. Aizen smiled slightly, with a playful look in his eyes. Soon after, Su-Li walked out of the confession palace. I found that there was a person waiting for me on the side of the road. Abarai Renji. At this moment, he was holding Zanpakuto in his arms, leaning on the tree trunk, his face gloomy. Seeing Su-Li's figure, Renji slowly stood up. Hey, do you remember what you said? With a gloomy face, Renji approached Su-Li. Su-Li was slightly taken aback. Which one? Seeing the confused look on Su-Li's face, he was instantly furious twice. BSS. He pulled out Zanpakuto violently, and immediately waved down at Su-Li. Knife light flashed. Then, it broke into pieces. Su-Li's fingers, lightly placed on the two lock knots and sleep. As long as he exerted a little force, Renji would die on the spot. However, Renji seemed to be completely unresponsive, just staring blankly at the Zanpakuto fragments all over the floor. His eyes were full of sadness and despair. You guy, obviously, I trust you so much. I believe what you said. I've been comforting myself. Rukia will be fine. He suddenly looked at Su-Li suddenly, his eyes full of ultimate's anger and disappointment. Even though Su-Li's fingers were resting on his locks in slumber, he didn't care. But now, Rukia is going to be executed. Asterisk. 1 more week. She's going to die. Renji screamed at Su-Li, tears quietly falling. Me. I have nothing to do. Sadness completely drowned the man's eyes. Abarai Renji felt like his world was falling apart. The person you care about the most is about to die. The captain I respect, I don't care. I have always been the person I admire the most, admire the most, admire the most, and look forward to the most. Lied to myself. He didn't know what to do. He didn't want to cry like a child. But the tears just couldn't stop. Growing up, he never cried in front of anyone. But at this moment, in front of the idol he had been chasing so hard, he finally couldn't hold back. 0. Yes, in the heart of Abarai Renji, Su-Li has always been regarded as an idol. Su-Li is his sunshine. All the time, not urging him to move forward. Every time he was most confused, he would look up at the sun in the sky. He looked at the already tattered and blurred portrait by the bed. Then, keep going. This time, he also gave his trust to the sun without reservation. Only this time, the sunlight seemed to be obscured by clouds. It seems that he cannot enter the palace of repentance. It was so cold in there. His body and mind froze peacefully. Can you trust the sun again? Can you still trust him? Renji raised his eyes with difficulty and looked at the sun that belonged to him. The sun is still as warm as ever. There was a faint smile on his face. As I said, Renji, there will be no. The sun spoke up. The sound is warm and touching. Abarai Renji burst into tears. His voice is always so easily contagious. It's always so easy. Be convincing. The fingers that were placed on the lock knot and the sleep, slowly loosened. Renji slowly knelt to the ground, and in the dimness, only a voice was heard, walking away. Renji, fix your Zanpakuto as soon as possible before the execution comes, you will need it. Renji heard the words, his pupils shrank suddenly, and immediately turned his head to look at the figure. However, there was no one in front of him. Renji's heart was beating violently. He heard the meaning of that sentence. Is he going to stop the execution? Horrified, it finally climbed onto Renji's face. Quiet trail. Su-Li is walking leisurely, thinking about what just happened in the confession palace. What I have done during this time has obviously aroused Aizen's vigilance. It seemed that he was still a little out of touch with Meng Lang. It should be a few more days. However, this does not affect anything. After all, with his current strength, no matter how Aizen dances, the result will be the same. The addition of myself just made the show more lively. Since Aizen is the director, I acted along with him. However, when he finds out that the final ending is different from his own script, how will Director Aizen feel? Will cry and shout ing. Sorry, Director Aizen, there is no ing in this scene. Only once. Su Li is happy physically and mentally, refreshed. This kind of feeling of participating in it and secretly making troubles is simply not too comfortable. Walking, Su Li suddenly saw two familiar figures. Yo-ho, Captain Su Li, blonde with big waves. Not Matsumoto Rangaku, who else? Captain Su Li, it's been a long time since we left the tavern last time. Matsumoto Rangaku shouted with a smile. Su Li smiled, nodded, and then looked at a short Shinigami beside her. In fact, it is not suitable for short people, because the other party is a child. He has white hair, a cold face, and a look of foolishness in his eyes that is reserved for gifted teenagers. The current captain of the Juban, Hitsugaya Toshiro. The former captain, Shiba Isshin, disappeared in this world 20 years ago, the truth of which is known to the entire Soul Society, except for Aizen and others, only Su Li. Looking at the boy with a cold face, Su Li was amazed. Hey, are you the salted fish captain people often say? Hitsugaya Toshiro looked at Su Li coldly and asked. Although Su Li has returned to work now, people rarely mention the words, Captain Salted Fish. But for some reason, Hitsugaya Toshiro seems to have a faint hostility towards Su Li. However, the answer will soon be revealed. Snapped. Matsumoto Rangaku cut Toshiro on the back of the head with one hand. Ah, it hurts, hurts, hurts. Toshiro screamed and looked at Matsumoto Rangaku with a smile on his face, and suddenly became furious. What are you doing? Toshiro yelled angrily. Matsumoto Rangaku smiled and stretched out a finger, shaking it gently. Toshiro, you can't be so rude to Captain Su Li. He is the youngest and most powerful captain in history. Looking at Matsumoto Rangaku's smiling face, Toshiro's eyes were burning. You say these words every day, every day. Don't get tired of it. I'm the youngest and most talented captain in history. Toshiro yelled angrily. Matsumoto Rangaku grimaced without showing any respect. Seeing the two people facing each other tit for tat, Yinli found it very funny. Immediately also understood. When he became the captain, Toshiro was still a small officer. Moreover, I have never seen my own battle with my own eyes. Also, as a genius boy, it is normal for him to be dissatisfied with himself. However, looking at the big and the small, the two live treasures, Su Li was still in a very happy mood. After all, these two guys are the most simple-minded people among all the captains and deputy captains. Toshiro was so angry with Matsumoto Rangaku that he decided not to talk to him anymore. He turned his head and looked at Su Li, with a look of provocation in his eyes. Hey, you, I want the title of the youngest and strongest captain in history. Toshiro looked up at Su Li, condescendingly. Su Li smiled faintly. Well, if you. He raised his hand slowly. Toshiro's pupils shrank sharply. Base. Zanpakuto unsheathed instantly. Sit on the frosty sky, Hirenmaru. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Countless ice crystals appeared in the air. Wait, Toshiro. Matsumoto Rangaku looked surprised and shouted hastily. The faces of some passers-by around also changed drastically. However, before Matsumoto Rangaku could make a stop, Hirenmaru slashed at Su Li's hand. Zila. Su Li and Shunpo were frozen into ice cubes. What are you doing, Toshiro? Matsumoto Rangaku's face suddenly became anxious. However, before Toshiro could speak, there was a soft sound. Snapped. A palm was pressed against Kei's head. Toshiro's whole body stiffened suddenly. Matsumoto Rangaku stared blankly at the palm on his head. The passers-by around were completely petrified. There was deathly silence. Keep my word. The voice sounded slowly. Toshiro turned his stiff neck and looked behind him. Su Li was looking at him with a smile on his face. And in front of him, Su Li, who was frozen, disappeared slowly. It turned out to be just an afterimage. Su Li's palm pressed against Toshiro's head. Toshiro didn't dare to move. He couldn't help thinking that if the man used zanpakuto instead of his palm, his head would probably have fallen to the ground by now. The scene was deadly quiet. Only the young man whispered softly. Tisk tisk, when I was watching anime, I always licked this white hair. Oh, it feels so good. Children are different, not greasy at all. People stared blankly at the young man, rubbing the boy's head non-stop. It felt like petting a kitten. This makes people feel stunned and unreal. Is there such a big gap between the genius captain of the new generation and the genius captain of the previous generation? There's no way to fight back. Was someone scratching his head? After the crowd, many rookies, their hearts were the most shocked. The Captain Salted Fish, that people like myself have been ridiculing all the time has such a terrifying lack of strength. It turned out that with just one blow, Hitsugaya Toshiro was completely suppressed. The eyes of the rookies were inexplicably horrified. They finally understood the way those old players looked at Su Li. This is a scary man. The man's hand was still wrapping around the boy's head. The corners of Toshiro's mouth twitched wildly, and the hands holding the knife trembled violently. Since becoming the captain, he has not received such insults. Hey, I said, have you touched enough yet? Toshiro gritted his teeth, then turned pale. Snapped. Before the word, shie, could be uttered, a hand knife struck his neck. Toshiro's eyes darkened and he passed out. The ice and snow all over the sky are gradually melting. The people around were silent. Su Li held the boy with one hand and lifted him in front of Matsumoto Rangaku. This child has good strength, but the rebellious bone on his body has grown a little bit. Go back and educate them well. Matsumoto Rangaku took Toshiro blankly, his mind blank. Let's go, Miss Rangaku. Su Li laughed, then turned and left. Matsumoto Rangaku nodded subconsciously, his eyes glazed over. After a long time, people gradually came back to their senses. Looking at the snow-soaked ground on the ground, people's expressions were extremely complicated. Matsumoto Rangaku cast his eyes on Toshiro who fainted, and sighed after all. Ah, I told you not to mess with him. It didn't take long. Su Li slowly stepped into the second team's quarters. Looking at the captain who has gone out early and returned late every day for nearly a month. All the members of the second division team had a fatherly smile on their faces. Captain, I have finally grown up. I finally know what responsibility are. This is good. People looked at Su Li's eyes with great relief. Even the new players looked at Su Li with respect. As long as the captain is there, their backbone is there. No matter what other teams say, at least, in the second team, no one calls Su Li, Captain Salted Fish, anymore. Facing people's gazes, Su Li smiled and nodded. He walked slowly to his office. After a moment, Su Li walked to the door of his office. Then, he turned his head again. Walked to the door of Sui-Feng's office. B, are you back? Looking at the beautiful figure inside, Su Li was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Sui-Feng ended his vacation and came back to work. Sui-Feng turned his back to Su Li, arranging his belongings, unable to see his expression. Su Li was a little confused. Why is this guy so indifferent to himself now? Oh fine. Su Li scratched his head for some unknown reason, then prepared to leave. Wait a moment, Sui-Feng shouted softly. Su Li stopped. Sui-Feng turned around slowly. Su Li was slightly startled. I saw that Sui-Feng lost a lot of weight now. Paled face. The body has also lost a lot of weight. The whole person looked morbidly haggard. If we say that the original Sui-Feng, although he is thin, he is still healthy. So now she is morbidly thin. It feels like it will collapse when the wind blows. Su Li stared blankly at Sui-Feng, not knowing what to say for a while. You have nothing to say to me. Sui-Feng bit her lip tightly and matched her thin cheeks, making people feel a little pitiful for a while. Sui-Feng, who used to be arrogant, now seems to have completely changed his style of painting. This made Su Li a little unacceptable for a while. What's wrong with you? Su Li asked blankly. Sui-Feng's eyes dodged a little when he felt the other party's straight gaze. She raised her hands in a panic, covering her thin face. You, don't look at me. Hearing this, Su Li could only slowly look away. When a girl tells herself not to look, it is best not to look. After all, no one wants their ugly state to be looked at directly by others. Can you tell me what happened to you during this time? Why, it's like being caught in the palace of repentance. Su Li looked at the wall and asked suspiciously. Sui-Feng's current appearance is really similar to Rukia. Is this guy going home on vacation or going home to jail? Sui-Feng quietly looked at the man's side face without answering. During this period of time, I can't eat, can't sleep, it's not because I miss someone day and night. Worrying about him giving up on himself. Worrying about him living in a daze. I'm worried that he has never taken his own words seriously. Worrying about him eating well, sleeping well, worrying about him and other girls. #BC. Sui-Feng was like this, worried for more than a month. Until yesterday, Omeda stopped by the bee's house and came in to visit himself. Only then did I know that my worries were unnecessary. He didn't give up on himself, he didn't get confused, and he didn't really intend to keep playing like this forever. He's just been waiting for something. Although Omeda said that those things were calculated by his fortune-telling. That's no coincidence. From the moment he heard the news of the disappearance of the girl from the Kuchiki family, he knew it. He went out of the border, it must be for something. Himself would have been his first audience. He should be the one who supports him the most. As a result, the first person to leave was himself. Sui-Feng felt like his heart was being pricked by a needle. Others do not understand him, they can look down on him, they can laugh at him. But I have been with him for 40 years, and I still can't read it. Shameful. Sui-Feng paced gently and stepped forward slowly. Then, hugged Su Li. Su Li was stunned for a moment, and his whole body became extremely stiff. Neither of them spoke. The atmosphere was a little awkward and a little subtle. Sui-Feng felt the man's body temperature and slowly closed his eyes. See you again. Very nice. Su Li was silent and was extremely nervous. It is different from hugging Sui-Feng or carrying Sui-Feng before. It's all out of excitement, or out of a sense of responsibility. But now, being hugged by the girl, his mind went blank in an instant. Although in my previous life, I was also a senior film critic, a 5-star diving god tier in the old Driver Forum. However, as a human being in 2 lives, he has never talked about a love after all. All of a sudden, the CPU directly to Su Li was dry burned. The next step is to wash first or not. Su Li's brain jumped frantically, recalling the love movies she had seen in her previous life. Dang. The first hug after returning to work. Sui-Feng suddenly shouted with a wide-eyed smile. Lying in a big slot. Su Li was so frightened that his whole body jolted. He looked at Sui-Feng with a festive smile on his face, and his heart was beating wildly. In his eyes, there is some happiness and some loss. It's okay, this guy is just joking. Well, I almost thought that I was going to record the events of my life here. I almost thought of the child's name. Su Li gasped heavily, his eyes flickered, and he obviously hadn't caught his breath yet. Sui-Feng looked at his rare embarrassed appearance and was extremely proud. Seeing Su Li so embarrassed, I guess I am the first and only one. Well, only. She folded her arms, held her flat chest that could no longer be flat, and smiled wickedly. When did you start to be so naughty? Su Li gasped and looked at her resentfully. The Sui-Feng in my impression, but the cool goddess aloof, will never be like you. Tell me, who are you? Come on quickly. Su Li's face darkened, and he pretended to be an exaggerated interrogation. Hearing this, Sui-Feng's face flushed slightly. This guy, in front of his own face, said he was a goddess. Isn't this equivalent to confession? Humph, rhetoric, scumbag. Smelly scumbag, bad scumbag, dead scumbag. No, don't die. Cut, I won't tell you, ha 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 ha. Sui-Feng made a face and stuck out his tongue mischievously. Su Li was shocked. Then I can only invite all the heavens and 10,000 laws to suppress the demon tower and surrender to you. Right now. Suddenly there was a high-pitched broadcast sound. Emergency. Emergency. There is a crooked reaction in the western suburbs of Sarote. A vigilance order is issued from areas 3 to 8. Repeat. Torite West. The expressions of the 2 instantly cooled down. Sui-Feng frowned slightly. Is it a calamity? Hearing the high-pitched siren, the people of each division became restless. What happened? Is it a crooked reaction caused by a travel accident? What the hell happened? Twisted response is a term coined by the Technology Development Bureau. It means that there are souls who use illegal means to enter the soul society through breaking the world. And these souls are usually regarded as absolute invaders, also known as travel disaster. 6th Squad. Training Dojo. Renji looked at Zanpakuto, who had returned to his original state, and fell into deep thought. What Su-Li said, what is the meaning of use, is it referring to this? But how does he know that there will be an invasion by misfortune? Renji's small mind was filled with big questions. Can't figure it out. The 5th Division, the captain's quarters. Aizen listened to the radio studio by his ear, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Is it coming, new pawn? He muttered to himself, his eyes flashing a little. Oops, Captain Aizen, is this what you said earlier, timing? Behind Aizen stood a smiling man. The captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru Jin. Aizen smiled faintly, looking at the sky in the distance, as if he could see everything there. Let's start, Yin, go to Betaimon and stop the misfortune. Ichimaru Jin was slightly taken aback. Prevent. Captain Aizen means, according to the rules of Seo Ling Te, whenever there is a misfortune invading, it will be directly killed. Therefore, Ichimaru Jin is inevitably a little confused. Silver, just stop. Aizen smiled lightly and looked at Ichimaru Jin behind him. With your strength, this should be easy to do. The smile on Ichimaru Jin's face grew even wider. Oh, isn't it easy? Immediately, he slowly turned around and left the room. Aizen got up slowly, walked out of the room, and came to the balcony outside the door. He looked at the sky in the distance. Between the field of vision, there is a hazy film. It was the enchantment that enveloped the entire Jingling court, and was issued from the Jingling wall. Soul cover. Aizen smiled lightly, his eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. I'm looking forward to your breakthrough to Seringe. Only, in a more splendid way. 2nd Team. Vice Captain's office. After listening to the radio, Su-Li and Sui-Feng had no intention of joking. Sui-Feng frowned slightly. Since there is a crooked reaction, it represents an invasion by misfortune. The order to meet the travel disaster should be issued soon. Ali, let's go, first go to the jurisdiction and wait. Sui-Feng turned his attention to Su-Li, and was taken aback for a moment. I saw Su-Li at this moment, with a faint smile on his face. Is it finally here, my babble? Su-Li held her chin and her eyes lit up. Sui-Feng was stunned for a moment. Although she couldn't hear what a chirping meant. However, it was obvious that Su-Li had expected this for a long time, and obviously knew that there would be an invasion by accident. This shocked Sui-Feng inside. Could it be that this is what he has been waiting for? He had known from more than a month ago that such a thing would happen today. Is he really the last prophet? Or some other reason? Sui-Feng couldn't think of an answer. All she knew was that, now it seemed, all of Su-Li's previous actions had been explained. He really has been waiting silently. Thinking of his previous self-willedness and the long vacation he took to get angry with him, Sui-Feng felt even more guilty. She looked at the man's back, her eyes trembling. Then we now? Sui-Feng asked. Su-Li frowned slightly, as if recalling something. Wait a moment, let me think about it, I can't remember it for a while. Sui-Feng looked at him quietly, his expression extremely well behaved. Suddenly, he clapped his palm violently. Ah, I remember. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Sui-Feng, his eyes excited. What kind of gate is the gate guarded by Saidanfeng? Sui-Feng was slightly taken aback, thinking for a while. Then he said softly, it's Betaimon. Su-Li immediately grabbed Sui-Feng's hand, pulled her up and ran outside. Hurry up, it's too late to catch up. Su-Li was so excited that he jumped directly from the corridor into the air. He held Sui-Feng's hand, blushed to the base of his neck, and asked like a mosquito. Ali, why are we going to Betaimon? Su-Li looked excited and accelerated crazily. Watch the show. Sui-Feng was at a loss when he heard this. He had no choice but to let Su-Li pull him, and run wildly in the direction of Betaimon. Examen of Lingling Court. Betaimon. A tall giant was holding a giant axe, chopping down the orange-haired young man in front of him almost crazily. 8, 9, 10, 11. The giant is Sui-Feng. I saw his face full of anger, slashing wildly. And the boy with orange hair is Kurosaki Ichigo. Kurosaki-san, be careful. A sweet-looking, orange-haired, fierce girl was looking worriedly at the two people in the battle. It was Inoue Orihime. Don't worry, if he can't win even against such a guy, then he is not qualified to be my opponent. A glasses guy pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Ishida Ryu. Ichigo, you are so powerful. The muscular man who can't see his eyes is Sato Yasutora. A group of 4 in the present world gathered at Betaimon. Boom. Sui-Feng held a huge axe, and the wolf chopped it down. He had lost count of how many times he had hacked. When the smoke cleared away, the figure of the orange-haired boy was still standing firmly. Sui-Feng blushed from holding back. Immediately, he took out a second axe from his pocket. Long live Sui-Feng sacrifice, he roared angrily, and then slashed down fiercely. Sorry, I'm going to break your axe. Kurosaki Ichigo said seriously, with infinite momentum in his eyes. Boom, the 2 giant axes shattered. Sui-Feng fell to the ground, his face full of shock. After a while, he actually burst into tears. The people around were speechless for a while. For such a big person, Yuanren cried like a child. I lost. I have to say that Sui-Feng is indeed a bold and real man. I promised Kurosaki Ichigo and others before, if I lose, I will let them go. Immediately, Sui-Feng stood up slowly, and lifted the huge door panel with only one person's strength. Thanks, big man. Thanks Kurosaki Ichigo. Afterwards, he noticed that Sui-Feng's expression became a little weird. Sui-Feng's body was trembling. Of King Money. Kurosaki Ichigo followed his gaze. A man wearing the captain's haori was walking towards this side with a smile on his face. Squad 3. Captain. Sui-Feng's face was extremely frightened, and his whole body trembled violently. That's not okay, the smiling man said softly. It was Ichimaru Jin. Then, the knife flashed. Sui-Feng's arm was broken at the root. Kurosaki Ichigo was furious. Ichimaru Jin looked at him with a smile and didn't talk to him. He bowed slowly. Shoot him, Shinso. A white light rushed from Ichimaru Jin's waist. Kurosaki Ichigo and Sui-Feng were instantly knocked into the valley. Boom. The Betaimon crashed down. Suddenly, not far behind Ichimaru Jin, 2 figures flashed. Chiao, you're late. One of them looked disappointed. It was Su Li and Sui-Feng. Looking at the 2 people who appeared behind him, Ichimaru Jin's face showed a little surprise. In his eyes, a different color flashed. Oops, isn't this Captain Su Li? How is it so clever? Ichimaru Jin put away his blade and said with a smile. Sui-Feng frowned and stepped forward. Those few just now are a travel disaster, right? Ichimaru Jin, why don't you just kill them? Sui-Feng asked with a frosty face. In her perception, those few travel disasters just now did not die. According to the rules of the Quiet Spirit Court, in the event of a travel disaster, you must kill on the spot. That's why she questioned Ichimaru Jin. Didn't you die? Ichimaru Jin looked surprised. Oh, I didn't expect these guys to be so fate. It's a shame. He shook his head with a look of regret. Sui-Feng stared at Ichimaru Jin tightly, a chill surging in her eyes. This guy has a hippie smile, and I don't know if he was really surprised or pretended. Alas, Su Li on the side suddenly sighed with regret. Hurry up, still haven't caught up. This feeling is like buying a ticket and missing the beginning of the movie. All blame Sui-Feng, this guy, running too slow. Let's go, pawn, Su Li said gloomily, turned around and prepared to leave. Sui-Feng nodded silently, didn't say anything more, just gave Ichimaru Jin one last glance. Hey, feed, wait a minute, Ichimaru Jin suddenly spoke. He looked at the 2 with a smile. In other words, how did Captain Su Li and Vice Captain Sui-Feng show up here? This is the biggest question on Ichimaru Jin's mind. Captain Aizen is almost heavenly and can know that the travel disaster enters through the White Road Gate. So, how did Su Li and these 2 people know? Is it a coincidence? Still is. We happened to pass by and heard the sound of fighting, so we came to take a look. Su Li replied with a sunny smile. So that's the case, that's a coincidence. Me too. Ichimaru Jin said with a smile. But isn't it, what a coincidence, haha. Su Li laughed. Immediately, he stopped talking to the other party. Let's go, B. The figure flashed, and the two disappeared in place. Ichimaru Jin stood quietly in place, holding up his chin and his face thoughtful. Coincidence, is it? The expression on his face gradually became a little more solemn. Shortly after the two left, a vast reiatsu covers the entire sky of the Soul Court. It's the sky. Chojiro Sasaki's serious voice, straight to the painting. Dear captains of the 13th Guardian Team, here is Chojiro Sasaki, Vice Captain of Team Ichiban. Next, give you the order of the captain. Please all the captains, immediately assemble in the conference room. The content of the meeting will be about Ichimaru Jin, the captain of the Sanbon team, privately faced the travel disaster and let him escape. That's all for the order. After speaking, Reiatsu, who covered the entire sky, slowly disappeared. Moments later, Su Li arrived at the team building area. After tidying up his appearance a little, he then took a step and walked towards the conference room. Oh, long time no see, little junior brother. A frivolous voice came from behind him. Su Li smiled slightly, and knew who it was without looking back. A middle-aged man in a floral jacket put a ride on Su Li's shoulder. I said, little junior brother, what have you been busy with lately? Without your company, senior brother, I'm so lonely. The middle-aged man with a bad smile on his face was none other than Kyoraku Shunsui. When Su Li heard this, Rijin shook his head and smiled bitterly. Senior brother, you are really getting more and more troubled now. When Kyoraku Shunsui heard this, he immediately looked displeased. You boy, Captain Su Li, Captain Jing. A gentle water-like woman's voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Su Li and Kyoraku Shunsui couldn't help but feel a puff up. Then he looked in the direction where the voice came from. I saw a graceful woman with a gentle demeanor, slowly walking towards them. Phew, Captain Ohana, Hiraku Harushui shouted enthusiastically. Su Li also smiled in greetings. The woman who is gentle as water is none other than Team Shiban Captain, Unohana Retsu. Unohana Retsu smiled softly and fell generously. Su Li looked at the gentle and dignified woman, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Who would have thought that such a gentle woman like water would be the first-generation Kenpachi who kills without blinking? While Su Li was looking at Unohana Retsu was also looking at him. Captain Su Li, I haven't seen him for a long time, but now he has become much more handsome. Unohana Retsu looked at Su Li's face and smiled gently. Su Li was slightly stunned, and then reacted. He and the other party really haven't seen each other for a long time. After coming out of the retreat, he basically didn't go anywhere else. Either in the Hachiban team building or in the tavern. In the past month, he has only stayed in the second team. Therefore, after getting out of customs, many people have not seen themselves. Their impression of themselves is still stuck 40 years ago. Unohana Retsu is clearly one of them. Ha, Captain Ohana, long time no see. Su Li smiled. Unohana Retsu smiled and nodded, dignified and generous. Immediately, the three of them walked together in the direction of the 100 conference rooms. A moment later, the huge doorway unfolded on both sides, and the three of them walked into the conference room. At this time, there were already several captains standing inside. Kasiwa Village Sajin, Aizen Sosuke, Tusen Kanami, Hitsugaya Toshiro. Watching the three people walk in, people had different expressions. Aizen smiled gently and nodded back to the three. Sajin and Tusen Kanami were expressionless. Hitsugaya Toshiro, on the other hand, stared at Su Li deadly, his eyes full of anger and faint signs of fried hair. Obviously, this guy still minds yesterday. Long time no see, Captain Su Li. Aizen greeted kindly. Since Su Li came out of customs, although he has been paying attention to the other party's movements, he has not seen it in person. It was the first time the two had met in so long. Feeling the affinity and gentleness in each other's eyes, Su Li also smiled. Long time no see, Captain Aizen. The two smiled at each other, with affection and respect for each other. HMPH, two idiots. Hitsugaya Toshiro snorted coldly, don't overdo it. A moment later, the other captains also arrived. Except for Jashiro, who was absent due to illness, and Ichimaru Jin, who was nowhere to be seen. All the other captains arrived. Yamamoto Motoyanagi Shigekoku slowly walked out from behind the screen and sat down on the main seat. Immediately, he raised his eyes slightly, his face majestic. Now that the captains are in place, then, the meeting begins. Captain of the third team, 2 silver. The words fell, and the door of the conference room slowly opened. Ichimaru Jin smiled and stepped out. Oops, such a big battle. Just for me. Ichimaru Jin walked in with a slow pace. On his face, there is still an elusive smile. When passing in front of Su Li, he suddenly gently raised his hand and greeted. Ah, Captain Su Li, I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Ichimaru Jin said with a relaxed face, as if chatting for a ride. It seems that the solemn atmosphere here is not felt at all. However, before Su Li could answer, Zaraki Kenpachi next to him suddenly spoke coldly. Cut, you boy, what are you pretending? Don't you think that we gathered here to accompany you? Saying that, Zaraki Kenpachi stepped directly forward, looking down at Ichimaru Jin condescendingly, his eyes cold. I said, you went to the White Daemon alone to deal with the travel disaster before, right? A captain in the hall, he failed to deal with a few travel accidents. You boy, can you tell us what's going on? Zaraki Kenpachi's tone was tinged with strong questioning and unhappiness. Originally, he also wanted to face the travel disaster. But before he could find out where the trip disaster was, he heard the news that Ichimaru Jin had repelled the travel disaster. Zaraki Kenpachi was extremely upset by the news that Ichimaru Jin had merely repelled, rather than killed, the trip. When Ichimaru Jin heard this, he showed a regretful expression. Oh, this is also what I didn't expect, their lives are so big. After all, I thought they were dead. When Zaraki Kenpachi heard this, his face became even more furious. You boy, won't you go out and dispose of them again? Ichimaru Jin spread his hands in a twofold manner, and there was no group of sunshine. Ah, I didn't expect them to be alive, and then Captain Su Li came and talked to him, delaying some effort. When I went out again, the travel disaster was already gone. Ichimaru Jin smiled and looked at Su Li. So, you can't blame me for that, right? Zaraki Kenpachi's gaze instantly shot to Su Li, as sharp as a sword. Hey, Su Li, is what this guy said true? Su Li nodded slightly. Well, I can testify to that. Zaraki Kenpachi's gaze alternated between Su Li and Ichimaru Jin, with a gloomy and terrifying expression. Kuretsuchi Mayuri of the queue on the left suddenly looked up, his face mocking. Cut, with the strength of a captain, after making a move, he didn't even know whether the other party was alive or dead. Can't you notice the other party's courage? Or do you say you can't do it, that's why you say that? Kuretsuchi Mayuri stared at Ichimaru Jin with sharp eyes. Oops, Captain Kuretsuchi Mayuri, you say that, it's like I deliberately let go of the brigade. Ichimaru Jin said with an innocent smile on his face. That's what I meant, Kuretsuchi Mayuri said quickly. However, Captain Su Li was also there, but he saw me and struck with all his might. Right, Captain Su Li. Ichimaru Jin smiled and looked at Su Li. Yes, a very handsome blow. Su Li smiled slightly and nodded. You two guys. Kuretsuchi Mayuri and Zaraki Kenpachi have scowl on their faces, their eyes shifting over the faces of Ichimaru Jin and Su Li. Hitsugaya Toshiro on the side stared at Su Li with cold eyes. Then why, Captain Su Li and Captain Ichimaru Jin didn't go out together? Captain Ichimaru Jin didn't notice it, didn't Captain Su Li notice it either? With the strength of the two of you, killing the travel disaster should be easy, right? Aizen, who had been quiet for a long time, suddenly spoke, and his previously gentle face became very solemn. This question can be described as extremely sharp. Everyone's eyes instantly looked away from Ichimaru Jin and turned to Su Li. Ichimaru Jin is careless, but what about Su Li? It is impossible for a guy like him not to notice that the travel accident is still alive. Why didn't he shoot either? Feeling everyone's sharp gaze, Su Li touched her nose and said with some embarrassment. I encountered something in the morning, and my heart was a little messy, so I didn't notice it at the time. When everyone heard this, their emotions were mixed. You boy, what is the reason for this? Zaraki Kenpachi and Kuretsuchi Mayuri roared in unison. Ichimaru-jin looked at Su-Li with a bit of color in her eyes. Aizen and Toshiro stared at each other with a look of demeanor. Hyuraku Shunsui and Unohana Retsu looked at Su-Li with complicated expressions. The atmosphere at the scene became a little tense for a while. Boom! A muffled sound. Captain Yamamoto suddenly stomped his cane heavily. The crowd fell silent. It's so ugly to quarrel like this. Where to put the salute of Team 13? Stand back for me. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's face was gloomy, and he drank low. Zaraki Kenpachi and Kuritsuchi Mayuri heard this and had to stand back in line. The captain spoke. They absolutely did not dare to be disrespectful. Immediately, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai slowly turned his gaze to Ichimaru-jin with a deep face. Ichimaru, the reason for the rally, has I already told you. This time the travel disaster invasion incident, you acted without an order. Moreover, the enemy has not been successfully annihilated or destroyed. This move is a gaffe and dereliction of duty as a captain. Do you have anything to say about this? When Ichimaru-jin heard this, the expression on his face did not change at all. I have nothing to say. Everyone looked at Ichimaru-jin with a snort, a little incredulous. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai also slowly opened his eyes a little chilly. Do you know what you're talking about, Ichimaru-jin? Ichimaru-jin's expression remained unchanged, and he shrugged and smiled. I really have nothing to say. I did not annihilate the travel disaster, it is indeed my negligence. I'm not going to justify myself. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai was silent. Moments later, Yamamoto Motoyanagisai set his sights on Su-Li again. It's just that this time the gaze is different from before. Full of doubts and scrutiny. So, Captain Su-Li, you as the second captain to arrive at the scene, failed to ascertain the situation at the first time and prevent the departure of the travel disaster. Indirectly led to the escape of the travel disaster. It's also a dereliction of duty. Do you have anything to say about this? Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's tone was much heavier than before. Su-Li smiled lightly. I don't have anything to say. In the conference room, there was a sudden gasp. Even Ichimaru-jin himself was surprised. Yamamoto Motoyanagisai's eyes slowly widened. Disappointment, confusion, incomprehension, anger. Su-Li said with a faint smile. It was indeed my negligence not to stop the trip accident in the first place. I'm not going to defend myself either. This statement is almost identical to Ichimaru-jin's answer. Everyone at the scene suddenly couldn't calm down. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe my channel.